Education Summit 2022, hosted by the Indian Express. India Education Summit has been designed to focus on the need to take education to every nook and corner of the country on back of digital proliferation. Before we start, we would like to thank our presenting partner Google, our co-powered by partners Intel and Salesforce. We would also like to thank our associate partner, Hindustan Institute of Technology and Science. We request you remain connected with us throughout the course of the day via social media led by the hashtag IES2022. Before we start with our event, we request that you visit the Indian Express kiosk for a complimentary digital subscription. All right, so let's start with the day, with the theme for the day being Bridging the Gap. I request Mr. Anant Goenka, Executive Director in the Indian Express Group, to come on stage and share a few words with us.
Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Very warm welcome. I'm here to welcome all of you, and I'm here to welcome someone who's been an incredible force of nature in our politics, Dharmendra Pradhan ji. Dharmendra ji, कुछ 35 साल पहले नानाजी देशमुख चित्रकूट में बैठे थे. I just want to share a small story about him. Nanaji Deshmukh, I don't know how many of you all know him or are familiar with him. Nanaji Deshmukh or my great-grandfather, Ramnath Goenka, who founded the Indian Express Group, they were very, very close friends. They fought the British together. When they were in school, they fought the British together, and they've been best of friends till their last days. तो रामनाथ जी के नाम से चित्रकूट में एक स्कूल है, और वो चलते आ रहा है, 35 साल से चलते आ रहा है. And that school gets a fair amount of support from various trusts and it's a well-oiled machine. But 25 kilometers away from that school is another school in my grandmother's name. Nanaji Deshmukh used to get everybody to get passionate about his causes, and so he would make people invest in it. So Nanaji Deshmukh made us invest in a school for Adivasi girls, 25 kilometers away from the heart of Chitrakoot. पिछले साल उस स्कूल में, ये आदिवासी स्कूल में जो है, कोविड की वजह से there was complete disruption. There was no, students weren't coming, teachers were struggling to teach. So I spoke to a good friend of mine, Amitabh Shah, who runs the NGO Yuva, and I asked him to help with digitizing that school, and वहाँ पर हमने Google Classroom लगा दिया था. So Google Classroom is basically where they have a projector installed in the classroom, and the projector is pre-installed with various lectures from some of the finest curriculum across the country. So whether it's a Byju's or whether it is various other pre-installed curriculum, it's installed on the projector, and kind of students can learn digitally. Fantastic graphics, fantastic connectivity, fantastic lessons. Teachers बहुत खुश, students बहुत खुश, and overnight lives are touched. Quality of education significantly improves. I was also very happy. All these years we have invested in the things that you would invest in a school. You have a lodging, you've got food, you've got stationery, teachers, the whole infrastructure. So we're very happy with this new edition of the Google Classroom. And then I got a little bit of mixed feeling. When I came back and when I witnessed what we saw in that Chitrakoot school, because, I was thinking ki in Chitrakoot, the place, the jungle, where so much of wisdom has come from exactly that part of India has been given to the world. Thousands of years, people are reading stories about characters that have in and out come from Chitrakoot. Why is it that students of Chitrakoot are so pleased with a Google Classroom more than they have been with the passionate, selfless teachers, who have been teaching there for 35, 40 years now. And I think somewhere what has happened is that the teachers have begun to feel powerless, have begun to feel a little bit purposeless. They have begun to feel unequipped to teach what they are passionate about. That is a culture, that is a language that is comfortable to them. To some degree, I feel that teachers are kind of lost their sense of purpose in a system today where I put my child in a nursery which will help him go to a particular school, and I will put my child in a particular school which will help him go to a particular college. I put my child in a particular college which will help him get a particular job. In this nursery for school, school for college, college for job, somewhere I feel that teachers have kind of are struggling to find their purpose and their real inner calling and purpose of educating and teaching. And that is where I feel that how we think of education, what education means, has changed so much from the Gurukul time, where the Gurukul system which India is so proud of. What education meant then, what education means now, has changed so much. And in the new meaning for education, are teachers feeling as empowered and as purposeful as they should be? Dharmendra ji, my grandfather Ramnath Goenka did not pass 8th standard. He was born in Darbhanga. Wahan se he moved to Calcutta, where he was put under the tutelage of the famous Dalmia family. Some of you may know them and be familiar with them, of course. He learned to speak 8 languages fluently. He didn't finish 8th standard, but he could speak 8 languages fluently. He learned Marwari. He learned the language of business in Marwari from the Dalmia family. He spoke 8 languages, and he launched a newspaper in every language that he could speak. It became a leading newspaper in every part of the country. And at a time where there was no precedence for the industry of news, at a time when everything was done in-house, you had to hire your own staff to print the paper, to deliver the paper, everything was in-house, kept control. At a time when the cost of capital was 60%, somebody who didn't pass 8th standard launched 8 newspapers, leading newspapers across the country, and he shaped conversations every day in every language. Would you call him uneducated? Dadaji obviously taught a lot of us. I mean, in India, we look up to him for teaching us to stand up, to be forthright, the idea of democracy, the power of free speech. These are all the things that you would remember, Ramnath Goenka for. But as a family member, what Ramnath Goenka taught us as people in his family was not how to make money, but how to be passionate about your job. He didn't teach us, he taught us how to, the fundamental thing of spending less than you earn, which is obvious but is also so profound today. He reminded us about the Gita, which says that whatever you need, the universe will provide. It forces you to think about distinguishing between wants and needs. So today, as we are here for the India Education Summit, and I've seen the schedule, and there's a lot of great content, and everybody who's involved in the education sector in India has something to learn from and contribute to. But I hope we reflect on what does education mean today in India? What do we want education to mean? What is education at all? I think for many years, like the food we eat, even in education, like we have done in food, we are substituting quality for scale. Every year we're generating thousands of unemployable graduates on the one hand, students who are proud now that they can speak English, but many who are purposeless, who are lost, who are jumping, who go through 5 jobs in 2 years right after graduating, and who think about what the company does for them more than what they can kind of do for the company and for society. Dharmendra Pradhan ji is here with us today after a major election victory, which he gets a lot of credit for in UP. He steered it. He kept three incredible political powers together on the same, on one line. An outstanding job that he had pulled off in UP, and he's back to implementing the NEP, which we've all read, I'm sure, digested, studied so closely. I think the NEP tries to do some of the things that I kind of have been addressing today. It has won respect and regard from across the political class because of its ambitiousness and because it aims to address the class system between English language and Indian languages that we have been living with and we have created now for the last 100 years. I think for too long we have tolerated this divide in our education system that has kept so many intelligent Indians from achieving their potential only because they struggle with English. So I hope we'll kind of get into addressing these things over the next couple of days. Ladies and gentlemen, I won't come between you all much more. Dharmendra Pradhan ji is one of BJP's biggest stars. We're extremely privileged to have him with us. There couldn't have been a better chief guest for this event. So please join me in welcoming him. Thank you so much.
नमस्कार मित्रों, मेरे मित्र अनंत जी और इंडियन एक्सप्रेस के द्वारा आयोजित इस इंडिया एजुकेशन समिट 2022 में उपस्थित सभी भाइयों और बहनों, मैं आप सभी को स्वागत करता हूं इंडियन एक्सप्रेस जैसे एक जिम्मेवार कम्युनिकेशन हाउस से, मीडिया हाउस से एक समाज जीवन की एक प्रमुख विषय पे 2 दिवसीय एक विमर्श आयोजन करने के लिए मैं अनंत जी का भी आभार प्रकट करता हूं। उन्होंने मेरे को इस कार्यक्रम में इन्वॉल्व किया। संयोग से मेरे पास अभी भारत सरकार से शिक्षा विभाग की और स्किल डेवलपमेंट एंड एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप विभाग की जिम्मेदारी भी है। ये और मेरे लिए प्रासंगिकता होती है इसे सारे विद्वानों के बीच में पहुंचना, सरकार की कुछ विषय को, समाज की कुछ अपेक्षा को आप जैसे महानुभावों के सामने रखना और आपके विचार को मैं निश्चित आपकी 2 दिवसीय कॉन्क्लेव की समिट की जो आउटकम आएगी, मैं आनंद जी निश्चित रूप में अपेक्षा रखूंगा आपकी कोई टोली बाद में मंत्रालय आके हमारी दोनों टीम को स्कूल एजुकेशन एंड हायर एजुकेशन और उसके साथ स्किल डेवलपमेंट की जो एक्सपर्ट एंड एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर ग्रुप है उनको आप लोगों की फाइंडिंग्स, आप लोगों की रिकमेंडेशंस अगर आप हमें साझा करेंगे, शेयर करेंगे तो हमें आने वाले दिनों में आपकी इस डिलीवरेशन को, आपकी समिट की जस्टिफिकेशन और बढ़ेगी और मैं इस अपेक्षा भी आपसे रखता हूं। मित्रों, मैं आज के अवसर का मेरे उद्देश्य से थोड़ा कन्वर्ट करना चाहूँगा। आपने एक स्पेसिफिक विषय को चुना है, प्रासंगिक और सटीक विषय को चुना है, ब्रिजिंग द गैप। दुनिया भर की प्रशासक, नागरिक और विशेष करके पेरेंट्स इस विषय पे चिंतित है। दुनिया की जर्निंग पिछले 2-2.5 साल से जैसे हुए उससे अगर सबसे लॉस किसकी हुई, किसकी नुकसान हुई, तो 21वीं सदी की प्रारंभिक क्वार्टर्स की, 21st सेंचुरी की हम 2 दशक पार कर चुके हैं और आज जो स्कूल में बच्चे हैं वो 5 साल की हो या 20-22 साल के हायर एजुकेशन में पढ़ने वाले विद्यार्थी हो, यही लोग आने वाले 25 साल में, माने जब 21वीं सदी आधे पहुंच रहा होगा, तब आज जो स्कूल में है, कॉलेज में, यही लोग निर्णायक होंगे। उन्हीं की प्रारंभिक अवस्था में, उनकी फाउंडेशनल जर्नी के समय में ग्लोबल पैंडेमिक के कारण एक बहुत बड़ा नुकसान हुई है, जो किसी के हाथ में भी नहीं रहा। उसी बैकग्राउंड पे इंडियन एक्सप्रेस की इस एजुकेशन समिट और ब्रिजिंग द गैप की एक क्वेस्ट के लिए आप लोग जब इकट्ठा हुए, ये बहुत अप्रोप्रिएट है, बहुत प्रासंगिक है। मित्रों, हमारी देश में अगर मैं 3 हिस्से में मेरे बातों को आने वाले 15 मिनट में इसे आपके साथ शेयर करूं। अभी भारत की स्थिति क्या है, भारत की चैलेंजेस क्या है, और हम सब मिलकर उसकी रास्ता कैसे निकाल सकते हैं। मित्रों, अभी अनंत जी ने कहा कि हमारे देश में हमें तो कभी कभी लगता है कि एजुकेशन को लेके एक फंडामेंटल कंफ्यूजन है। ये एजुकेशन है या ह्यूमन रिसोर्स डेवलपमेंट है। ये पिछले 75 साल में इस विभाग के नाम एजुकेशन से फिर ह्यूमन रिसोर्स हो गया, फिर एजुकेशन हो गया। मैं धन्यवाद दूंगा माननीय प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी को, उन्होंने एक गलती होते होते उसको बचाया। रिसोर्स किसको कहा जाता है? रिसोर्स रिलेटेड टू ए मटेरियल, एक जड़, एक मटेरियल कंपोनेंट को ही रिसोर्स कहा जाएगा। नेचुरल रिसोर्स हो, फिनेंशियल रिसोर्स हो, लेकिन कॉन्साइंस को हम भारतीय भाषा में जिसको चेतना कहते हैं, जिसको क्वांटिफाई करना बहुत चैलेंज है, बहुत मुश्किल है। वो विद्या से जुड़ती है, वो ज्ञान से जुड़ती है, वो संस्कार से जुड़ती है। ये सारे विषय की एक ब्रैकेट के अंदर रखा जाएगा तो उसकी नाम है शिक्षा, उसी की नाम है एजुकेशन। इसीलिए संविधान बनाने वाले हमारे विद्वान लोग राइटली इस विभाग के नाम उन्होंने एजुकेशन रखा था। कभी कभी समाज में प्रवास में करते करते थोड़ा लेट मी डू समथिंग आउट ऑफ बॉक्स, ये हम जैसे राजनीतिक प्रशासकों के मन में मोह आता है। इसीलिए किसी मित्र ने उसको एचआरडी कर दिया था, फिर अभी पटरी पे आ गया एजुकेशन। रामनाथ गोयनका क्या है? कंफ्यूजन। रामनाथ गोयनका जी को हम एजुकेशनिस्ट कहेंगे, फिलैंथ्रोपिस्ट कहेंगे, स्टेट्समैन कहेंगे, क्या क्या नहीं कहेंगे। जिस भाषा में आज इंडियन एक्सप्रेस या द न्यू इंडियन एक्सप्रेस देश में, दुनिया में आजादी की आंदोलन से अब तक 20वीं और 21वीं सदी की भारत की जनमानस को प्रभावित करने में इंडियन एक्सप्रेस की एक रोल है। मैं प्रारंभिक जीवन में इंग्लिश पढ़ना सीखा इंडियन एक्सप्रेस से। मैं जब स्टूडेंट था तब यूनिवर्सिटी आया, तब इंग्लिश न्यूज़पेपर पढ़ना सीखा मैंने इंडियन एक्सप्रेस से। तब इनकी बंटवारा नहीं हुई थी, एक इंडियन एक्सप्रेस आता था। इंडियन एक्सप्रेस को बनाने वाले व्यक्ति 8वीं क्लास तक पढ़ा था, इंग्लिश में नहीं पढ़ा था। अगर मैं दुनिया की किसी प्लेटफॉर्म पे कहूं, मेरे देश की कॉन्साइंस को कम्युनिकेशन में राइटली कन्वर्ट करने वाला व्यक्ति इंग्लिश जानता नहीं था, फॉर्मल स्कूल में सर्टिफिकेट नहीं पाया था, तब दुनिया में यह आश्चर्य होगा। गूगल में ढूंढने से भी नहीं मिलेगा, ऐसा हो सकता है क्या? इससे जब हम आगे बढ़ते हैं, आज देश की स्थिति क्या है? मित्रों, मैं अभी सुबह कुछ स्टैटिस्टिक्स देख रहा था। अभी अमूमन कहते हैं 2011-2022 के बीच में हमारा जनगणना अभी किसी भी कारण से रुका हुआ है। अभी थोड़ा थोड़ा अगर हम एक्स्ट्रापोलेट करके 11 को आज देखते हैं, लगभग 130-135 करोड़ की आबादी बन चुकी है। और उसमें एजुकेशन की ब्रैकेट में कितने लोग आते हैं, पहले हम तय करें कितने लोग एजुकेशन की ब्रैकेट में आना चाहिए, आते हैं, और उनको हमारे कुछ दायित्व है। इस बार 3 दशक के बाद जो राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति बनी है, एनईपी में एजुकेशन की फॉर्मल एंट्री ईयर कहा गया है एज 3। पहले ये गांव में और शहरों में गरीब बच्चों के लिए आंगनबाड़ी होके चलता था, शहरों में मध्यवर्गीय और अपर मिडिल क्लास के लिए, संपन्नों के लिए ये प्ले स्कूल की फॉर्म पे चलता था। बीच में एक तबका उसे मिसिंग था, सोशियो फाइनेंशियल कंडीशंस के कारण कुछ लोग गांव में संपन्न घरों में आंगनबाड़ी में नहीं जाते थे, शहरों में नहीं जाते थे, या प्ले स्कूल को अफोर्ड नहीं कर पाते, तो गांव में प्ले स्कूल होता नहीं है। इसलिए सरकार ने इस बार राष्ट्रीय शिक्षा नीति में एक प्रमुख निर्णय किया है, एज 3 विल बी द एंट्री पॉइंट ऑफ फॉर्मल एजुकेशन प्रोसेस। एज 3 से अगर आगे 20 साल हम कैलकुलेशन करते हैं, यानी एज 15 साल पढ़ेगा, 5 + 3 + 3 + 4, इतने में वो हायर सेकेंडरी यानी 12वीं पास करेगा। 12वीं के बाद मैक्सिमम वो 4-5 साल पढ़ने की उसको पढ़ता है, कोई 2 साल पढ़ता है, कोई ड्रॉप आउट होता है, कोई ज्यादा से 4-5 साल पढ़ता है। कुछ लोग हायर एजुकेशन की वर्टिकल से आगे बढ़ के रिसर्च और पोस्ट डॉक्टरल वगैरह में जाते हैं। अमूमन एक भारत की नौजवान को हमारा अपेक्षा है 20 साल की एजुकेशन के बाद, स्किलिंग के बाद, वोकेशनल ट्रेनिंग के बाद वो एम्प्लॉयबिलिटी उसकी बढ़ती है। जैसे अभी आनंद जी ने कहा कि स्कूल, कॉलेज, ट्रेनिंग, एम्प्लॉयबिलिटी, यही ये जो जर्नी है भारत के सामान्य लोगों की, इसमें 20 साल की जर्नी करना पड़ता है। अभी भारत में उसकी संख्या है लगभग, थोड़ा अनुमानिक नंबर है, मैं रिस्क लेके कह रहा हूं आनंद जी, थोड़ा आपका संरक्षण भी मेरे को है, फिर कल को इंडियन एक्सप्रेस ये नहीं कहेगा कि शिक्षा मंत्री को भारत की जानकारी नहीं है। टेंटेटिव 52.29 करोड़, यानी लगभग 52 करोड़ 53 करोड़ ये वर्ग में लोग हैं। 52.29 करोड़ ये अभी संख्या है, उसको सेफली 52.5 करोड़ कहा जा सकता है। इसको अगर मैं कन्वर्ट करूं परसेंटेज में, लगभग 38% होता है। अभी फॉर्मल और इनफॉर्मल सिस्टम पे कितने लोग आ पाते हैं, मैं जो कहा कि चैलेंज क्या है, सिचुएशन क्या है। भारत में स्कूल गोइंग बच्चों की संख्या है 25 करोड़, हायर एजुकेशन में 4 करोड़, यानी 29 करोड़ हो गया। वोकेशनल एजुकेशन, आईटीआई, स्किलिंग, राज्य सरकार, फिलैंथ्रोपिक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, भारत सरकार कि विभिन्न विभागों की अगर वोकेशनल और स्किल की इकोसिस्टम को हम जोड़ते हैं, ये उस 29 करोड़ में और 3-4 करोड़ लोगों को पहुंचाता है। दैट मीन्स द टोटल नंबर विल बी अराउंड 34 to 35 करोड़ मैक्सिमम। कुछ लोग अप्रेंटिसशिप, इंटर्नशिप, ऑन जॉब ट्रेनिंग भी हो जाती है। इसको अगर मिला तो 35 करोड़, उसकी अर्थ यह है 53 करोड़ में से 35 करोड़ लोगों की अभी ये ब्रैकेट में से इतने लोग एक फॉर्मल इनफॉर्मल सिस्टम में पहुंचते हैं। तो चैलेंज नंबर 1, एक 21वीं सदी में भारत को अगर सुपर पावर होना है, भारत को अगर एक महाशक्ति बननी है, तब हमारी जीईआर को बढ़ानी पड़ेगी, हमारी वोकेशनल नेटवर्क को, स्किलिंग नेटवर्क को एस्पिरेशनल बनानी पड़ेगी। हमारे सारे बच्चों को, केवल सरकार की जिम्मेवारी से यह नहीं हो पाएगा, 75 साल से नहीं हो पाया। इस बार बजट में प्रधानमंत्री जी ने विगत कई दशकों के अंदर से सबसे ज्यादा स्पेंडिंग की व्यवस्था किया है। 4.39 जीडीपी की 39% जीडीपी की इस बार स्पेंडिंग बजट प्रोविजन हुआ है। 1,04,000 करोड़ रुपए की वित्तीय व्यवस्था हुई है, इन दिनों में हाईएस्ट है। राज्य सरकारों की अलग स्पेंडिंग है। फिलैंथ्रोपिक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन की, जो आनंद जी ने 2 स्कूल के नाम लिया, शायद वो सरकारी की जीडीपी की कैलकुलेशन में नहीं होगा, लेकिन वो खर्चा भी जोड़ा जा सकता है। ये सब करे तो भी मैक्सिमम 35 करोड़ लोग तक पहुंचते हैं। अभी हमारे पास 17-18 करोड़ बच्चों को एम्पावर करना आज भी चैलेंज है। यह हमारी सबकी जिम्मेवारी बनती है, उसकी रास्ता कैसे निकलना, यही है ब्रिजिंग द गैप। क्या टेक्नोलॉजी उसमें हमको कुछ मदद कर सकता है? क्या टेक्नोलॉजी को हम सिर्फ एडुटेक के ऊपर निर्भर करके छोड़ दें? ये सारे प्रश्न भी आते हैं। मित्रों, हमें लगता है कि मैं अभी इन दिनों में कुछ दुविधा में हूं। मैं जब ऐसे सारे इंटेल, सेल्सफोर्स, गूगल ऐसे लोगों को दिखता हूं या बाइजू टाइप के लोगों को दिखता हूं, मैं सारे लोगों को स्वागत करता हूं भारत में। आई एम वेलकमिंग ऑल द एडुटेक इन माई कंट्री। एज एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर ऑफ दिस कंट्री आई एम वेलकमिंग देम ऑफिशियली। लेकिन मेरे मन में इंडियन एक्सप्रेस के प्लेटफॉर्म में एक अपेक्षा है। मैं थोड़ा आनंद जी से थोड़ा सहमत नहीं हुए। डेमोक्रेसी है इतना तो आनंद जी मेरे को स्वीकार करेंगे। इन्होंने कहा कि उनके एक एक्सपीरियंस उन्होंने पैंडेमिक समय में देखा कि उन्होंने कहा कि टीचर अभी थोड़ा निराशा में है, टीचर की कोई पर्पस नहीं है। शायद इस प्रकार की एक एक्सट्रीम व्यू पॉइंट शायद हमारे देश में जो स्कूल एजुकेशन में, कॉलेज एजुकेशन में, हमारे घरों में टीचर है, काउंसलिंग भी एक टीचिंग है। बड़ा भाई ही काउंसलिंग करता है घर में। पाश्चात्य देशों में, एडवांस इकोनॉमी में, डेवलप्ड इकोनॉमी, उसकी एक व्यवसाय है, काउंसलिंग एक व्यवसाय है। शहरों में काउंसलर हजारों रुपया भी लेते हैं। जो हमारे गांव में मेरे बड़े भाई या हमारे गांव से पढ़ा हुआ कोई व्यक्ति सिविल सर्विस में है या मिलिट्री में है या छोटा मोटा एंटरप्रेन्योर, वही हमारे गांव के काउंसलर है। ये भारत में फॉर्मली धीरे धीरे ऑर्गेनाइज होते जा रहा है। मैं इन दिनों में प्रधानमंत्री जी ने 1 अप्रैल को परीक्षा पे चर्चा में देश के बच्चों को एड्रेस किया। उसमें एक उन्होंने एक प्रदर्शनी हमारी शिक्षा विभाग ने उस उद्देश्य में आयोजित किया था। मित्रों, मैं 3-4 मेरा अनुभव बताता हूं उनको, किन किन को 15-17 प्रोजेक्ट, छोटा सा ही था। ये जो कहा जाता है कि ये अभी के चैलेंज में, अभी ये 35 करोड़ बच्चों को क्या हम उनको जॉब के लिए पढ़ाना है, जॉब क्रिएटर के लिए पढ़ाना है, उनको हम इंडियन एक्सप्रेस में नौकरी के लिए पढ़ाना है या रामनाथ गोयंका बनाने के लिए पढ़ाना है? यह है फंडामेंटल चैलेंज। हमारी देश की पढ़ाई क्या हमको एक एपीजे अब्दुल कलाम बनने के लिए सिखाता है या इसरो में नौकरी के लिए पढ़ाता है? यह बहुत बारीकी की चीज है। इसी में से जर्नी शुरू होती है। मैं बहुत आशावान हूं। मैं विद्यार्थी काल से एक्टिविज्म पे जुड़ा हूं। मैं प्रधानमंत्री जी के आदेश से पिछले प्रारंभिक 7 साल में 14 से आगे के इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर विभाग के काम देखा। मेरे सौभाग्य है जब देश में एनईपी इंप्लीमेंट हो रहा है, उस समय में मेरे को एक छोटी सी भूमिका दिया गया है उसको इंप्लीमेंट करने में। जब उसमें मैं प्रवास करता हूं, उसमें कुछ चीजों को दिखता हूं जिसके बारे में मैं आपको उल्लेख करूं। मैं उस परीक्षा पे चर्चा की अवसर पे 1-2 बहनों को देखा कोट्यम से। केरला की 2 बहन आए थे कोट्यम से, नंदिता और निवेदिता। पिताजी सामान्य घर की व्यक्ति है। उन्होंने प्रधानमंत्री जी को एक टेलीफोन पे ऐप दिखाया कि हमने कोरोना के समय में वैदिक मैथमेटिक्स में शून्य जहां से प्रारंभ हुई, शून्य, 0 इज द कंट्रीब्यूशन ऑफ इंडियन मैथमेटिकल वर्ल्ड टू द ग्लोब, वो वैदिक गणित से शुरू होती है। वैदिक गणित के बारे में जानकारी देने के लिए एक ऐप 7th और 11th में पढ़ने वाली 2 बच्ची केरल से, जब उनके ऐप मैंने देखा, मैं अज्ञानता से उसके पहले दिन, पीएम जिस दिन जाएंगे उसके पहले दिन में थोड़ा देखभाल करने के लिए गया था। उनको पूछा, इस ऐप की स्टैंडर्ड देख के मेरे को लगा किसी को पकड़ के इन्होंने बनाया होगा। जब मैंने उनको कहा कि बेटा इसको बनाया कौन, 7 साल में पढ़ने वाली निवेदिता ने कहा कि मैंने बनाया। मित्रों, मेरे मन में 2-3 प्रकार की फीलिंग हुई। एक तो मेरे अज्ञानता के बारे में मेरे को रियलाइज हुआ कि देखो, मैं मेरे देश की 7वीं में पढ़ने वाले एक बच्ची की इंटेलेक्चुअल कैपेसिटी में मेरा समझ नहीं है कि वो कहां तक जा सकती है, उसकी कॉन्फिडेंस। वो लड़की मेरे लिए स्टीव जॉब से कोई गुण में कम नहीं थी। ये मेरे भारत में कोट्या में आज है। दूसरे एक लड़का को मैंने देखा, वो लड़का था आर्यन कुमार। उन्होंने कोरोना के समय में ब्लूटूथ में और मोटराइज एक स्टूल बनाया था। अच्छा बना था, वो मेरे को बहुत प्रभावित नहीं किया। लेकिन कहां से आए, जैसे पूछा मैंने, आर्यन आप हो कहां के? वो कहा कि मैं झारखंड से हूं, मैं गढ़वा का हूं। मित्रों, अभी आप गूगल में कभी कभी सर्च करके देखेंगे, गढ़वा आज भी 75 साल आजादी के बाद देश की एस्पिरेशनल जिले के अंदर से सबसे नीचे तबके में रहने वाला जिला है। मैं हैरान हूं और मैं आत्मविश्वास से भी भरा हूं। गढ़वा के आर्यन कुमार अगर ब्लूटूथ को यूज करके एक स्टूल बना सकता है, अगर वो मौका मिले तो रॉकेट भी भेज सकता है। एपीजे अब्दुल कलाम उसी में है, ये मेरे कॉन्फिडेंस बढ़ाती है। वो कोई गूगल या इंटेल की टूल से अभी तक जुड़ा नहीं, और जुड़ जाएगा तो कहां जाएगा इसकी कल्पना करिए। फिर मैं आगे एक लड़के को मिला, दो लड़कों को मिला, गुजरात से वो आए थे, अनुराग और किंगसुक। मित्रों, मैं 4-5 साल पहले एक बार MIT में कुछ समय के लिए था। डॉक्टर मुनीज तब तक एनर्जी मिनिस्ट्री ओबामा रिजिम में एनर्जी डिपार्टमेंट की सेक्रेटरी होते थे, थोड़ा मेरा परिचय था। मैं उनको मिलने के लिए चक्कर में गया था बोस्टन। MIT में उनको मिला। MIT में गपशप मारने के बाद उन्होंने कहा कि प्रधान, यू शुड सी द 3D प्रिंटिंग लैबोरेटरी इन MIT। तो मैंने उनकी सलाह पे वो मेरे को खुद लेके गए MIT लैबोरेटरी दिखाने के लिए 3D प्रिंटिंग की। मैंने प्रारंभिक कल्पना में शायद कह रहा हूं 2015-16 की बात है। 2015-16 में मैं पहली बार 3D प्रिंटिंग क्या होता है उसको देखा। मित्रों, मैं इसको इसीलिए आज रेफरेंस के कह रहा हूं कि जो अनुराग और किंगसुक को मैंने देखा, उन्होंने 3D प्रिंटिंग की एक प्रोटोटाइप उस एग्जीबिशन में रखा था। वो उसकी प्रोटोटाइप किसी भी गुण में, वो MIT की 5 साल पहले जो मैंने प्रारंभिक दिनों में 3D प्रिंटिंग की प्रोटोटाइप देखा था, कोई कम नहीं था। मैं और 2 बच्चों को देखा उसमें। ये तो साइंस की मैंने कहा अनुभव। साइंस सिर्फ होता नहीं है, मटेरियल चीज सिर्फ जिंदगी की हिस्सा नहीं होती है। एक मून वर्मा करके एक सामान्य घर की लड़की कपूरथला से आई थी। मित्रों, मैं इसको शब्द से वर्णन कर नहीं सकता। उसकी 2 पेंटिंग मैंने देखा। एक माँ अपने बच्चे को गोद में लेके एक चित्र उन्होंने दिखा। उस माँ की आंखों में जो झलक मैंने देखा, जो एस्पिरेशन मैंने देखा, और उसको 12-13 साल की मून ने बनाई है। मैंने उसको 5 बार पूछा, चारकोल से बनाई है। मैंने पूछा, मून आपने बनाया? ना हमने बनाया। घर में कोई किसी ने मदद किया? नहीं, किसी ने नहीं मदद किया। जब प्रधानमंत्री जी उसको दूसरे दिन मिले, प्रधानमंत्री जी उनको मजाक कर कहे, ये सब करते हुए तुमको तो घर में डांटे होंगे, क्या पढ़ाई नहीं करके इसको कर रहे हो? वो मून की ताकत हमको प्रेरणा देती है। एक लड़के को हम और मिले, शुभम माझी। ये लड़का ऐसे फिर झारखंड की, अभी एक मूवी, एक OTT में एक सीरियल चल रहा है जामतारा, ये मूवी फॉर्म पे आया है। जामतारा करके एक मूवी आई है। जामतारा हमारी झारखंड को थोड़ा दूसरे प्रकार की परिचय के नाम पे जुड़ता है। उस जामतारा से एक लड़का आया, आदिवासी परिवार का लड़का, उन्होंने पेंटिंग किया है। मित्रों, MF हुसैन की पेंटिंग से कोई मात्रा में उस 13-14 साल के लड़के की पेंटिंग कम नहीं था। मैं सारे 4-5 घटना इसीलिए बताया कि ये सारा चीज के पीछे कोई ना कोई प्रेरक है, कोई ना कोई शिक्षक है। वो शिक्षक नहीं होता, शिक्षक उसके बड़ा भाई बहन हो सकते हैं, शिक्षक उसकी पड़ोस की कोई बुजुर्ग हो सकते हैं, शिक्षक उसकी स्कूल में भी कोई मिला होगा। शिक्षक रिलेवेंट नहीं हुआ है। हमें इस चैलेंज को समझना पड़ेगा। मित्रों, कुछ दिन पहले, 3-4 दिन पहले, इस पिछले संडे में मेरे को भारत के एक टायर 3 की ग्वालियर से 3-4 बच्चे मेरे को मिलने आए। मेरे लड़का ने कहा कि कुछ बच्चे आए हैं ग्वालियर से, आपको मिलना चाहते हैं। मतलब बुला लो, क्या है, समझते थोड़ा उनसे। पहले आया कि हम थोड़ा एक प्रेजेंटेशन देना चाहते हैं। मैं फिर आपके सामने कैंडिडली एडमिट करूं, यार बच्चे ये ग्वालियर से आए हैं, मेरे को क्या कह रहे हैं कि आपके वहाँ पावर पॉइंट प्रेजेंटेशन देंगे, मेरे संडे को क्यों खराब कर रहे हैं। इसे मैंने सच में सोचा। मैं बोला चलो, मेरे ऑफिस में कहा कि थोड़ा देखो बच्चे आए हैं तो थोड़ा तलाश दे क्या उनके अंदर है। अनंत जी ने, जिसको अपने मित्र की NGO के माध्यम से आदिवासी बच्चों को पढ़ाने के लिए उन्होंने एक वर्चुअल मॉडल ऑफ टीचिंग को देखा, ऐसे कुछ चीज उन्होंने दिखाना शुरू किया। थोड़ा मैं शिक्षा मंत्री, मेरे मन में भी थोड़ा, इस बीच में मैंने थोड़ा शिक्षित हो चुका है पिछले 8 महीने में, तो मेरे मन में भी थोड़ा अहंकार थोड़ा बहुत आया है। तो मैंने कहा कि चलो ये वर्चुअल लैब आप बना रहे हो, बोले ना। तो फिर आप क्या ये डिजिटल लैब बना रहे हो, बोले ना। एक लड़का इंदौर आईआईटी, इंदौर की स्टेट इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज से पढ़ के सिविल इंजीनियरिंग में गया नौकरी करने के लिए कंप्यूटर की दुनिया में। उनको जहां वो इंटरव्यू दिया, उन्होंने कहा कि आपने तो कंप्यूटर साइंस में पढ़ाई नहीं किया, आप उसमें पढ़ नहीं सकते हो। फिर वो गया कोचिंग करने के लिए किसी के पास। कोचिंग में कोचिंग इंस्टीट्यूट वाले कहा कि आप ये छोड़ो, आप खुद कोचिंग कर दे सकते हो, आपकी कम्युनिकेशन स्किल्स इतनी बढ़िया है, इतनी एप्ट है, आप बाकी छोड़ो, इसी काम पे लग जाओ। उसे करते करते आजकल छोटा एक कोचिंग इंस्टीट्यूट उन्होंने बनाई है, कोटा टाइप का कुछ इंस्टीट्यूट बना है ग्वालियर में। उससे पढ़ के 2 आईआईटीएन उन्होंने, उसकी विद्यार्थी एक रुड़की से, एक चेन्नई से, मद्रास आईआईटी से पढ़ के, तीनों मिलके और 2 और बच्चे मिलके 5 लोग एक स्टार्टअप बनाए। वो क्या बनाए हैं, मैं गूगल और इंटेल दोनों को और ये हमारे सेल्स फोर्स को निवेदन करूंगा, भारत में ऐसे लाखों टैलेंट पड़े हैं, वो क्या बनाए हैं उन्होंने। अभी समग्र शिक्षा अभियान में हमने क्लासरूम्स की ब्लैक बोर्ड को डिजिटल बोर्ड में परिवर्तित कर रहे हैं। राज्य सरकार भी आगे आ रहे हैं, भारत सरकार हाईएस्ट एवर बजटरी एलोकेशन उसके लिए दे रहा है। कभी कभी मैंने कुछ मित्रों को पूछा, डिजिटल बोर्ड तो लग गया, लेकिन उसमें पढ़ाएंगे क्या? फिर मेरे को ये वर्चुअल चीज हमको दिखाया गया। ये जो ग्वालियर की टायर 3 की शहर की बच्चे, पिताजी किसान, पिताजी प्राइवेट सेक्टर में काम करने वाला छोटा सा मुलाजिम, पिताजी पुलिस सर्विस में कांस्टेबल की स्तर पे काम करने वाला व्यक्ति, उन घरों के बच्चे नौकरी के पीछे ना जाते हुए, जॉब के पीछे ना जाते, उन्होंने क्या किया? उन्होंने एक सॉफ्टवेयर बनाया। उन्होंने एक सॉफ्टवेयर बनाया जिस सॉफ्टवेयर ने एक टीचर को, मैं साइंस की स्टूडेंट नहीं हूं, मैं सोशल साइंस की स्टूडेंट हूं, मेरे लेकिन जितने समझ बन पाई है, मैंने उनको पूछा ये क्या है। उन्होंने एक एक्सपेरिमेंट मेरे को बताया कि देखो उसमें हम क्या डेवलप किए हैं। हमने ये डेवलप किया है कि जो उन्होंने मेरे को एक जेई एडवांस की एक क्वेश्चन दिखाए कि पिछले 2 साल पहले जेई एडवांस में फोर्स, फिजिक्स में फोर्स यानी क्या होता है, कैसे उसको आंसर करना, एक प्रश्न दिखाए। इसको जब टीचर क्लासरूम में पढ़ाता है, कैसे पढ़ाता है? फोर्स को मेजर करने के लिए कोई तो पढ़ाया होगा, कोई विद्यार्थियों को कोई टीचर ने अपने ब्लैक बोर्ड में चौक के माध्यम से या कोई ग्राफिक्स के माध्यम से पढ़ाया होगा, या कोई वर्चुअल एक्सपेरिमेंट में पढ़ाया होगा। उन्होंने कहा हमने उसी की खोज में एक सॉफ्टवेयर बनाया कि टीचर फोर्स को समझाने के लिए उस सॉफ्टवेयर के माध्यम से टीचर की जो समझ है फोर्स की, फोर्स या ग्रेविटी के अनेक उदाहरण हो सकता है समझाने के लिए। कोई कहेगा कि भाई पेड़ से आम गिर गया, कोई कहेगा कि आपने फुटबॉल को जो किक मारा वो भी फोर्स है, कोई कहेगा कि जो रस्सी में आप खींच रहे हो वो भी फोर्स है, कोई कहेगा कि नौका में आप जब नाविक सेलिंग करते हैं वो भी फोर्स है। ये सारे फोर्स है। वो टीचर के अंडरस्टैंडिंग को अनमंडल करने के लिए, टीचर अपने इनोवेशन को, अपने कल्पना को ब्लैक बोर्ड तक लाने के लिए जो बेसिक टेक्नोलॉजी आज जो मौका देती है, कोडिंग करके उन्होंने भारत की टीचरों को उस फ्रीडम देने के लिए, उसकी इनोवेशन को एक्सप्लेन करने के लिए एक सॉफ्टवेयर बनाया। और पिताजी किसान ही है, पिताजी प्राइवेट सेक्टर में, यानी प्राइवेट सेक्टर कह रहा था, ग्वालियर में क्या प्राइवेट सेक्टर होगा? कोई सेठ जी के वहां घर गांव ऑफिस में काम करते होंगे, कांस्टेबल की बेटा है। ऐसे बैकग्राउंड के लोग आज इनोवेटर बन रहे हैं। मित्रों, ये अपॉर्चुनिटी है। अगर हमें 17 करोड़ बच्चों को और 35 करोड़ अभी के बच्चों को, यानी 52-53 करोड़ बच्चों को अगर, और 52-53 करोड़ कहें, ये यंग पॉपुलेशन है भारत की, यही है डेमोग्राफिक डिविडेंड। ये पूरा यूरोप को ऊपर हो जाता है, अमेरिका का ये 1.5 गुना ज्यादा है। ये मेरे पोटेंशियल है। अगर इनकी सबकी इकोनॉमिक प्रोडक्टिविटी बढ़ेगी, कब बढ़ेगी? अगर ये नॉलेजेबल होंगे, ये एजुकेटेड होंगे। ये सिर्फ अगर एम्प्लॉय होने की तलाश में पढ़ाई करेंगे तो ये देश कुछ नहीं हो पाएगा, कंज्यूमिंग इकोनॉमी हो जाएगा। ये एक एम्प्लॉयर होने वाला इकोनॉमी बनानी पड़ेगी, एंट्रप्रेन्योर वाला इकोनॉमी बनानी पड़ेगी, रामनाथ गोयंका वाला इकोनॉमी बनानी, एजुकेशन देना पड़ेगा। इसीलिए मैं आज इंडियन एक्सप्रेस में एक अंतिम अपेक्षा रख के मेरे वक्तव्य को समाप्त करूंगा। वो क्या है मित्रों, देखो संयोग है, हम अभी अमूर्त काल में है। अंग्रेजों से गुलामी से मुक्ति होने का 75 साल की आज हम सेलिब्रेशन कर रहे हैं। आने वाले 25 साल भारत के लिए बहुत महत्वपूर्ण है, दुनिया के लिए महत्वपूर्ण है। आज वैक्सीनेशन में भारत दुनिया के लिए मॉडल बन चुके, विशेष करके इमर्जिंग इकोनॉमी के लिए, डेवलपिंग इकोनॉमी के लिए। 180 करोड़ डोजेस भारत में लग चुका है। हम पीपी किट 2.5 साल पहले एक पीस भी नहीं बनाते थे, आज हम एक्सपोर्टर बन चुके हैं। आज ग्लोबल फार्मा लैब भारत बन चुका है। आने वाले 25 साल में भारत, जो ह्यूमैनिटी की बात हम अगर कहेंगे, वसुधैव कुटुंबकम हमारी संस्कार में है, जिसको आज ग्लोबल इडियम्स में ह्यूमैनिटी कहा जाता है, मानवता कहा जाता है, उसकी संस्कार भारत की एजुकेशन में, भारत की घरों में, भारत की डीएनए में पड़ा है। हम भारत की 53 करोड़ बच्चों को एंट्रप्रेन्योर बनाना, इंडस्ट्रियस बनाना, एम्प्लॉयर बनाने की मोड़ पे लेके आएंगे, तब जाके ना केवल भारत की समस्या की समाधान होगा, ये दुनिया की समस्या की समाधान भारत के अंदर पड़ा है। ग्वालियर में पड़ा है, गढ़वा में पड़ा है, कोट्यम में पड़ा है। इसको कैसे मूवमेंट करना है, इसको एक जन आंदोलन कैसे करना है, यह समाज की जिम्मेवारी है। इसीलिए मैं बहुत आभारी हूं इंडियन एक्सप्रेस का, आपने इसी प्रकार के एक महत्वपूर्ण विषय पर एक डिबेट खड़ा किया है। और संयोग देखिए, इस अमृत काल में एक ओकेजन होनी चाहिए आगे की छलांग लगाने के लिए। आगे की 25-30 साल की छलांग लगाएंगे, जब हम 2050 तक पहुंचेंगे, 2047 तक पहुंचेंगे, इंडिया अपन इंडिपेंडेंस की 100 इयर्स पालन करेगा, तब हमारे पास ना केवल हमारे देश के सॉल्यूशन होनी चाहिए, ग्लोबल सिटीजन हम ही बनाएगा, हमारे पास ग्लोबल सॉल्यूशन हमारे पास भी रहेगा। उसी के एक गीता, बाइबल, कुरान हमने बनाया है, जिसका नाम है एनईपी। अभी कभी एक्सप्रेस और एक बार मौका देगा, समय हो गया, ज्यादा मैं नहीं कहूंगा, नेताओं की आदत है ज्यादा कह देना, इसलिए मैं खुद को अभी सीमित रखता हूं। एनईपी के ऊपर आप आने वाले 2 दिन में एक डिलीवरेट करोगे। मैं सभी चीज मित्रों को अपेक्षा रखूंगा। संविधान के बाद, आजाद भारत में संविधान के बाद प्रधानमंत्री जी की योजना से, कस्तूरी रंगन जी की नेतृत्व में, शायद समाज जीवन की सबसे बड़ा कंसल्टेटिव प्रोसेस से, भागीदारी से, विचार विमर्श के आधार पर बनने वाला डॉक्यूमेंट है एनईपी 2020। भारत को विश्व की समस्या समाधान की केंद्र बनाने की ताकत एनईपी में है। ये 2 दिन की एजुकेशन समिट, ब्रिजिंग द गैप, टेक्नोलॉजी को यूज करना, टीचर को असहाय नहीं, टीचर को एम्पावर करने की ये रिकमेंडेशन आप बनाओगे। इसी अपेक्षा के साथ आप सभी को फिर मैं धन्यवाद देता हूं। नमस्कार।
Thank you so much, sir, for taking out your precious time. We are humbled by your presence here. We will now move on to our next session titled Redefining Education for All. For this session, we would like to welcome Shantanu Sinha, Director of Product Management, Google. Oh, sorry.
I think the minister has been kind enough to take a few questions, so if I can invite him, sir, up a stage. I'll just, we are very short of time. I know he has to get to Parliament, but if we get the opportunity, I'm challenged not to ask a few questions after hearing from so long. I think we have less than 10 minutes, so if anybody else in the audience has a couple of compelling questions, just please raise your hand and I'll just get him started. I'll start it, then we'll come to you. So keep a roving mic, please. Dharmendra ji, आपने इन बहुत ही important विषय के आपने you've spoken about a lot of important things. And I think the question that are we training people to work at Indian Express or become Ramnath Goenka is a very good headline. I think that's one that we should digest. Question that we had spoken, I had heard you talk about last week only, but I think is one that we keep bringing up is the idea of people of the, this question of the brain drain and people wanting to study abroad or wanting to go abroad. I know it's something that concerns you. I know it's something that you're passionate about. If you can just spend a few minutes discussing how the Indian government and how you're thinking about retaining young talent in India.
इसमें इंडियन एक्सप्रेस ही जिम्मेवार है। मैंने मेरे बेसिक स्टैटिस्टिक्स बताया, भारत में अभी स्कूल कॉलेज एजुकेशन इंस्टीट्यूट में जाने वाले लोगों की संख्या है 35 करोड़। दैट मीन्स 350 मिलियन। 350 मिलियन। अभी भारत से बाहर कितने बच्चे जाते हैं? 1 मिलियन। हम क्यों चिंता करते हैं? हम वो गांव की, पिछड़े इलाके की, दरिद्र घर की बच्चों की शिक्षा के बारे में, जो मित्र आज हमारे देश में आए हैं, जो गूगल, इंटेल, इंडियन एक्सप्रेस के पार्टनर होते हैं, कोई फिलांथ्रोपिक ऑर्गेनाइजेशन नहीं है, ये सब बिजनेस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन है। हमें उनको स्वागत भी करना चाहिए। इसलिए मैंने कहा कि सारे एडुटेक हमको स्वागत करना है। उनको भारत में एक बहुत बड़ा मार्केट दिख रहा है। हमें उस प्रकार की ग्लोबल स्टैंडर्ड्स की टेक्नोलॉजी को, नॉलेज डिसेमिनेटिंग इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स को लाके, हमें, हमारी चैलेंज है कैसे हम हमारी देश की 500 मिलियन बच्चों को एम्पावर करना है। ये हमारी चैलेंज है। इसलिए मैं उसको कभी, मैं उल्टा कह रहा हूं कि हमारे जो बच्चे जा रहे हैं, अगर मैं भारत की जीवन प्रक्रिया को, जो भारत की दुनिया की चित्र थोड़ा देखिए, विश्व में ग्रोथ कहां है, व्यवसाय गोयंका सब क्यों गए होंगे दरभंगा? दरभंगा महाराजा ने उनको शायद बुलाया होगा कि एक मारोड़ी को लेके आऊं तो मेरे राज्य के लोग यहाँ का मखाना को कैसे वो बाहर ऊपर ले पाएगा। फिर वो पहुंचे कलकत्ता। कलकत्ता हमारी भारत की इकोनॉमिक हब था। ग्रोथ जहां होगा वहां प्रॉस्पेरिटी आएगा। मैं आग बंद करके कह सकता हूं 21st सेंचुरी की ग्रोथ सेंटर है भारत। इसकी कोई कंफ्यूजन किसी के मन में नहीं है, ना यूरोप के मन में है, ना वेस्टर्न वर्ल्ड के मन में है, ना चाइना के मन में है। मैं उसको ब्रेन बैंक मानूंगा। मेरे बच्चे जो बाहर पढ़ने जा रहे हैं, अगर आज सुंदर पिचाई या सत्य नाडेला मेरे एजुकेशन सिस्टम पे जाके वहां पहुंच रहे हैं, दे विल कॉम्प्लीमेंट माई इकोनॉमी, दे विल कॉम्प्लीमेंट माई नॉलेज अर्निंग। मैं उसको ब्रेन ड्रेन नहीं मानूंगा। अभी मौका मैं उनको दूंगा यहां, तो दे विल कंट्रीब्यूट हियर। ब्रेन बैंक है मेरा ये। और मेरे चैलेंज है 500 मिलियन जो आज फॉर्मली 350 मिलियन तक पहुंचे हैं, उनको कैसे एम्पावर करना, ये मेरे चैलेंज है।
एंड नवीन जी, आप जो लैंग्वेज का जो बैरियर, आई नो पिछली बार हमें मिला था, मैं आपसे बात किया था, बट आई वांट टू हियर फ्रॉम यू, आई वांट एन ऑडियंस टू हियर फ्रॉम यू दैट दिस लैंग्वेज बैरियर। अभी आप हायर एजुकेशन में जाओगे, कॉलेजेस तक जाओगे, तो पूरा करिकुलम इंग्लिश में ही, इंग्लिश के लिए ही बना रहता है, हिंदी में नहीं बना रहता है, लोकल लैंग्वेज में नहीं बना रहता है। तो व्हेन लैंग्वेजेस डाई, कल्चर डाइज विद इट। हाउ मच ऑफ दिस इज इन योर माइंड एंड हाउ डू वी एड्रेस द प्रॉब्लम?
ये देखिए, मैं तो बचपन से इस विषय का विश्वासी रहा हूं कि किसी भी व्यक्ति के अंदर जो गुण है, जो इनोवेशन है, जो इनोवेटिव कैपेसिटी है, जो क्रिटिकल थिंकिंग उसके मन में है, इसको परिप्रकाश करने के लिए कोई लैंग्वेज की बैरियर नहीं होनी चाहिए। देखो, दुनिया की जो 2-3 बड़े बड़े इकोनॉमी को अगर हम एनालिसिस करते हैं, और जापान क्वालिटी में और अच्छे मैन्युफैक्चरिंग की वर्ल्ड की आज साइंस एंड टेक्नोलॉजी की अच्छा देश बना है। जापान के बच्चे अपने इनोवेशन को इंग्लिश लैंग्वेज की प्रिज्म में नहीं दिखते हैं, जापानी लैंग्वेज में दिखते हैं। फिर मैं वेस्टर्न वर्ल्ड में एक देश का नाम लूंगा, जर्मन। जर्मन अगर इंजीनियरिंग कैपेसिटी से आज एक दुनिया की स्टैंडर्ड्स बेंचमार्क खड़ा किया है, उनकी कोई कंपल्सन है इंग्लिश लैंग्वेज से करना। हम भारत में इस कंफ्यूजन में ना रहे, और नहीं है। मैंने फिर आप ही के रामानाथ गोयंका जी इंडियन एक्सप्रेस की कल्पना करते हुए शायद वो हिंदी में किए होंगे या मारवाड़ी भाषा में किए होंगे कि मैं ऐसा एक कम्युनिकेशन हाउस बनाऊंगा जो मल्टीलिंगुअल होगा, इंग्लिश भी एक होगा। फिर आगे जैसे मार्केट जिसको लेगा। लैंग्वेज, दुर्भाग्य से पिछले कुछ दशकों में से हम कॉलोनियल रूल के बाद इंग्लिश ग्लोबल बिजनेस की लैंग्वेज है, उसको हमको सीखना चाहिए। यह हमको भी इकोनॉमिक अपॉर्चुनिटी में जोड़ेगी। हमारी जो बाहर जाएंगे डिप्लोमेटिक नेटवर्क के लिए, मार्केटिंग के लिए, दे मस्ट नो इंग्लिश। एक सेट्स ऑफ लोग यहाँ रहे, जो बाहर के लोग आएंगे उनको अपने प्रोडक्ट को बिक्री करने के लिए इंग्लिश लैंग्वेज ही चाहिए, उसमें कोई असुविधा नहीं है। लेकिन मैन्युफैक्चरिंग के लिए, क्रिटिकल इनोवेशन के लिए, लोकल कन्वेंशनल नॉलेज को, अभी देखो कोरोना के समय में मैं एलन मित्तल जी को मिला बीच में। मैंने, मित्तल साहब आपका कैसे दुनिया चल रहा है? उन्होंने कहा कि मैं हल्दी खा रहा हूँ, मेरे ब्रंच शुरू होता है एक बहुत बड़ा गोला हल्दी और ब्लैक कॉफी से। अच्छा बताओ, हल्दी टर्मरिक की मेडिसिनल वैल्यू को भारत में जानने के लिए किसी को तो मेडिकल साइंस की जानकारी रखनी नहीं आवश्यकता होती है। सामान्य घर के लोग हल्दी को खाते हैं इसलिए जानते हैं उसके मेडिसिनल वैल्यू। ये मेरा कन्वेंशनल नॉलेज एंड विजडम है। इसके लिए कोई इंग्लिश लैंग्वेज की आवश्यकता नहीं है। मैं अनावश्यक एक लैंग्वेज की प्रिज्म में, विशेष करके इंग्लिश लैंग्वेज की कैद में हूं। मैं इसीलिए एनईपी ने महत्व दिया है मातृभाषा और स्थानीय भाषा पे। इसमें जो भारत की समझ, जो बच्चा घर से जहां की है, वो जिस भाषा से वो सुनता है, जिस भाषा को पहले बोलता है, अगर उस भाषा में अगर वो पढ़ेगा और लिखेगा, तब उसकी क्रिटिकल थिंकिंग की अल्टीमेट आउटपुट हो पाएगा। इसीलिए भाषा हमारे लिए महत्व है। एनईपी ने भाषा के बारे में इसीलिए महत्व दिया है।
Yeah, I saw a hand there. Yeah, can we please? Yes. Please introduce yourself and please keep the question short and please keep it a question.
Good morning, sir. I'm Dr. Aarti Prakash Khare here, a professor at Manav Rachna University in design department. I have done my graduation from Banaras Hindu University with gold medal, Master of Design from IIT Bombay and PhD from IIT Delhi. I want to give back to our society whatever I have earned and learned so far. One basic, I can say, idea about making student or children through vocational training, bringing up to them in the future a better citizen, a better entrepreneur, or having a job, better job. I feel that there is a need to really restructure our courses in the school. एक बहुत ही बेसिक मुद्दा जिसको कहा जाए, जैसे आप अभी कह रहे थे सर, प्रधान सर और अनंत जी, आप कह रहे थे कि हमारे यहाँ हिंदी में पढ़ाई नहीं है कॉलेजेस में, तो can we have, so we can have trilingual or bilingual courses structure in such a way that we are having, हमने टेक्नोलॉजी इस्तेमाल करनी है to empower our education system या हमारे शिक्षा संस्थान या शिक्षा को बढ़ाने के लिए। तो हम इस तरह से जब बात करते हैं तो we are using multiple language. I can go for like adding Marathi into it or Bangla to it or Gujarati it to according to the places. So I feel that that is one thing. And apart from that, there is one really a need, I feel, that we at the village level.
I'll have to ask you to just keep it a little bit short. We can just
Sure. So at the village level, definitely, if I feel the schools are going to restructure the curriculum from the profession basis, like कृषि बेस यदि हम प्रोफेशन करें, भूगोल में यदि सिखाया जाए कि वेदर क्या है, धान क्या है, उसके हिसाब से गणित सिखाया जाए, उसके हिसाब से इंग्लिश सिखाया जाए, उसके हिसाब से हिंदी सिखाया जाए, मतलब उन सब्जेक्ट्स को रख के, कारपेंट्री को रख करके, या उस जगह के जो कल्चर है या उसका जो
Thank you. I think we got the point. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
ये प्रश्न नहीं था, ये परामर्श था। ये परामर्श को मैं विनम्रता से स्वीकार करता हूँ।
I think मैं दो और प्रश्न साथ में ले लेता हूँ, फिर आप respond how you like. If we can just have the two more hands that are up. Please keep it short. Minister has to leave.
Yeah.
Parliament's on.
Myself, Preeti Sharma. I'm principal at Holy World School. So my question is very simple. What do we want? हम क्या चाहते हैं? शिक्षित भारत या साक्षर भारत?
Thank you.
Yeah.
We'll take one more comment from there, and then I think we'll. आप सबको साथ में जवाब दें.
Hi sir, My name's Aditya. I'm an engineer from a government college in Chandigarh, Peck. I work with GMAC. So my question is towards entrepreneurship, like you mentioned, right? Uh, so जब हम एक entrepreneur की बात करते हैं, उसको एक multiple diverse skill set चाहिए. They need to know product management, they need to know manufacturing, sales, marketing, सब कुछ, right? Uh, so how do we build all of these diverse, holistic skill sets into this younger generation through the NEP? So that's my question.
देखो, मैं ये दो ही प्रश्न अनंत जी दे के जाऊंगा, क्योंकि ये विषय ऐसा है कि हरि अनंत हरि कथा अनंत। एजुकेशन हम सभी की दिल में इतना बसा हुआ है, इतनी कल्पना है, मैं कभी कभी आके यहाँ खो जाता हूँ। और मैं सच में मैं ये विषय सुनने के लिए मैं घंटों लगाता हूँ और मेरे को अच्छा भी लगता है। उसमें मैं मेरा आइडिया और को शार्पेन करता हूँ और मेरे को प्रेरणा भी मिलता है। लेकिन जो दो विषय आया मेरे दृष्टि से, शिक्षित भारत और साक्षर भारत, ये दो में कोई मैं समझा नहीं इस विषय को, क्योंकि साक्षरता की एक समय समय से मैंने जब भी साक्षरता की मैंने भी एक आंकड़ा देखा कि बहुत सारे लोग हमारा अभी साक्षरता की ब्रैकेट में नहीं आते हैं। साक्षरता किसको कहेंगे, शिक्षित किसको कहेंगे? क्या जो बच्चे अभी कोरोना हुआ, कोरोना में बहुत सारे स्टोरी आया कि पढ़े लिखे बच्चों ने माँ पिताजी को छोड़ दिया। वो IITian हो सकता है, वो बड़े यूनिवर्सिटी की बड़े विद्वान हो सकता है, कोई बड़े औहदे में काम करने वाला व्यक्ति, उसको शिक्षित कह सकते हैं क्या? ये शिक्षित साक्षरता बड़ा रिलेटिव टर्म है। मेरा दायित्व है और हम सभी के दायित्व है, भारत की 3 से 23 वाले आयु की जब भी जितना नंबर आएगा, आज वो 53 करोड़ अराउंड है, इसको एम्पावर करना, सशक्तिकरण करना, ये हमारी जिम्मेदारी है। उसको किस फॉर्म पे करेंगे, किस मोड पे करेंगे, ये सब ब्रिजिंग द गैप, टेक्नोलॉजी, इनोवेशन, ये है। एक का जो प्रश्न आया कि NEP में ये बदलते हुई परिस्थिति में हमारी हाथों में स्किल सेट की और टेक्नोलॉजी की एक सबसे बड़ा स्टेटमेंट है, हमारे हाथ में मोबाइल फोन। हमारे हाथ में रहने वाला मोबाइल फोन साल भर टिकता नहीं है। स्टीव जॉब ने क्या जादू की पिटोरा बना के गया है, iPhone 5, iPhone 6, iPhone 10, iPhone 13 तक शायद चला गया है, फिर प्लस आ जाएगा, फिर 25 फीचर इधर आ गया, 25 फीचर उधर आएगा, सीरी आ चुकी है। ये सारे इतने एनेबल चीज टेक्नोलॉजी दे रहे हैं कि हमें एक उसमें जो जूझना पड़ता है। मैं उसमें कोई NEP में इसमें बहुत सारा चीज है, कभी और एक बार मौका में चर्चा करेंगे। मैं इस सदन में बैठे सभी लोगों को एक टिप्स देके जाता हूं। जो मेरा युवा मित्र एंटरप्रेन्योर के बारे में पूछा कि उसको देखने में, मैंने जितना, ऐसा हजारों हो सकता है, लेकिन मैंने एक को देखा कोरोना के दिनों में, मैंने एक इंटरनेट सेंसेशन को कहीं ढूंढ निकाला। उसको संयोग से मेरे राज्य से था, उड़ीसा से, और एक ट्राइबल लड़का था। मैं जिस क्षेत्र को लोकसभा में कभी रिप्रेजेंट करता था, मैं उस क्षेत्र की एक रिमोट इलाके की, यानी इंटरनेट से काफी दूर रहने वाला एक लड़का, शायद कोई टावर से इंटरनेट उसके इलाका में आता था, इसाक मुंडा। आप यूट्यूब में आज उसको थोड़ा देखना। इसाक मुंडा एक 8 क्लास तक पढ़ा हुआ दिहाड़ी खटने वाला मजदूर लड़का, यूट्यूब में यूट्यूबर कैसे बने उसको देखा। मैं मित्र कह सकता हूं, ये जो रियलिटी शो होती है, इसाक मुंडा ने रियलिटी शो का एक लाइव मॉडल उन्होंने खड़ा किया। क्या करता है वो? कहता है कि मैंने उसको फोन किया, इसाक तुमने क्या किया? बाद में मिला उसको मैंने। इसाक बोला, जब कोरोना में सब लॉकडाउन हो गया, काम धाम बंद हो गया, मेरे पास एक स्मार्टफोन था 3-4 हजार रुपया का, उसमें मैंने एक दिन देखते देखते एक दिन मेरे को मिला कि इसमें से कैसे यूट्यूबर बन सकते हो, उसमें कैसे अर्निंग कर सकते हो। वो आज 1 लाख रुपया महीना अर्निंग करता है। वो क्या करता है? जंगल में रहता है। एक दिन वो कहता है कि देखो, मैं इसाक मुंडा आज जा रहा हूं जंगल में कटहल खाने के लिए, कटहल लाने के लिए। वो जाता है जंगल से कटहल लाता है। कटहल, ये देखो मैं गया, मेरे साथ मेरे बेटा है, मेरे पत्नी है, हम गए, कटहल को तोड़े, कटहल ऐसा होता है, कटहल इतना मीठा होता है, कटहल को लेके आया, कटहल को पत्तल में खाया, कटहल बड़ा थोड़ा उसको साफ किया। इसकी दिखते दिखते उसके 7-8 लाख फॉलोअर हो चुके हैं। ईशाक मुंडा को मैं एक दिन स्थिर मस्तिष्क में बैठ कर सोचा, ये टेक्नोक्राट है, कम्युनिकेटर है, आर्ट डायरेक्टर है, हीरो है, एंटरप्रेन्योर है। अब कभी इंडियन एक्सप्रेस में प्लेटफॉर्म पे आया नहीं, ना कोई आईआईएम में पढ़ा नहीं, ना कोई फॉर्मल स्कूल में पढ़ा नहीं है। मैं इसीलिए विनम्रता के साथ कहता हूं, इस देश की युवा पीढ़ी पे भरोसा करिए। जो बंडल से, जो हर्डल से, उसको मेरे को चैलेंज लगता है। हम चीजों को एक प्रिज्म में, एक चश्मा में, एक आईना में देखना चाहते हैं, एक आनक में दिखना चाहते हैं। यही मेरे को सबसे चैलेंज लगता है। उसको कैसे हम खोले, उसको कैसे अनबंडल करें, देश की अमाप पोटेंशियल को कैसे हम मैपिंग करें, मोनेटाइज करें, एंटरप्रेन्योरिटी में कन्वर्ट करें, एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप में कैसे कन्वर्ट करें, यही चैलेंज है। चलिए, आप 2 दिन में इसकी डिलीवरेशन करोगे, फिर मैं अनंत जी आपको कॉफी पे बुलाऊंगा, आप आपकी टीम लेके आओगे, मेरे को थोड़ा मेरे एम्पावर करोगे थोड़ा। बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for an insightful session. All right, so we'll move on to our next session of the day. All right, thank you. Thank you so much, everyone. We'll move on to our next session of the day titled Redefining Education for All. For this session, we would like to welcome Shantanu Sinha, Director, Product Management, Google, and Anushri Bhattacharya, Editor, Education Brand and Marketing, Financial Express Digital. Thank you.
Hello and welcome to the second edition of India Education Summit, Shantanu. It's nice to have you. Far off you are, and I hope at one point you can come and attend this event in India as well. But before that happens, let's start from your early days. Okay, from MIT, you went to work for a few startups, then spent many years at McKinsey as you advise senior management of Fortune 500 companies on strategic and operational issues. And at the same time, you also tutored fourth grade students, right? So it's interesting, and this is where I want to ask you: were you always interested in education and teaching people? And when did you actually think of moving into the space of education formally?
Yeah, so thanks for having me. I'm really excited to be here, Anushri. So, I think when I think back on my career, early on, I was always interested in education. As you mentioned, when I was in school, me and Sal Khan from Khan Academy, we actually used to tutor fourth graders. We both really love learning. We love sharing knowledge with others. But early in my career, uh, I, I think education always seemed like a really difficult industry to get into. So I kind of took a very different path, worked at McKinsey, worked at startups, worked at McKinsey and Company. And then, what brought me back was when Khan Academy was getting started back in 2010. So the background there is Sal was at a hedge fund at the time. I was at McKinsey and Company, and he had this side YouTube channel that he was just doing on the side for his cousins, just to share some knowledge and help tutor them. That started getting really popular. And when he shared with me what he was doing, but most importantly, the impact that it was having for people, it just completely sold me. I knew it was an important, like I had to get into education. The time was right, and it came from the fact that I saw that the role technology could play and how it could better people's lives in making content accessible to people all around the world. We would get letters from orphans in Mongolia, people in Africa, many parts of India, Afghanistan, just all around the world about how people found these videos, how it was so helpful to them, and how it made a huge difference in their lives. And when I saw that impact, it really just kind of pulled me into the space of education.
Interesting. So, when I was reading about you, I saw that how your career has spanned across various and has touched upon various formats of education or tech industry, whether it's being an advisor or being the foundation for Khan Academy. But education, if you see now, is in a juncture which is called a pre-COVID era and a post-COVID era, right? And between we saw it being accelerated through digital and because of what the pandemic did to us. So could you give us a sense of the scale of transformation that has occurred and the role Google has played in it and the challenges that you have come across that?
Yeah, I'd say, even more than a pre-COVID and a post-COVID era. I think I've actually seen three different eras. When I was first starting with Khan Academy 10 years ago, I'd say technology was very new to schools. Very few schools, even in places like the United States, had devices. Very few schools were using technology in significant ways. And we really started seeing a shift starting in 2010, where people started using and integrating technology into classroom in some shape or form. So whether it's Gmail or Docs or Chromebooks or YouTube, over the last decade, you started to see more and more of that. And then I think over the last 2 years during COVID, it was just a dramatic kind of black swan moment and change how people even thought about the role of technology. And I'd say it's pretty remarkable on how during that time, something like 1.5 billion students around the world were impacted by school closures. If COVID had happened just 10 or 15 years ago, it would have been a very different world. We wouldn't have had products like Meet or Zoom. We wouldn't have had products like Classroom to manage it. It would have been very difficult to even keep schools running at all. So I think over the last few years, we've seen technology advance, and during the last 2 years, the adoption has just been tremendous. And I think most importantly, it's been global. It's been in markets like we see in India, where we're just seeing a rapid rise on how people are approaching technology. So that I think as we move forward, I think the world will never be the same. I think education systems will never be the same. So many people saw how technology could help them during the last couple of years, but they also saw the challenges and where technology needs to get better. And I think as we look at the next decade, I really do think it'll be even more exciting than the last decade I spent in EDU, just because there's so much potential of how technology can play a role in really just helping schools, helping teachers, helping students, educators all around the world.
So as you mentioned, there's one aspect of technology which has evolved, and of course, it has played a good role or a very important role in developing the industry. I wanted to understand, if I keep technology aside, what are the challenges you would think you faced while you were setting up the Khan Academy versus now when when you're building the Google for Education story across the world. If I keep the technology piece aside.
And you mean how has education changed during
Yeah,
that time?
I mean, what are the challenges? I mean, if you set up a startup, say about 10 years back, compared to now when you build a particular division, besides the fact that technology has evolved and now you can use it as a much better scale compared to what are the other challenges one would face?
Yeah, I think I think some of the big differences I see now from before is really just the receptiveness of how education institutions, teachers, and everyone looks at using tools and other products. I think for a long time, technology is kind of embedded in different parts of our lives. We get used to the phones. We get used to how we access information on the internet, how we find information through sources like YouTube or through other places. And I think that shift over the last 10 years really just changed people's mindsets towards how they can use these products. So I do think there's much more receptiveness now than ever before on how you can really improve the system, improve the core workflows that teachers have, the way students are accessing information. It's a different way that you think about the problem than we saw in the early days when we were starting Khan Academy 10 years ago.
I was reading one of your interviews and I realized that you said that one of the reasons you started your own or you built Khan Academy, besides your passion for education, was to not follow a typical corporate line of work, right? And then you came back to Google. So, what made you take that transition?
Yeah, so I think part of me definitely loves the entrepreneurial um, uh, you know entrepreneurial startup environment. Early on in my career, I was in startups, and then a part of the value or part of the excitement of Khan Academy was starting with a good friend of mine, Sal Khan, having a small team, thinking about ways that we can really small team with a grand vision and ways that we can really have a positive impact in the world. Uh, but I think I've also spent enough time in many different places and kind of looked at what are the strengths and what are the challenges in different environments. And I think one of the things that I always found with Google is that there is so much that Google has that could really build off of, right? In many cases, Khan Academy was built off of YouTube, and a lot of discoverability was through search, and we were built on Google on GCP as a hosting platform, and much of the funding and support we got early on at Khan Academy was actually from Google. Our first check came from Google.org when we were getting started. So I always had a lot of ties to Google as an organization. But really, what drove me is seeing the impact that we can take when we take the products that Google has that are embedded in so much of what we do. On anytime you have a question, you're trying to learn something, first thing you do is you search for it and go to Google. If you're looking at trying to find content, look at YouTube. The technology platform, the products we have in schools, Chromebooks, Google Classroom, really play such an integral role to how schools operate. And I think one of the things that I find super exciting about trying to drive positive impact through all the resources that Google has, you get to stand on the shoulders of giants. We don't have to reinvent things. We can really build off of these strong capabilities and really expedite the level of impact and the scale that we can drive change. So why I love the startup part, and I enjoy that. What I don't miss is trying to reinvent everything from the beginning. There's a lot of things that are challenging about that. I really love the ability to leverage all the products and the scale and the technology that we have and to really have a huge impact for people's lives.
Yeah, understood. So you also spoke about the role YouTube played, in when it came to discovering content on YouTube for Khan Academy, right? This is something that I wanted to ask you was basically what is the role do you think YouTube is going to play in the education space? Um, Especially when you also have a lot of edtech companies churning out content. How would you ensure that? And I'm not only talking about just from India perspective. How do you ensure that the quality is maintained, that people come and watch that content, and so on and so forth? It's a competitive space at the end of the day that YouTube is operating in.
Yeah, so and I'm obviously biased because I spent a lot of time both in Khan Academy and Google thinking about how to build off of YouTube or how to make it better. And I do think it is one of the reasons when I got into education, I saw the impact that video and content and accessible content that can reach all the corners of the earth that's really easily approachable and the impact that can have. I do think I used to say this early on that YouTube is a bigger impact to education than almost anything that we've seen in our lifetimes, even greater than things we've seen in history, human history. If you think about the size of the library and how accessible it is, it's more important than the Library of Alexandria. It's more important than many historical things because it's really made it so that anybody can create content, anybody can teach anybody anything, and anybody in the world can access it in many different languages, in many different ways. And you see the impact. We see, you know, um, such a tremendous amount of usage of educational content on YouTube that's making a really big difference in people's lives. So I think YouTube can play a very large role in the space. I think fundamentally one of the things that we really try to do is ensure that the content can reach people where they need it and meet them where they are in their local language, accessible as much as possible, available wherever it can. I think that has a huge impact in education because that's a critical part of it. I think video content and is only one part of educational material, and even obviously there's assessment questions, articles, a lot more that needs to be created to support education. So I do think it's really important that an edtech ecosystem is building off of that and really trying to expand the type of resources that are available to users. And I think it is a synergistic world where we can expand access to as many people as possible, but at the same token, ensuring that many people can play and many people can support that ecosystem.
So, two questions from here. The first one is then in that case, what is the role of Google for Education that you see going forward? How do you see that product evolving, making a real impact in the lives of not only people who have access to it, but people who do not or have limited access to it? And then I'll ask the second question post this.
Yeah, so I think as I think about Google for Education going forward, one of the big things is, as we were seeing earlier, the level of adoption of technology is just so significant in education. So people are now, it moved from being a stopgap over the last couple of years as the way to keep operating and being forced to use technology to something that's a core part of schools and educators and ministers of education strategy for how to think about really supporting teachers and students as much as possible. So as I think about the role that Google for Education could play going forward, it really is around bringing the best of our technology, the best of our AI, the best of our understanding on how we can help people and support them for this new world, this new reality. I think we've only just hit the surface of how technology can help people. We moved from it being something that wasn't a part of it, something that's now a core part of so many journeys, but we're still in the very, very early stages of that. And I do think there's a lot of innovation that needs to happen. There's a lot of improvements that we can make. And I think if we look at how technology will be used in the school 10 years from now, we'll imagine a very, very different world from what we're seeing today.
Understood. So the next question is, now that everybody is invested in technology, do you think now that we are going back to a post-pandemic world, or we are trying to go back to one, that use of technology will pause for a little while, or will we see the growth trajectory in the same pace? Because the question is, will institute continue to invest in digital and technology from here onwards?
Yeah, I think the world has been forever changed on how we use technology. It's one of those things where people started to rely on it in new ways, got used to using it in certain ways, and saw the value of it, frankly, and how important it can be to support so much of what they're trying to do, particularly for teachers when they're giving an assignment, when they're giving a quiz, when they're looking to grade coursework. So much of it, there's a role technology can play that really can support users. So I do think I think it's very likely that we will see a continued increase in the adoption of these tools over the next few years, and I think it's one where it has just particularly been accelerated in places like India. I think it's an area where what I see kind of globally and what the adoption curves look like, things that took many years for other markets, because of the last couple of years, just the whole world immediately jumped up that adoption curve, like dramatically. It didn't go from early adoption, just went straight up to like a different level of adoption. So I do think that is just going to have a huge impact going forward on how schools use these tools and the role that Google for Education can play in supporting teachers, students, and educators going forward.
How do you see AI and ML playing a big role in future of learning? That is an aspect that we have not touched upon. And that's the last question for you.
Yeah, and I think AI can play a huge role, and actually part of the reason that I was always very excited to work on these products in a place like Google is really to think about how we can leverage that innovation of technology and AI. I think there's many different ways that it can support. One of our products that we launched a couple of years ago is called Read Along, which is a speech-based reading tutor, which helps people in the early phases learn how to read words by providing kind of a reading coach that's with you as you're practicing reading. And one of the things that we found is this is only possible now with the latest advances in AI. We finally have gotten to ability where our speech recognition technology across many languages, many of the Indic languages, can be done offline on a phone in a very quick and rapid way. And we found that when we've given people this kind of built-in reading tutor, we see tremendous gains on literacy outcomes by having this phone. It can really make in access to many individuals who may not have access to books or may not have access to a tutor who can help them all the time. And I think just an example of how AI can make a huge role and just open up possibilities that weren't there a few years ago. We have a number of other things that I'm really excited that we're working on. Another project that we recently announced was called Practice Sets, which is the ability for us to create worksheets that kind of have an assistant or a tutor built into them. So when a student's doing homework, we'll automatically recommend, here's a really helpful YouTube video or a short or something that's available that can help you with your homework as you're going through it. So we can make homework this interactive experience that's better for students because they get feedback and they can learn while they're doing it. And it's better for teachers because they don't have to spend as much time grading going forward, and they can get insights about how students are doing much faster. So I think those are ways that you can bring AI to really support what teachers and students are already trying to do, but make that experience so much better and so much easier. And I think this is going to be we're still early on the advances that you see in AI, and I do think that's going to continue to be a world, continue to see a lot of advances on that going forward that are going to make a huge difference to people, to students and teachers alike.
Thank you so much, Shantanu, and it's been a pleasure to talk to you.
All right, thank you. We will now move on to our first panel discussion of the day, which is titled The School Story During COVID-19. In this session, panelists will share their views on how digital has been an important vehicle during COVID times. For this session, we would like to invite Kanika Sinha, convener, Community, the Youth Collective; Raghav Podar, Chairman, Podar Education; Gururaj Kidiyur, Professor, Dean, Academics, TA Pi Management Institute; Trishta Ramamurthy, Founder
very challenging, very exciting, and it has been a great opportunity to sort of the inflection point of where technology is going to be used in the classroom. adoption of technology, pushing schools and universities to experiment, to fail, to try, to just be out of our comfort zone. So I think to summarize, the last 2 years has changed the education system and how we look at it forever. And I think it's been a great learning journey for everyone.
Right, thanks. Now, a quick word from you on how the last 2 years were.
Sure, it's been quite a whirlwind of a journey the last 2 years for all of us. But I think it's also been a time of realization that we're capable of so much more than we previously gave ourselves credit for. And here I speak about the teaching community especially. I remember about March 2020, my 23rd was when the lockdown was announced. And all schools had about a week before we had to restart our academic year. The teachers were most of the schools. Of course, there were some schools that were having hybrid and online and virtual even before the pandemic. But that was a much smaller niche number of schools. So when the teachers were put this question that, you're going to have to teach online and virtually, teachers said, are you mad? Like, there's no way that can happen. I need to see my students. I need to have the socio-emotional learning, all of those kinds of things. And they just said that, no, you don't know. This pandemic might last a few months and it'll be okay after the summer break. Of course, the way the pandemic went on 2 years. So it was a journey where the teachers were thrown into the deep end of the ocean and then told, now you have to learn to swim. And I must say that they rose up to the occasion and really performed very well, because it's the teachers who had to face not only the difficulty of teaching students online, but had to face a lot of parental involvement while they were teaching online. So you had a lot of parents who were there in the background giving them their inputs of how they should be teaching their lesson and all of that. So a time of introspection, a time of breaking that glass ceiling and realizing that we are capable then so much more than we give ourselves credit for.
Right. Before I come to you, Kanika, I would just like to get Mr. Gururaj's input as well. In the higher education space, in the last 2 years, how did you all cope with the sudden shift in with the pandemic coming in? We can't hear you. Can
Yeah.
Yes.
Especially in the management education space. So I agree with the other panelists. But for us, the major challenge was to achieve our learning objectives. So when we look at education, we talk about bringing about change in cognition, affection, and behavioral part. To put it simply, it's a knowledge, skill, and attitude part. And we always believe that management education is more about change in attitude. And that most of the times happens in the campus through peer learning, through group work, through one-to-one interaction. Now, this is where we faced a major challenge. And especially an institution such as ours, which depended a lot on experiential learning issues, like experiential learning methods, we had difficulty in adopting to that. Of course, we were able to rise up to the occasion, but there were issues with infrastructure. So students were all spread out in different locations. So we had a major problem there. And we really did not know. It took us time, at least for about 1 month, to understand what is right for us, which platform is right, what bandwidth is right, which technology should we go in for. So these were the challenges that we faced. Another challenge we had was getting faculty to adopt this new technology. So most of us are used to classroom teaching, which tends to be, very interactive with everyone. Learning happens concurrently. Now it has to happen sequentially from one student to another student. So, but, we did take some initiatives by way of which we could adopt technology much faster. We invested a lot in it in terms of resources and time. And then we also saw this as an opportunity. Once we had the technology in place, we could connect with the industry much more than we used to do in the physical space. See, we are located in a place called Manipal, which is a very small place. We are not in the metro. So the interaction with the industry, conducting live projects, all this increased because we had this technology on our hand. So it has been actually a challenge, but we also saw it as an opportunity and we have leveraged upon it.
Right. Yeah, thank you so much. Kanika, yours is a slightly different vocation, not directly in schools, but you're a training students. So if you could tell me how your experience has been in the last couple of years with Commutiny.
Thanks so much. Yeah, we do work with young people. We work with adolescents. I represent Commutiny, the Youth Collective, Vartaleep, and Prava. And these are coalitions and organizations that work with young people, work with youth workers, work with educators. And of course, all the work that we do have traditionally done in institutional, academic, as well as community spaces, everything had to be turned on its head, in the last couple of years. Our work is on around essentially unleashing the leadership potential of young people, and that is the purpose of education. I very much believe that schools, academic institutions have that very same purpose. This entire period got us to actually just really innovate. Of course, there was no option. You had to move online. You had to change how you were doing things. But not just, in metros where we are, but what we were able to do is also build capacities of, grassroots workers who work with young people and adolescents to use these technology tools to access young people at a time when everyone was isolated, to get into their homes. So schools had come into everyone's homes. All of the workshops or say the spaces that we used to create were now in people's homes. And doing that and actually being able to, over time, as things open up, also build communities around it. So how your family gets involved, and your elder siblings get involved, and your community gets involved, just as you as a young person get involved there. And so, we can talk some more, but the innovations really were around that, is just continuing those spaces and those experiences for young people.
And I think right now, this is all really normal for us. We've evolved to accept that, we have Mr. Gurraj sitting many hundreds of kilometers away, and we are sitting here. And I think that's what the entire digital innovation has done in the last 2 years, to bring educators and students together from across geographies. So that brings me to my next question. Do you think this kind of a model can kind of continue, where you could probably be looking at getting the best faculty for specialized education from different parts of the country, not necessarily physically present in the school? Trista?
Yeah, absolutely. And I think for students to work across campuses, so a lot of collaboration, a lot of lack of barriers in terms of getting people into the classroom, taking students outside virtually. So definitely, I think one of it is bringing the best minds into the classroom, and applies even to experts, it applies to faculty members, applies to co-curricular activities. Really, the barriers have definitely come down.
Okay. Raghav, if I was to ask you, what's the experience been with your teachers? How did they adapt? We've all seen the students adapt, and parents rushing them to sit in front of a computer and attend class and all that. But how have teachers adapted to this new normal?
Absolutely. So it was a great challenge to start with, especially the teachers who were not necessarily tech savvy. In every school you have a few teachers who are the senior teachers, and they're probably in the 50, 55 age group plus, or may not even be, but they are used to their style of teaching, which is also very good. But now being asked to sit in front of a screen and deliver that same quality lesson is, of course, a big challenge. Now, I can tell you we had one teacher in one of my schools in Baroda. I'll give a small example, an anecdote. And she was one of those senior teachers, very, very good teacher. And initially when it went online, she was kind of still trying to find her feet, and she spoke to the principal and said, Preeta ma'am, I'm not going to be able to do this. How will I manage? And this is not for me. Technology is not my thing. When classes resume, I'll come to school again. So we said, no, you're going to manage. You're going to have to do it. And then it took 15 days, 20 days, and then it took the summer break, and she's practiced, and now she's still one of the best teachers. So eventually, pedagogy or teaching learning or education, the fundamental crux on what good education is based is the human relationship. The relationship a teacher forms with a student. If she can form that relationship, whether it's on a screen or in a physical atmosphere, that is what's going to actually develop the skills and the learning capacities of the child, what is called metacognition, getting children to learn how to learn. So the best teachers can do that. The best teacher is not one who knows when to teach, but who knows when not to teach. So teachers like this that I gave you an example of, they were thrown into the deep end of the pool, but I can say they're swimming against the current in the ocean right now with flying colors.
Right. Mr. Gururaj, if I was to come to you, I mean, in the higher education space, there's a certain way in which, lectures are taken, students are there in a large classroom and there's a professor. How did that really pan out for you?
Actually, we had noticed in the last 5-6 years, the students by and large prefer digital content. So that stopped reading newspapers, they were into this in shorts. It had already started actually, even before COVID, right? And we had increased requests from students, why don't you give us textbooks on Kindle, right? So we had started that journey, but I think COVID only speeded it up. Now, as far as the teachers are concerned in the higher education, especially in the management education, we had a challenge. We had a 3-dimensional space and suddenly we had to move to a 2-dimensional space. Right. So, for us, the pedagogy would be a mix of lectures, in-class exercises, and we had so many things. We had the blackboard, we had the LCD, we had the faculty member, and the students were right ahead of us. So it became a little difficult for us. But let me also tell you, there are some of the initiatives that we have taken as B schools. There is one very well-known B school in Mumbai which invited all its faculty members, including the visiting faculty and guest faculty, and trained them on this online teaching.
Right.
And we also, what we did was, we said to our faculty, you cannot sit in front of your computer, you have to go to the classroom. We made our classrooms ready for online teaching with digital boards installed. Right. But there were issues. We are basically an institute which believes in reflective, participant or student-centered learning. So there is more of student reflection there. They learn from one another, and it happens concurrently. Doing cases was very, very difficult, right? So, and also sitting in front of the computer, it can also result in screen fatigue. And you have students face, he's physically present, he or she, now you have only 1 square inch of the student. So all these issues were there. That is why we moved into the classroom with large digital boards. And we cut down our classroom session from 90 minutes to 1 hour. We also made class size very small so that the faculty member can focus on each student and, sort of personalize the delivery.
Right.
And we also trained our faculty on the use of different formats. We had Zoom, we had WebEx, and we had Teams, right? So these are some of the technology initiatives we did. Even for assessment also, we went through a digital platform for assessment. It was initially very difficult for faculty, but now we are all very, very comfortable.
Right. Kanika, in your work area, did you all have any such issues with technology? I mean,
certainly. I mean, like I said, one is the sort of diversity of youth workers or facilitators that we work with aren't necessarily adept at using technology, and so even that initial hesitation or capacity building that we needed to do was very critical. I think just that fear of technology. The other thing I wanted to add, just to even what Raghav was saying, is one is these technology tools are constantly evolving and becoming more and more sort of adaptive to how life was before. You're able to do so much more interactively, but pedagogically, that human touch. And what does a teacher do or a facilitator when everyone's screen is, video is off and everyone's on mute, and you don't know whether the child is listening or not, and you don't know what's happening. And so there is some reorganizing, reframing we need to do in how we're delivering what we are as well. And using certain, so I mean, we have principles we refer to even in our offline work, but we needed to apply that in our online as well, because that while you could perhaps retain the interest of a child just through an engaging one-on-one, with the teacher delivering and 20 children, 30 children listening, that doesn't work in online. And that's true for any kind of facilitative experience also. And so that retraining or, training sort of new people to do that was something that we have to, I feel we need to continue, because as Trista was saying, it is the future. We will continue like this. I don't think, I mean, it has nothing to do with COVID anymore. But it's also opened up so many dimensions for us to be able to use technology.
I think it's also a coincidence that the NEP 2020 came in at exactly at that point when the pandemic also hit. So for students to adapt, it was, I think, an appropriate time, and everyone just had to dive into the deep end of the pool. But now that digital education is here to stay, how do you see yourselves taking this forward? If I have to start with the EKIA group of schools, do you have like a plan now to keep it blended going forward? Because there are a lot of opportunities also here, and if you could just walk me through that.
Yeah, I think how we are looking at it as we are planning the new academic year to be launched in June, we are expecting our middle and senior school children to bring their devices. And, when the pandemic hit for the past 2 years, obviously, as all schools have done, you have an LMS, and assessments have changed, become more dynamic, a lot of data-driven decisions are being made. So we will continue using our LMS. We don't want to sort of pull back on that, so that push will continue, so work will be sent home, sort of flipping the classroom a bit more. We're seeing school, and we want to use school as a co-learning space. So can we do more of the fun stuff in school and, watch the video at home, do some of the assessments at home. And so school is a place for connection and community. That's how we're imagining and utilizing the tools that we learned through the pandemic for the new version of school. And also, like we talked about, bringing people from the outside in and allowing students to experience more of the world while being in school. So can we have virtual tours of museums from around the world, have those conversations? And so I think we are really pushing for community and connection.
Right. Raghav, you see a good opportunity now that people are comfortable with digital education in your group of schools?
Absolutely, there's a lot of opportunity, but Roshan, I want to actually qualify that a little bit. The education system of the entire world, the way curriculum is transacted, has been totally transformed by the way the pandemic has hit us. There's no doubt in anyone's mind that the digital transformation has changed the way that pedagogy happens in classrooms across the world. More importantly, though, is the purpose aligned with the way these trends are emerging, the way the trends are evolving? In the hot pursuit of AR, AI, VR, virtual learning environments and all, have we missed the woods for the trees? Now, it's not a question of if, but when. At least some of these technologies will become mainstream in classrooms across the world. But the fundamental question still lies, is are we serving the purpose? Getting our children ready with those 21st century skills, getting them ready to maximize their inherent talents, excel at what they are best in, or are we just finding fancier ways of lesson delivery through e-pedagogues? Now, there is no better time than a crisis that forces us to grow and wakes us up from the slumber of rudimentary pedagogy. We can ill afford another education system that tests students in and prepares students for skills that they won't even require in their 21st century lifetimes. What are the tests measuring today? For a large part, memorization, regurgitation. So the NEP actually you mentioned is very, very good in that it shifts the focus from inputs to outcomes, from content mastery to competence mastery. So that's very, very good. I think it's incumbent upon us, the education leaders, the thought leaders, the media, to shoulder this responsibility of this evolution of education so that our posterity is going to look back at this time as one of those defining moments that comes once in centuries. And they'll either thank us for taking this evolution in the direction which will truly benefit our 21st century students the most, or they're going to curse us for not rising up to the opportunity when we had the occasion.
Right. Mr. Gururaj, if I was to come to you, in the higher education space, is there any kind of training needed for your professors, because they've been used to a certain way of taking classes?
Yeah.
And now that we have this opportunity, what new areas are you looking at?
See, this digital journey has been a journey of exploration for us. 2 years ago, we had to go whole hog because we had no other alternative. We really did not know whether it is going to enhance learning or is it going to come in the way of learning. But we had to do it. So in these 2 years, we realized that, okay, there are certain things which actually enhance learning, complement learning, but there are certain things which probably cannot be done through digital. So I would like to be a little, skeptical on this. Today morning, I was talking to an ex-colleague of mine who is a professor in IIT and is currently in US. And he has taken his son with him who is doing schooling there. So, and he was saying that in US, they are very, very clear. The government is very clear that sitting at home can do much more damage than going to school. Right. See, I see that today's generation is becoming extremely socially shy.
Yes.
Right. So the kind of interaction they have with the outside world has come down drastically. So I think we should never take that opportunity away from them. Right. So when it comes to higher education, definitely yes, we are now moving more into blended. We are now tying up with other schools. We are getting more and more industry people to talk to our students, talk to our faculty. We are doing programs online. We are offering programs online to those executives who cannot quit their jobs to do their higher education, right? And we are also adopting more and more content, which is, probably, there are a lot of case studies which were in the paper mode. Now they have been transferred into the video mode, right? So we are doing that, but I guess there is a lot of peer learning that happens.
Yes.
A lot of personalization needs to happen in the classroom, right? Whether that can be done or no. See, we're talking about transferring knowledge. Yes, maybe yes, but how do you transfer skills?
Yeah.
How do you change the attitude? Now, these are bigger issues, right? So technology, yes, definitely is a tool as long as it complements and enhances learning. But technology for the sake of technology is something which I'm a little skeptical about, but I'll also make a disclaimer. My PhD is in the area of high technology products. Okay.
Right. No, so I think we all agree that a blended model is needed because that face-to-face interaction is needed. But can technology now be used to actually expand the scope of learning? Maybe getting in completely virtual classrooms, if that is an idea, to people who previously probably didn't have access to this kind of education. Can you expand your classroom capacity? So you have 30 students in a class, but now can you actually reach out to 60, 90, maybe 120 by doing simultaneous virtual sessions? Is that an idea?
It's an idea, but personally, and as from the organization point of view, we are focused on our kids. Just so much has happened, and I'm sure that's many people can consider that, but we have larger problems just with the students that we have. Socio-emotional well-being, childhood obesity, and learning gaps. If we were to focus just on the students that are in our classrooms, we have a lot of work to do there. And so that is again a focus of coming back to school. They haven't even seen each other, they don't know each other, they don't have, the friendships haven't been formed, they've lost a part of their childhood. Can we really fix that first for the students that we have in our classroom? So that's our priority.
Absolutely, and I totally echo what Trisha is saying, because we all know that technology can easily deliver content. There's no problem. With a swipe of a button, with a swipe of a screen, you have access to limitless content. By the time today's kids grow up, they are going to be auto-prompted with AI and other technologies for the next task that they have to complete. So what are we then valuing? What are we measuring? The ability to have knowledge? In the 21st century, the world will not reward you for how much you know, but for what you can do with what you know. Not for the amount of knowledge that you have, but how you apply the knowledge that you have. So we know that technology can easily deliver content, but it's only a human teacher in a human setting that can inspire, encourage, and spark that imagination, inquiry, and curiosity inside a child's brain, which technology cannot do.
Right. Kanika?
wanted to, I mean, so I completely agree, you know, right here. And what I do want to add, though, what technology is doing, which technology previously did not do, or how we can use it to our advantage in that sense is platforms. The algorithms on platforms are typically designed to keep you in your echo chambers. When you have these blended models, as educators, as facilitators, we can create spaces using technology to actually bring diverse people together, which is a huge part of education. I mean, many of our educational spaces also, by virtue of, say, what they cost or where they're located, remain relatively non-diverse. Technology now allows, and that's what we are seeing in the work that we do, is you can bring urban and rural kids together. You can bring people together across castes and classes, but you have to work that out. I don't think you can rely on technology or platforms that are, you know, doing it mechanically somewhere. You need a human being to be able to see what's the diversity in my space, how are they interacting with each other, what is that interaction resulting in, and what are people experiencing, how do we take care of that?
Okay. So I think, we were running a little short on time because the previous session went over. So I just want to take quick closing remarks from you all on how the assessment would probably need to change now that we've got a whiff of digitalization in schools, and can this be actually used to improve the way we measure the skills that our students are learning in school?
I think the foundation for personalization has been laid, which means can we chart individual learning paths for every student, and can we give them the right question at the right time and really make their journey their own. I think the foundation has been laid, but we still have a long way to go.
Okay.
So I think personalizations in assessments is something that can come up.
Okay.
So I think that's the multi-million-dollar question. How do you make assessments more effective, and what is the purpose of assessments? Now, what are tests? Tests are meant to be diagnostic in nature. So they're meant to diagnose the strengths and the weaknesses of the learning journey of the child so the teacher can adjust her lesson delivery accordingly. That's what a test is supposed to be. What is a test in our country and a lot of Asian education systems? A way to put a label on a student's forehead. So you got 98, you get a label on your forehead called genius. If you get 80, you get called, nowadays 80 is called average or just above average. If you get 50 and 60 and 40 or 30, they're terrible, pathetic terms like duffer and all people use. Now, who has given anyone the right to label a child on a forehead on the basis of what marks they got on the exam? What is that marks measuring? Their ability to memorize and regurgitate? In the 21st century, anyways, they don't need that. So the assessment system needs to change to actually measure the skills of students, the leadership, the critical thinking, creativity, collaboration, resilience, ability to cope with limited resources. So all of those are the skills that we need to measure. The NEP talks about that. But the question is how? Our education system, the way it's set up, the purpose of schooling for a very large part is to get into the best college. What do you need to get into the best college? The highest marks. What are the marks measuring? Rote. What are the parents and children and students and education schools and systems going to run behind? The same thing. So that is where it needs to change. Once, if we start valuing the right things, as opposed to the marks on the exams which are measuring rote, we're going to be stuck in a vicious circle which needs to change.
Right. I think this question would be directed to Mr. Gururaj also. I think since you're in the higher education space, you all look at marks for students coming into your colleges. But is that something that you think can change, going by what Raghav just said? I think you're on mute. We can't hear you.
Hello? I'm not on mute. No, I fully with Mr. Pradhan when he said that, school education is all about getting good marks and getting into a good college. But fortunately for us, what we have been doing over the years is that we have done away with that. So we depend more on the application part, and the assessment is also more on the application part, where students are assessed based on, the projects, they do, But see, there is one thing that I would like to highlight. Today, educators have adopted, right? But there is one thing which is lacking is there is not much of the research which is going on in online education and its effectiveness. Now, that is one area which could be of great help to educators. Now, take for example, recently I got this book, right? Now, this talks about case method for digital natives, an excellent book for educators.
Okay.
So what are the rubrics that we should have when we do online teaching? What are the proper assessment techniques? Which techniques are more effective in terms of actual learning and internalization? See, I guess we need a lot of research in this, and that needs to be shared among educators. In the West, yes, that is happening. But I believe that in the Indian context also, we need to do it.
Right.
So that is one area I would suggest which would greatly enhance the adoption of the right techniques of assessment and the right pedagogies also.
Okay. Kanika, a quick last words from you.
I mean, I just wanted to add to that, which is that, you know, this pipeline of assessment and valuing what needs to be assessed, the competencies we're talking about, the capabilities, there is a demand-supply issue as well. And I do think we need, you know, to be able to create metrics that can be valued at the, you know, finally what everyone wants, needs is a job. But how are those metrics? Then right now, the easy metrics is, you know, what marks you've got, therefore what institution you've gone into, and very little to do with really what are the life capacities you have gained. And so I think there is a link there that between education and the job market we need to make in order for these life capacities that we really truly want to deliver through education in schools, they get valued up that chain.
Right. Okay. So I think we are out of time now, and we need to continue with the rest of the summit. Thank you so much for joining us, and it was very interesting to hear, you know, your journeys in the last 2 years, what happened, and ideas of how we're going to take this forward with digitalization coming in. Thank you so much. With it, back to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Roshan. And can we have a huge round of applause for all our panelists? Thank you. We'll be moving on to our next session right now. Can we get some? Okay. We'll be moving on to our next session for the day. It's called Technology Intervention in Government Education. And for that, I would like to call Mr. Joseph Linson, Director, Government and Education Business, Intel. I request Mr. Joseph to please come on stage.
So, let me get my voice on stage. Yeah. So, good morning to everyone. So excited to be here after a long break to have a face-to-face event. I mean, this was one of the first events that we are doing at this point of time. So, I'm going to share a kind of a case study. It's going to be to showcase how well we actually been implemented a solution stack in one of the government education, which is KITE implemented a solution, and we done a case study. And this case study has been completely driven by Ohio University, and they were the people behind it to find what is the finding of a technology implementation, benefit of the technology implementation in teaching and the learning, basically. So before I jump into the study, I want to just talk about what KITE is all about. They were into the industry almost 2 decades, talking about implementation of ICT in education. And in last maybe a couple of years, they have done a wonderful job in completing a complete digitization in the education. So they were been, in terms of executing almost 4,500 schools, smart or high-tech education or high-tech classrooms, as well as they have high-tech lab. At the same time, they also implemented a complete infrastructure to make sure that how they manage the students and the teachers' record. And they have a kind of the largest club of IT club for the students at this point of time. So why they are kind of, we consider them as one of the success here, the reason why they actually look at it a comprehensive way of implementing the solution stack. First and the foremost, we have heard everybody talking about the content. So they have a localization or develop their own content for the education system. Second, they have a scalable capacity building. So they'll make sure that they provide the teachers training, adequate training, which can implement the solution. They have a robust process or a technical process by which they'll identify the right technology. It can be any devices for that matter. And they also have a support infrastructure. So that's the reason why I believe that they have done a wonderful job in terms of implementing a comprehensive solutions across. And we started this study somewhere in beginning of 2020 when the pandemic is before starting the pandemic. But before our study comes out, they proved to be successful by the way they managed the education system or a digital education in Kerala during the pandemic system itself. So we could actually get that kind of real-time outcome for the success of their solution implementation. So today I'm going to talk about the specific study which has been conducted for their high-tech lab or a high-tech school implementation, which has been spread across almost 45,000 classrooms across 4,500 schools, which includes a variety of devices that they have been implemented there. At the same time, as I said earlier, they had a comprehensive solution stack they were implemented. So that's what the Ohio University has taken for the overall study that they conducted in that premises from a KITE standpoint. Now specifically getting into the study, there are specific objectives that will be driven through that Ohio University in this study. A couple of them to understand the utilization of technology in the teaching and the learning. How well the system has been adopted, the technology in the day-to-day activities. We also had kind of identifying what are the key concerns. Whenever there is a technology adoption, there are concerns comes out of the teacher to understand, is there like real concerns in this implementation that we're talking about it. Thirdly, we were also wanting to have a kind of, understanding, can we have this methodology or this success can be shared with other states that they can adopt some of these learnings from the KITE and the Kerala implementation that we're talking about it. Last but not least, we also wanted to have some data to analyze to see how this system is being implemented, how successful this system is all about. Do we have a learning from the data to improvise this basically? So when we go for an upgradation or a newer technology adoption further, can we get some analysis? Can we do some data to help them to get the newer technology adoption in that space? So that's a premises of the entire solution that we were looking for. And we also had a set of professors, Brijesh as well as Matt from Ohio University driven the whole concept. And then we also had Divya from Kerala University being partnered along with them to drive this study to see the success of the overall solution that we're talking about it. And it's kind of been approved methodology by the Ohio University is what they used it to get the real outcome out of this particular study. Now if you look at it, the methodology that Ohio University has been given or implemented over here, it's we call as a CBAC model, wherein wherein there are two elements of research that they were done it. One, identifying the key concerns that they have and the technology concerns, anything that we can come out of this study or we can just find out what are the concerns. Second important part that we wanted to use over here is to understand the utilization of the technology. We know the colleges and the schools are implementing technology, but really we don't know that getting actually implemented in a day-to-day teaching and the learning kind of system. So we wanted to see how well that has been implemented there. There are qualitative and the quantitative methodology they've used. They actually went on the web to have a kind of a survey done from the teachers or 10,000 teachers that were identified. They also had a face-to-face meeting with the teachers or the schools to understand how this implementation has been taken care and what's the kind of a study they can conduct out of that. So it's a methodology by which they collected a variety of data to come out of this particular study and show what's a real kind of an outcome. So first and foremost, before I'm getting into the key call-outs in the particular study that we found, I mean this is an exciting thing for us to share with the larger audience. The reason why, because we see the level of usages because the schools had a variety of access to the technology through the devices. So they were not just one devices per se, they had the back-end connectivity, they had the digital boards at some schools, they had the projector-based implementation, they had the kind of, required content and other infrastructure required in the schools. So the first thing of this success of this solution implementation was the kind of access that the teachers community had to the technology was very, very, very important. It's not strict to one, but variety of devices that they had it, but the kind of an access, and we found the teachers, 99% of the teachers were saying that they have an access to the devices in the schools or in the classrooms that actually help them to get the adoption of the technology in teaching and the learning. That's what the first and the foremost outcome that actually we could see from this study. The second outcome is basically to figure it out what is actually been the factors accelerating this technology usage, right? What are the key factors, right? It's standing out, as I said earlier, one, access to the devices, connectivity to those devices or the backend infrastructure that they provided. Second is that basically the capacity building that the system has been providing to them, the training for the teachers, right? It is not necessary that you have a solution, you have a best in class of technology, but if your teachers are not equipped enough, right, you will not be able to see the kind of a usage in the teaching and the learning. But here, we could see they have a kind of a robust methodology by actually providing to the training or the capacity building for the teachers to use this particular technology or the solution that we're talking about it. We also been come out with some findings where they've been called out saying, even the education department, the KITE said that even if you get a fresh teacher into the system and joins into the education system, and there is a probationary period and then they have to complete that, and they made it mandatory that ICT is part of that education, and that they will get the certificate and they move to the next level only when they completed that ICT education or whatever the curriculum that they will complete it. So that actually pushes the envelope a little bit further so that the teachers are get acquainted with the technology. And some of them have come out and say that, hey, look, the schools have equipped with the devices, so hence we are become techno-savvy. I mean, it's not necessary that if I don't have a devices in my hand, I cannot become a techno-savvy. I can see a device from a distance, it will be difficult. But here, you have a kind of a set of devices and you are becoming technically acquainted to that particular system. Similarly, what we have seen it in over there is basically support and services. They actually make certain students being taken care of IT support wing for them. They get a volunteers in the school, making sure that they are the students probably have a first level of support provided. So that actually gives the schools that openness of accepting those technologies and using those technologies, and the fear of that technology usage or something of that sort will go out of them. And that's the reason why we see the technology usage was very, very high in the implementation that they've done it from that study that we could observe or that we gather. The other part of the story was that what are the benefits that the ICT-enabled technology getting for teaching and the learning. So one of the key parameters that we found out, the interest level in a student is very, very high. They're actually motivating the students to have an interest level, on a higher interest level in their kind of a stuff. The knowledge retention, right? You have using an ICT or a technology to explain the concept in a variety of way to a student, the knowledge retention is becoming much, much higher in the students' community. And that's a kind of, key parameters. And thirdly, the teachers are not bound to only use a blackboard to explain to them the concept, but they are free to go and find variety of mechanism by which they can actually give the concept to the students. And that's another reason or another benefit that actually we could see out of this study, wherein the students community is getting benefited by the teaching methodology, and they're getting benefited by the excitements and the knowledge retention and those kind of stuff by having this technology intervention. So the reason why we're sharing is to make sure that when we say, look, there is no technology or that's been going the slow path, But what we have seen in some of those states is basically, this is one of the examples. We can see a variety of examples in India, and variety of states who has been doing a wonderful job in terms of been accelerating, that the teachers are becoming kind of propagating and using technology to scale their education system at this point of time. So this is one of an example that we would like to share to get you all know that there is progressive stuff happening in education, the state government education, the school education, that the technology is becoming kind of an integral part of the education, and there is a huge acceptance for that in that standpoint. Before I get into the completion of this, I wanted to have at least to run few videos, and one of the videos is basically from the KITE CEO, who actually wanted to talk about this particular implementation that we talked about it. Can we have that video?
Implemented during 2018-19, post to which KITE has also completed high-tech lab project for additional 11,000 plus schools. The holistic integration of digital content, capacity building, infrastructure and e-governance in fact helped Kerala to become the first fully digital state in the country on 12th October 2020. Adherence to free and open source software, FOSS, played a key role behind this success. Also, the digital content so made is fully in tune with the state curriculum. The education gap during the pandemic is also a sort of blessing in disguise to think about blended model hybrid classroom across the world, which we in Kerala have started practicing for years. We could do digital education as a stopgap arrangement through the First Bell program, which is predominantly on broadcast mode through KITE Victor's educational channel, supplemented by social media platform, mainly because of our 2 decades of continuous and sustainable efforts for ICT education. We shall continue this journey with children at front, ensuring access to all and without compromising our curriculum.
The project on Kerala government's high-tech school program implementation is a promising study which was undertaken by Ohio University, USA and University of Kerala. Myself from University of Kerala, Dr. Briju Tangachan and Dr. Matthew Rosen from Ohio University collaborated together to evaluate the high-tech school program using the concern-based adoption model. The study assessed the stages of concern and the level of use of technology by teachers across Kerala. And the study revealed that the high-tech school program implemented by KITE under Government of Kerala ensured and equipped the teachers as well as the students with the use of digital technology in their teaching learning process. And this was quite evident when Government of Kerala came up with the First Bell program, which ensured complete education for all the students across the state amidst the COVID pandemic crisis. And I must say that KITE has deployed the latest and the greatest technology and solutions, majority of which was powered by Intel, ensured the successful implementation of a new culture of learning in our state.
So that's a kind of a story telling from our side in terms of a success story. You've heard from one of the co-author of this study has been talking about the same thing. So in summary, I want to just to share a couple of thoughts over here, saying that, hey, look, a comprehensive IT implementation kind of ensure quality education. That's an example that we've been talked about here. Secondly, the concerns are there, very minimal concerns from the teachers, but kind of access to the devices will accelerate the technology adoption is what we have seen the other part of the study. Third, we also been seeing the kind of enthusiasm, the kind of a knowledge retention that the students are carrying when you have the kind of ICT or IT enabled education that we're talking about it. And we haven't, when I say we haven't seen it, we have seen a very minimal kind of a concerns from the teachers when they're adopting a new technology, kind of small connectivity, the power related stuff and those kind of stuff. But beyond that, the implementation was quite successful, right? And we are happy, and we have been seeing a very good progress, and we have been very kind of excited to be part of that journey along with the kite in terms of driving new concept and new innovation into the state as well. And let me thank once again for the Indian Express to giving us a wonderful opportunity to come and share our thought process and share a kind of a good learning that we had it from one of the states with all of you. And wish you all the best, and we can collaborate from Intel on variety of technology implementation. We can talk about it, and we are happy to collaborate with all the education institutions and the states to make sure that we can take our journey to a success. Thank you. Wish you all the best.
Thank you so much, Joseph, for an insightful session. Now we move on to our next panel discussion of the day, titled Taking Education to the Next Billion. In this session, we will explore how to improve quality of education and use digital media to ensure every child in the country has access to it. For this session, we have Raghav Gupta, Managing Director, India and APAC Coursera, Robin Bhaumik, Chief Business Officer, Manipal Global Education Services, Amitabh Shah, Founder, Yuva Unstoppable, Andrew Thangaraj, Professor, IIT Madras. The session will be moderated by Anushri Bhattacharya, Editor, Education Brand and Marketing, FE Digital. Over to you, Anushri.
We'll just wait for the remaining of the speakers to join online while we start. Yeah, they're here. So this topic is called Taking Education to the Next Billion, and I'll pick up the thread from what the minister said in the morning. They're talking about taking education to the next 500 million. We just added 500 million more, thinking we'll grow at an exponential speed. So the first question that I wanted to ask, how do you see the students in India in terms of when you talk about taking education to the next 500 million or billion? There are different categories of student. Not everyone is an A grader like we were discussing. Not everyone is going to go either abroad, but there are students who are in the interiors of in this country, are equally capable or have better skill sets, and they need that push too. So if I start with you, Andrew, and then Raghav, and then we can go to the guests on the screen.
So thank you for inviting me. Thanks to the Indian Express. Thanks for everyone who's assembled here. So I think if you look at the education system today, admission to higher education, since I'm in higher education, let me restrict to that. Admission to higher education is sort of like an accident for most people. They just fall into the slot that they get a seat in, right? It's very unlikely that you find people who are very passionate about it on average. I think some people are like that. So I think that has to really change. I think if that changes, if someone is really interested in what they get admission for in that area, not just fall into a place just because they got it, I think then there is a chance that they can really focus, study hard, etc. But having said that, I think what even the NEP says, for instance, is to have multiple entry points, multiple exit points, have flexibility in the curricula, all of those things together with genuine interest from the student who gets admission to a particular seat, I think will take care of most of these differences between different types of students who want to aspire for. Once again, I'm talking about the students who are currently in college. If you want to bring people who are not in college into college and think about them, in my opinion, it's a harder problem, but something similar should work.
Raghav, you have essentially as an edtech company a lot of data on the interest points of students, right? So how would you like to go about first segregating as per meeting student needs, and then probably creating courseworks in association with institutes like IIT and the government and doing several public policy? So how would you go about creating those courses and ensure that this reaches the students?
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. So to your first question, I just want to add, right? I think we are addressing 2-3 types of stakeholders here. You spoke about 500 million. And I think one constituent that we should be thinking about as well is many of us who are working professionals who are also do need to be thinking about lifelong learning. And there are almost about 200, 250 million working professionals in India. And we've seen through the pandemic that there are lots of changes in skills that have happened in the industry, right? Many people in retail, in hospitality, in travel, in manufacturing, because of automation have lost jobs, and there are more jobs coming up in financial services, in technology, in other sectors. So I think in order to get to this taking education to the next billion, I think along with kids not in school, kids in school, students in college, there's also this whole group of working professionals. What we've been doing at Coursera is we're addressing three constituents, right? We're addressing students who are on campus. There are students who now are willing to come and learn fully online, and it aligns with the NEP's big push on fully online degrees. IIT Madras has a very successful program, and we're all learning from that. And then the third element is working professionals. And what we've seen, and this is something that we believe at Coursera, is that talent is available everywhere. Opportunities are what the challenge is. And we've seen during the pandemic that in March 2020, we'd made our platform available for free to all colleges and universities and all students and all faculty in the country. And when it was available for free and there was no choice because everything was online, 1,100 institutions, 15 lakh students, 1 lakh teachers came and took about 1.5 crore courses on the Coursera platform. And they enjoyed the learning experience because it was coming from high quality institutions, it was good quality content and all of that. So I think it's obviously a very large constituent base that we need to address. But today about 1.5 crore people in India come to the Coursera platform to learn, which is a good start. But obviously in the larger context of the country, there's lots to be done still.
Thank you. In the larger context, I would like to ask Robin, if I have to look at all the courses that are available and the courses you think needs to be made available, essentially what should be there for learners and what's missing?
I'm sorry, was the question for me, Anushri?
Yeah, it was a question for you, Robin.
Okay, you're far more audible now. So, first of all, good afternoon and thank you for having me on this panel. I think before I get to your question, really 5 things that become critical, right? To answer the what's in it for me from a learner perspective. And these 5 things are accessibility, motivation, the whole learning experience, continuity, and how we build ecosystems. I think these 5 things are very essential to making sure that a learner is a learner for life, right? Now, coming to learning outcomes and really what's in it for the learner, once you have passed K-12 and you look at some of the, let's say, the tier 2, tier 3 towns and cities in the country, and as you go deeper, I think the primary outcome is really getting a job, become an earning member of the family. And that is really something which needs to be built upon. So I think one of the primary things that really we focus on within what we do here at Manipal is to try and bridge that gap between what the industry wants and what the learner is able to provide, today. And as we all know that a very large percentage of people who are graduating either engineering or non-engineering streams are not employable on day one. So really what we try and focus on is how do we get deeper into the Indian demography? How do we build on the 5 things that I talked about right at the beginning? And most importantly, the learning outcome, if we just focus on one learning outcome, which is building the future workforce, which clearly will not only come from tier 1 cities. I think most hiring organizations today realize that the top 6 cities in the country are already stretched at the seams, and it's very difficult to find talent in these 6 cities. So I think the learning outcome really needs to be aligned to jobs, to employment, and it does not really need to be a standard or a traditional definition of employment. It can be a gig economy as well, but something along those lines is really where we should be focusing on.
Okay, thank you. Amitabh, the question to you is basically, you help in bringing students from across India, students who may not have access to these things or have limited access. So how do you go about selecting the students? How do you ensure, more importantly, who wants what is met with, and what are the challenges while you do that?
Sure. Thank you, Anushri. Good afternoon to all of you. Lovely being here. I want to start quickly by telling you a story about this girl, Priyanka. Okay, she's a girl in 10th standard, and her father is an auto rickshaw driver. She has an older brother, and she has a younger brother. Now, every morning, especially during COVID times, when they would wake up, and the girl has consistently gotten more than 90% and overcome all the odds and is super resilient. Ghar mein, there was only one smartphone, which usually whenever the father took to work, he took it, all the kids missed it. Whenever the father was in the house, either sometimes the older brother got it or the younger brother got it. And there was a huge divide and there was a huge gap in interruption in education for Priyanka. Now there are millions of Priyanka all over the country. If you talk about higher education, I think after Roti, Kapda and Makan, it's equally important that every child has got access to a gadget. Of course, you can put a management system in place so that they only go to the education sites and they're only able to view certain type of content. So one thing we did was, with support from Lenovo and a lot of these edtech companies like Byju's and Vedantu, and a lot of these other edtech companies are ready to provide, their content pro bono for, bottom of pyramid students basically. And we were able to get thousands of tablets free from Lenovo, and we were also able to kind of get a huge subsidy for all the ones that we procure. So we decided to identify the right Yogya Patras of children who were, studying brilliantly and were performing well. In spite of all the odds, we felt that they should absolutely have, the gift of a gadget. And I think hum sabke ghar mein kahin na kahin ek ya do extra gadget hote hai, which I think all of us can give out to maybe the maid's child or the security guard's child or, the peon who's working in our office, their child. Make sure that this gap is filled. Second most important thing I feel, Anushri, is to start at a slightly younger age. So one thing that we have done in collaboration with Google is we've put in this Google Future Smart Classrooms. Just how we learned about Gandhiji liver, kidney in a textbook, a lot of these schools would just, paint the wall black in rural parts of India and write on it with a chalk, forget a smart board or something. And we took those schools across 18 states, put in this Google Future Smart Classrooms, and the entire curriculum became audio visuals, put in Chromebooks there with various different applications. And we saw that there was a 4 times improvement in maths and science. Rather, London School of Economics did an audit, and this is what they found. And also 15% improvement in attendance. So I think we need to just make sure that there's a deeper penetration at an earlier age, be it in terms of getting the kids personal tablets or ensuring that every single school across the country has smart classroom. That motivates the teachers as well and will help us kind of really, go forward on what Prime Minister Modi's dream of digital India is. Thank you.
I'll come back to about smart classes, but I have a question from gender disparity that Andrew and we also discussed while we were discussing, and you specifically mentioned that for girl child it's more difficult to figure out what she wants to do or whether she wants to continue with her studies. What you also mentioned was how students, if it's a BA graduate, would like to apply for a banking exam now or to try out various job opportunities. So how do you as an institute look at that? I mean, okay, IIT is known for its engineering, but with time you've also had a lot of PhD coursework. But how do you go about ensuring, and then add to that about the K-12 narrative that you said, how do you pick them from the school, which is your fundamental stage that they are in, and foundation stage rather, and then come take them to the colleges?
Okay, thanks. I think first thing that you look at this panel and say taking education to all, what is IIT doing there? You know, I mean, a lot of people may ask that natural question. IIT is considered very elite, very exclusive. We don't really allow too many people coming in, sort of thing. But I want to talk to you about 2 or 3 initiatives that IITs drive today in the country, which is really answering that call of taking education to all. The first one is NPTEL. I think a lot of people might know about this in higher education. It's a 20-year-old project. Lakhs and lakhs of students participate in this. We offer thousands of courses. There are 50 lakh students who enroll in this, which is free. Since we're a public organization, we put up courses on Swayam. It's free. And then, lakhs of students write exams to get certificates from it. And a very healthy percentage of that is girls. About 30+ % is girls, number one. Number two, there are so many colleges for girls across the country in rural areas. And NPTEL partners with all these colleges as local chapters. We have 5,000+ local chapters across the country. And it's amazing to see representatives from the college, organize buses to take these children to the exam center, get them to write exams. And when they finally receive these certificates from IITs, it's a huge confidence booster. And we have stories. I think there was a story about auto rickshaws driver. We have similar uplifting stories from tier 4 towns, rural areas of girls, going ahead in career because of NPTEL. That's one pretty big program that the IITs drive. The second program, it's relatively recent. I think Raghav mentioned that. It's only about a year old today. And this answers an even grander challenge. Okay, so huge challenge is, can you actually do IIT level UG education in large scale? Large scale, good quality. Can you scale up an IIT undergraduate education? It's a huge question of importance. If you can scale up, I think that scaling up of quality permeates everywhere and you get a big improvement. And IIT Madras, just about a year back, has launched this BSc program. It is aimed at a very large scale UG audience out there. We are not taking people from JEE. Okay, you don't need a JEE. There is no age bar. You could register. If you want to learn programming and data science, you can register in this program and become an IITM alum. It's possible today. It's a huge effort from our part, and we're only 1.5 years into it. We are seeing huge positives. There are more than 12,500 students in the program today. Even though the delivery is online, the exams are in person, students have a hugely active cultural life, and we're really amazed at how this program is coming together. And if such programs succeed and other IITs follow suit, other IIMs follow suit, which may happen as we speak, then I think the top institutes are scaling up 10 times, 20 times, 50 times, maybe, who knows, right? And then the whole thing permeates down, and a small kid growing up in a small village can now dream of an IIT degree and better opportunities. So I think if you put all those things in place, the motivation is there for girls to go into a career and not stop with just college education and be at home.
Can I add
Yes, please
to
go
that? And very interesting points. One of the things we've seen in the last 2 years, so like I mentioned, there are about 15 million people learning on Coursera in India. And during the pandemic, working women, we saw a lot of job losses happen because they were home, there was bigger responsibilities, many women left jobs. And one of the things that we were tracking is what was happening in terms of the learning of these women. And what we found was that while many women came out of jobs during the pandemic, the learning actually increased online. So we used to have about, especially in STEM subjects, science, technology, engineering, and maths, we used to find that roughly 30% of the learning that would happen on Coursera in India would be women in STEM. And that went up to about 42%. So we saw that starting to happen. The other thing that we've seen is that globally, and not just in India as well, there is a big desire for students to come and take content from companies, because eventually that helps you get into the kind of jobs that you want to go into. So Google teaches a very basic IT support professional certificate on Coursera, which has been taken globally by about 8 lakh people. And to your question around, BA students, what kind of jobs should they be thinking about? BCom students, what kind of jobs should they be thinking about? What we're actively doing right now is partnering with Indian companies to bring content around insurance sales, to bring content around accounting onto our platform, so that if you're in a basic BCom BA in a regular college in India, you can come and learn from an Indian company who can then set you on a path towards one of these jobs as well. And we are starting to see
Actually, that was going to be my second question to you about employability. I think the eventual goal is everybody to have a job, and hence education is required. So how do you ensure as an edtech platform, it's not only about the coursework or the program, that that person is able to get a job at the end of the day, and that's how you see the goal has been met with?
Yeah, I mean, it's a complex process, but if I were to simplify it, there are 4 parts to it, right? The first part is having very clear data insights of how the working world is changing and what are the skills that higher education should be imparting to students in higher education as well. And very simply, digital skills, data skills, ability to work online are the big themes coming out of the pandemic. Whether you're a BCom student, you should be studying data analytics. If you're an MBA student, you should be studying fintech. If you're a computer science student, of course, you should be studying AI and so on. So the first bit is take the data point of hundreds of millions of people on our platform and just be able to say what are the clear trends that this is showing to us. Second is getting the content right? And I'm sure Andrew will agree, it's very different to teach online versus teaching in a classroom. If any of us were to attend a 1-hour lecture online, you would obviously go to sleep and so on, right? So how do you take a top quality institution and get them to create high quality content online? And what IIT Madras has done has happened with a bunch of top quality universities. So University of Michigan has 50,000 students on campus, but over 2 million students online. And we are starting to now do that with Indian partners as well. So IIT Guwahati, IIT Bombay, IIT Roorkee, IIM Kozhikode, IIM Calcutta are creating content on the Coursera platform, OP Jindal University, Ashoka University, and so on. And the intent is that can we take the top quality institutions in the country and scale them to beyond physical limitations, to beyond just the boundaries of the country as well. The third element is once you've learnt the skill, can you actually build a skill-backed resume which doesn't say I've learned, XYZ subject, but it says I know ABCDE skill. Can we do that? And then fourthly, can we put this skilled student in front of the right job? That is the fourth part of it. So complex process simplified, but largely a 4-step process to be able to do this at scale.
Actually, this brings me to the question, the role technology is going to play. This is a question to both Robin and Amit. Amitabh, you mentioned that about Google Classrooms, but when you interact, when you go at the grassroots level, there is always a fear that there will be a vandalism at school, or whatever, say, technology that you actually install, the hardware piece can go missing, right? That's something that has been a fear across in the interiors of the country. Robin, to you, my question is, how do you ensure, despite all the challenges, technology continues to be leveraged? So, Amitabh, you can go first, and then Robin can go. Yeah, thank you.
Sure, thank you. I think vandalism, maintenance, these are always great questions that come up. What we have done is we have put every day those Chromebooks go in a locker. And the only one who's got key to the locker is the principal. And, even the schools outside are locked quite nicely. Only then we select the schools that will put this in. And so far, we've not had a single case of vandalism, at least for the technology piece. We also build sanitation facilities like dishwashing, drinking, hand washing areas, and bathrooms to improve those in the government schools. Sometimes the taps have been stolen. But one more thing that I would like to add, based on the conversation everyone's having, is I want to go back to the digital infra piece, especially in higher education. I had a discussion recently with Honorable Minister Ashwath Narayanji, who's the Higher Education Minister of Karnataka, and Karnataka leaps and bounds ahead in terms of higher education's infrastructure, digital infrastructure in place, be it their computer labs, be it LMS systems that they've put in, be it the content that they've brought in. I just asked him that how are you bridging this gap, at least the hardware gap? So he said that recently Infosys and Cognizant has given us 27,000 used computers, laptops, desktops, whatever was there, which are all in working conditions. And they all went through a system where they're all kind of revived, rejuvenated, the right content was put in, and then they were placed properly in our computer labs. The teachers' training was done. So I think all the corporates who are listening here, I think we are in 2022. All of you will have thousands of computers which might be spare or which you might be replacing. And these could really play a huge role in a college or a university in your state. So if you can somehow rejuvenate this and give it to the students there, then I think the STEM learning and whatever else that we are trying to impart in them, they will have access, which I think is equally as important. I think hardware and software are both equally important. So it's a great opportunity for corporates to kind of make sure that the shelf life of the computer increases and helps make a future doctor or engineer or lawyer.
Robin?
Yeah, first of all, Anushri, great question. And I'll just pick up from what Amitabh mentioned. Look, getting devices across to these next billion is fundamental, right? I mean, it's hygiene. And I think the other thing we also need to remember is that the form factor of the device becomes quite critical depending on what you really want to do. So it's very hard to become a Java programmer on a smartphone, right? So you would necessarily need to have one of these refurbished laptops that Amitabh was talking about. And absolutely, I mean, corporates should do a lot more in that space. But once you have got the device out to these next billion people, and the next, of course, big thing is the 5G network connectivity that we keep talking about, and hopefully India will be rolling that out soon. Clearly, if you go back and look at all the pictures that used to get posted on Twitter during lockdown of people standing on the top of a tree to get a network signal, right? I mean, that's of course a very dramatic visualization of the actual state of, let's say, a 4G network in India today. So that's where the rubber hits the road. So you might have a great device, but you do need the network connectivity to be able to get onto any form of digital classroom. But something that we often don't consider, too many times is how does a learner consume the information that you put out to them? I mean, the legacy of the British Raj has meant that we still end up writing most of our textbooks in English, right? Now, these billion people are not going to consume that information in English. One of the most powerful tools, and I feel grossly underutilized, is the power of speech. I mean, how do you consume content on audio, for example? So text to speech, in my opinion, is possibly one of the big game changers that we should look at deploying at a very, very large scale, right? And that also means that, to a certain extent, for part of, let's say, that consumption, it becomes a lot easier to consume audio books, for example, right? And that's where a lot of new technologies, including, text to speech, as I said, machine learning, etc., becomes quite critical. But that would be possibly another game changer in terms of making sure we are able to adapt some of the content that I think Raghav also mentioned earlier at a very, very large scale. The next big thing, and that I think Andrew kind of referred to this when he mentioned quality, right? When we talk of IITs and the proliferation of IITs and more IITs and more IIMs, I think what we are kind of inferring is the fact that we are building the next quality institution. I think one of our biggest challenges that we face in the industry academia connect is while we have volumes, often those people are not employable because you put them up in front of an interviewer and ask them to explain a project. They are possibly going to fall short because number one, they would not have done a project, and number two, even if they have done it, it would be very hard for them to communicate it out openly to a potential employer. So the kind of opportunities that exist, I think, in each one of these areas is immense, right? And clearly, for us to get these billion people employable. First of all, not all of them are going to be in machine learning and data science and artificial intelligence, right? I mean, these are, of course, very aspirational career options, and everyone talks about it. But outside of that, there are lots of jobs in traditional areas, right? I mean, each industry, if you look at it post-pandemic, they're growing. They're hiring, people by the tens of thousands. I mean, we work with the IT industry, we work with banking, we work with insurance, we work with retail, and every hiring partner, every talent acquisition leader in each one of these companies is struggling with hiring at scale. And one of the reasons they're not able to hire at scale is because they're simply not able to get access to that quality. So I think it's a bit of a complex problem, but having said that, these 4 or 5 things, Anushri, are all equal players in solving for it.
No, but what I also wanted, what you said, there are jobs, but you're also moving to a time where technology is going to play a very crucial role. Some of the old jobs may just go redundant going forward or may cease to exist anymore. So that's the last question, and to all the panelists, how will you prep up students, not only students who have access to everything, but more importantly, students who have limited access to things, for the jobs of the future? And I think if we start now, it will take us some time to catch up with that.
So I just wanted to mention one point that sort of came through a little bit. So if you're really talking about taking education to all the next million, along with quality and rigor and large scale operation, I think cost is a vital point. I think we never spoke about it that much. The cost of a government arts and science college today is like of the order of 6,000 rupees a semester, and people get a degree for 30,000, right? Total. And most offerings, if you start at a few lakhs, you're just cutting everybody out.
IITs are also not any
That's the end of the story, right? So when large public institutions like IITs get into online delivery and large-scale operations, we are able to really offer it at lower cost because there is a public investment here. We're able to do it at lower cost. NPTEL exams are like 1,000 rupees. Even that with CSR support, we offer it for 500 for everybody. And this IITM BSc, I'm proud to say that everyone who has a family income of less than 5 lakh, every girl with a family income of less than 5 lakh is studying for free. We've got CSR support of that extent. Family income less than 1 lakh, everyone is studying for free. And there is tremendous CSR interest, and public institutions are able to use that in some way. So I think cost is a very, very vital thing. If you have any hope of taking education to all, it should be at that level of cost. Now, coming back to technology and future ready, I think the online digital sort of medium where we offer these programs can easily pivot. Today it's data science and application development and all of this. Tomorrow, if something else is the big job creator, we can pivot to that, and that's easy to do. In IITs, we do that quite routinely within the curriculum. All of that is possible. I don't think that's a challenge, but I'll go back to cost. If we are really serious about the next billion, cost has to be low. Public institutions, large public institutions have to offer UG education at low cost. I don't think there's any other way out.
Raghav, your take on it.
Yeah, I would add to that. I think cost has a big role to play here, and I think eventually from the objective of taking education to many, many more people, online degrees eventually will have a big role to play as well. I don't think we've got anywhere close to getting it right in terms of what a good quality online degree needs to be in general at a countrywide level, but there's lots of work to be done there. And clearly an online medium will always be more cost effective than an on-campus program because you can scale. The NEP talks about taking the GER from 27% to 50% and so on. And there isn't enough money and land available to open so many universities in the country. So I think getting top institutions to author high quality online degrees in those topics which are job relevant, and like Andrew said, offer them at a reasonable price is definitely an area that we are focused on as well.
Amitabh, would you like to go first and then Robin, so we can have a closing note?
Sure. I would kind of like to go back a little bit to the very basics, which I think are most important. Of course, cost is extremely important. As Andrew said, that today it's data science, tomorrow artificial intelligence. There might be 5 other things that come in. I think along with all these hardcore tech skills which we are teaching to these students at low cost, we also need to bring in order to get them not just job ready, but life ready. Bring in like lots of different soft skills, like, teaching them about gratitude, teaching them about compassion, teaching them about time management, teaching them about business etiquette. I think all those soft skills, if they're taught maybe in the first year, and they can be taught digitally as well. I think, having the right attitude, ability to learn, I think all these different qualities will really help them pick up different skill set which might be required for the corporates that they get jobs into, interview skills, multiple things. And I think a lot of these skills, a program that we have started is we've got about 80 large corporates, from Goldman Sachs to HDFC, and we have connected them to different school students and college students where we are imparting this different soft skills training online in a program called Janta Mentoring. So I think attention needs to be paid to soft skills as well, so that a lot of other things can be bridged and these students can be life ready.
Robin?
Yeah, so I think clearly technology will play a very key role in this entire infrastructure. And I think the digital infrastructure that we are trying to create at a national level is supremely important and a step in the right direction. Also, the new education policy did bring back online education in a very big way, right? India is still a very certificate hungry country, right? We all want our kids to go through a minimum of undergrad, get a degree, right? And once you've got a degree, then you get a job, right? It's never the other way around for most households. But the interesting change that is also happening post the pandemic, I would say, is I think given the scale and given the damage that the last 2 years has done to the economy and a lot of earning members, especially at let's say the lesser privileged parts of the society, I think the need to get into the job ecosystem has become very high, and it's urgent, expedient. I think everybody is really thinking along those lines. Now, for a digital infrastructure to solve that at scale, definitely it needs a lot more people to get involved. I think the content, fortunately, a lot of the content is already available. We have to see how we can digitize a lot of the content, how we can convert that into easily consumable bytes, modules. And of course, local language, regional dialects, etc., will play a very critical role because it has to reach the masses. Finally, I think we should also build from the grounds up. I'm a firm believer that if you have to adapt a model at scale, you cannot engineer a model in a lab sitting in Bangalore or Mumbai and then take it to the hinterlands, right? It has to be the other way around. India is a very good example of innovation. We have a term for it which we call jugaad, but I have highest respect for the jugaad that we can do. And I'm sure if we apply our minds, in a combined manner, we can solve this problem. But yes, a lot of people, women need to come back to work. All those, especially who have taken a break in the last couple of years for a variety of reasons. COVID has also proved the fact that we can continue to work from home. That's been a big learning in my mind. I think 2-3 years back, working from home was akin to taking a vacation. Today, that's no longer the case, which also means that it has opened up a very large segment of population to employable opportunities.
Thank you so much. On that note, I hope we are indeed able to cross the milestone, and thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you. Thanks for the invitation.
Thank you, Anushree.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you so much to all our panelists. We now move on to the last session before lunch, titled 1 Year into NEP. The fireside chat will take a deep dive into the impact of NEP from the time of its launch. For this, we have Mr. Anil Sahasrabuddhe, Chairman, All India Council for Technical Education, Indrajit Bhattacharya, Director, National Accreditation Board for Education and Training, Quality Council of India. Mamidala Jagdish Kumar, Chairman, University Grants Commission. The session will be moderated by Mr. Ashok Verma, Partner and Leader, Social Sector, PwC. Please, Ashok.
Good afternoon. I would like to thank Indian Express for giving me and also this panel an opportunity to speak to you in this audience. Just straight away going into the topic, which is looking at NEP implementation over, I would say, last 1.5 years. So I would like to get an initial thoughts in terms of how it has been in terms of the journey in last 1 year for NEP implementation from all three of you. So starting with Mr. Kumar.
Can you hear me? Right. Good afternoon. During last 2 years, there have been so many webinars, seminars on national education policy across the country that lot of expectations are there in the minds of the stakeholders, be it the students, faculty members, and the educational administrators. However, during last 1 year, we have been looking at breaking down the national education policy into actionable points and then see how each of these actionable points can be implemented on the ground. And that is possible only when we understand the concerns and the challenges that the stakeholders may face while implementing these actionable points of the national education policy. So in UGC and also in AICTE, what we have been doing is to hold regular meetings with the stakeholders and try to explain to them how each of these actionable points can be implemented in their respective educational institutes. And to tell you that there is overwhelming response across the country to implement many of these actionable points. And one example is all of you have read in the media the implementation of the common university test. And the other very important aspect that all of us are discussing across the country is the 4-year undergraduate program. So several such things are going to come as the time passes. Our deadline is by next 1 year or so. Majority of these actionable points we should implement, and we should see the change on the ground. So that is our goal.
Thank you. Mr. Bhattacharya.
Yeah, thank you for inviting me to this panel. So first of all, I'd like to introduce what Quality Council of India is. So it is an organization which has been established by the Ministry of Commerce as well as the industries. So there is a 50-50 partnership which happened while it formed 25 years ago. In fact, we are celebrating the Silver Jubilee this year. And the main emphasis is to enhance the ecosystem of quality across all sectors. And our leadership is driven by Chairman Mr. Adil Zainul Bhai, who is ex-McKinsey, and our Secretary General, who is Dr. R.P. Singh, who was formerly the Vice Chancellor at Sharda University. Now, having said this, what we have done in our board at NABED is we are in the space of school accreditation as well as assessments. We have covered over 30,000 schools in the past, and in the higher education sector, in the ITIs, we have accredited over 6,000 ITIs, over total of 18,000, which was there till 2018. And going forward, we did accreditations for NSDC skill centers, about 5,000 of them. And currently, we are doing the accreditation of polytechnics in the state of Odisha, as well as we have been assigned the accreditation for CBCs, which is Capacity Building Commission, which train the IAS, Indian Administrative Service Officers. this exercise is being done to cover 775 such training institutions, wherein very strong rubrics are being developed to get this done. And this is going to percolate down to all the training institutions going forward. Okay? And during this past pandemic that Ashok spoke about, we developed accreditation system for hybrid learning, which is called as learning service providers. We amalgamated two ISOs, which is 21001 for education organization management systems, and LSP ISO 29993, which is LSP for learning service provider ISO 29993. This we amalgamated, and this is happening very quickly. It is picking up till the National Accreditation Council is established by the NEP guidelines. As you all know, that there are over 800 universities and over 50,000 standalone affiliated institutions in the country, and according to NEP, all of them needs to be accredited. So the word accredited has emphasis on assessments as well as witness assessments as well as surveillance. So this is very, very important, which will enhance the quality of education across all sectors.
Good afternoon, namaskar. Both my panelists have already talked about several things which happened, but I would like to reflect upon policy was announced on 29th July 2020. It's more than 1.5 years. And as rightly pointed out, first 5-6 months went in a lot of webinars, seminars in understanding the nuances, what needs to be done, how it has to be done, challenges, opportunities that are being given to all the institutions. That went on. But meanwhile, we all started off with a lot of implementation things which are in line with the new national education policy. In the beginning, I will tell only a few of them, and subsequently, as you ask questions, we can go to more of those details. The number one is education has to be imparted in mother tongue is also one of them, in higher education. So we allowed engineering colleges to start programs in respective mother tongues in respective states. And I'm very happy and delighted already 6 months back in about 20 colleges in 10 states in 6 different languages, engineering education has started. And this attempt was not because of NEP. We had started this experiment about 5 years ago, but we failed miserably because there was no textbook available in those languages. And that's why one of the things which we started off this time was, along with that course being started in the mother tongue, the textbooks should be made available. So we had absolutely outcome-based textbooks written in English, translated into initially now 8 languages. We are extending them to 12 languages. Similarly, there are lots of courses which are available on this Swayam platform. We are translating all those courses which are relevant to the curriculum of the engineering schools, and 136 odd such courses which are relevant for different disciplines of engineering are getting translated into 12 languages. Partly done by IIT Madras, partly by AICT, partly by someone else. But we are providing the opportunity for students to not only attend classes in that language, but also available material for reading, writing, and viewing. So this is a most important, significant thing which has been already done. We talk about multidisciplinary education, which is a very keystone of this policy. And that's why how in whatever domain of education, students have a choice to study a course of their interest. It may not be in engineering a course of music or drama, but if someone wants to do it, why can't? You know, it can be done either in terms of having physically engagement with some other institution and college and having collaboration, or in an online mode through Swayam portal. So this is a flexibility which has been coming. There is a talk about multiple exit and entry. In some form, it existed for a long time in engineering education that those who have done diploma in engineering can enter into direct second year of engineering. But moving forward, getting an ITI student doing diploma as a multiple entry system, or a BSc student coming directly into second year engineering, or someone has done a Bachelor of Vocation course and wants to come into the system of degree program, they should be allowed. Similarly, if someone wants to exit at the end of 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, instead of completing the whole program, Can we give them a certificate, diploma with some additional courses as bridge courses, make them useful, employable, and then send them out? I think this is also already implemented. I think this way, there are various facets of the new education policy which has come in, which we have started implementing. In academic bank of credits, which UGC has done a splendid work, all institutions are getting onboarded. Student can take some courses from X institute, Y courses from another Z institute, and how they can put together into forming a degree. So much of flexibility which is required for our students of today's generation, which was missing in the past, has been provided.
Just taking the cue from what Professor Anil said, I would like to ask you about what UGC has been doing on this front, essentially on the multidisciplinary colleges which is going to come in future, and also the flexibility which the students would have in terms of maybe, I have done my engineering, I can actually look at a music as Professor Anil said, or so how is it going to happen? Because maybe my engineering college is not actually providing any degree or any certification on music. How is it going to happen?
There are several aspects to this. First of all, if you want to offer multidisciplinary programs, the institute should have the intellectual resources. For example, take JNU. JNU is very strong in social sciences, humanities, international relations. And using that as a strength, we started there a school of engineering where the students can do core engineering, maybe computer science, as part of their undergraduate program, but in 5th year, they will specialize for their master's degree in international relations, languages, humanities, arts and aesthetics. You name, you have so many variety of disciplines that are available in JNU. But not all institutes are as fortunate as some of the best universities in our country. Can they also design these multidisciplinary programs? Of course, yes. And that is where technology comes into play here. You know that today we have permitted the students to do up to 40% of their credits anywhere outside their own institution. And parallel to this, we have also created the academic bank of credits, and then we have this SWAYAM portal where thousands of courses are available, from which the students can pick up and do in online mode these 40% of the credits. And sooner, we are also going to come up with modified online regulations, which will enable some of the top universities in our country to offer online programs without even any permission from UGC. As a regulator, we would like to keep away from the freedom that the institutes should have in customizing the education for their students. So both the availability of intellectual resources and also the technology that is already present to us should enable the institutes to design multidisciplinary education.
Thank you, Professor Kumar. The next question is to Professor Anil. We talked about ODL in a way, in open distance learning is something which is, I would say, a bit easy when we talk about arts, humanities. But when it comes to the technical aspects, because there are a lot of practical sessions and others need to be done. So how do you see that challenge getting surmounted, specifically in the technical education sector?
See, even in the technical education, not all disciplines require high end of equipment handling and practicals. There are certain courses like AI and data science. It can be easily done in an online mode. The same is the case with some of the courses in logistics, in terms of transportation system. I think these can be learnt effectively even in an online or ODL mode. But where it comes to maybe aerospace engineering or mechanical engineering or chemical engineering, civil engineering, where there is an element of laboratory experiments and hands-on learning which is necessary, we have allowed 40% of the courses to be taken. So it is not 100% program to be delivered in the form of a degree, but 40% of that still can be taken in the form of theory classes from the portals which are available. Rest of that they must do it. So that there is a hybrid mode or blended mode which we talk about. Blend can be of varieties. Part of that being in the college in an online mode, face-to-face mode is one blend. The other mode is laboratories may be physical, but the rest of that can be online. So I think all of this is absolutely empowering to increase our gross enrollment ratio, provide quality education at an affordable cost. I think these are fundamental principles on which the new national education policy rests, and we are supporting that in all possible ways.
Just taking the cue from what you said, hybrid learning is becoming a major element of the entire higher education, and also even I would say the school education system, because there are, after pandemic, we saw that it is completely either a complete online or a hybrid model in between whenever there was some opportunity for schools to open. So how do you see the accreditation process which is happening for the ODL, and what kind of challenges which you see in an accreditation when it comes to a standalone physical course and also a blended learning kind of a course? And another aspect which I would like you to respond to, Professor Kumar talked about that there could be flexibility in choosing the different courses. So now whether it's an institute which is getting accredited, or is the program itself is going to get accredited? Because I may choose 60% from my institute and 40% from somewhere else. So how do I see that accreditation process happening?
So it's an excellent question which you asked. So I would start from where we are currently. The assignment from the Niti Aayog is for the Capacity Building Commission, which is on maturity assessment model, right? The same, but what we have developed, the accreditation on LSP, which is Learning Service Provider, is institutional assignment, is institutional accreditation. The institution where the, let us say the tool is used, the edutech tool is used, whether that is delivering the right goods or not, the quality is right, the right goods are being delivered and the quality is maintained or not. But the whole point is that there are many institutions in the country who do not know or have not imbibed. In fact, it has been registered that very less institutions have imbibed the edutech tools which are driven by AI, artificial intelligence. So Ministry of Education has recorded that there are about 25 matured edtech tools which are in the market, but there are 4,500 tools which are from various startups, because education is a multi-dimensional aspect which are going to address that. And the large VCs, the venture capitalists who are behind these edtech tools have kind of given, found evidence-based outcomes, learning outcomes, and various kinds of benefits which have been evidenced by using those edtech tools. Some was demonstrated by Intel in the previous session, which all of you saw, and I have registered more than 45 such improvements which has happened. So you know what, at our end, we did a kind of a survey for increasing the adoption of edtech tools in the higher education sector. And the 5 dimensions of that survey was ITS, which is Intelligent Tutoring System or Adaptive Learning. Second was the administration aspect, which is the Campus Management Information Systems, right? Third aspect was RBL, which is Research-Based Learning. A lot of importance was given in the previous session also on research-based learning, as well as NEP also talks about it. Fourth aspect is automation of how much we want to automate, right? How much we want to automate. There are again 5 aspects to that, how much we want to automate, just like your driverless cars. Same is the platform for edtech tools also. So the degree of automation. And the 5th aspect we all know is trust, which talks about security, privacy, then your transparency. These are a couple of aspects which come under trust. So under this we did a check, litmus check with all the higher education institutions. You know, 60 premier institutions in the country responded to it, and you'll be amazed to know the highest weightage, 30% weightage was given to RBL, research-based learning, about 20 on the first 2, which is Intelligent Tutoring System, and EMIS, Education Management Information System, 20 weightages, and last 2 weightages were given as 15. So we cannot just say that, one tool has evolved already, because it's a continual process, isn't it? So what we philosophized is, way forward is to do a maturity, we call it MAMET, Maturity Assessment Model for EdTech Tools. This is what is proposed.
Follow-up question on the same use of technology in the higher education. Professor Kumar, you talked about it in your initial remark also in terms of the technology playing a significant role. So you see a lot of open distance learning colleges, higher education institutions which have started giving blended or even complete online courses in last few years. So how do you see the regulation shaping up in future? And second part of the question is, are we going to now see a complete different kind of degrees? Because the degree in that rigid form, what we have, maybe all of us have acquired over a period, is something which is to go away.
You're absolutely right. If you look at the higher education offered across the globe, including India, it's very rigid. Time has come now for us to enable these students to customize and personalize their own education based on their cognitive differences, financial abilities, needs, and aspirations. And once you implement the national education policy, many of these things will happen. Most of us, we think that when technology is introduced into higher education, the students who are coming from +2, they will join these programs and then they will get skilled, become knowledgeable. But there is also going to be another input to this higher educational online education. That is those who are working professionals or those who would like to upskill and gain new knowledge. It is estimated that in next 10 years or so, people who are actually working, who are doing their jobs, they will outnumber the students who are coming from the schools and who are joining in our higher educational institutions. So therefore, the entire education sector is going to be completely transformed. And the other additional thing that is going to happen is the introduction of the technology. In the last budget, the finance minister announced about the establishment of the digital university. And the Prime Minister also spoke about it in one of the meetings with the leaders of the educational institutes. And he said one very important thing, that ultimately we should aim at creating an educational system where there is no bound on the number of seats. You should have unlimited number of seats. Anybody who wants to have access to high quality education should have the opportunity to study and then empower themselves. And this is where the digital university is going to play a major role. We are already working on this. The groundwork is being done already. And our hope is that by next year or so, we will be able to offer diploma, certificate programs, and also maybe some undergraduate programs. The way the digital university will empower our education system is that it will work as a hub and spoke model. The hub will be a centralized unit which will then coordinate with the spokes, and the spokes will consist of some of the best educational institutes in India, best educational institutes across the world, and also the educational technology companies. All of us will be partnering together in order to take high quality education to the doorsteps of these students. This is especially important because many of the top educational institutes, they admit only about 3% of the total applicants. What will happen to the rest of the students, 97% of the students who are not able to be admitted in these universities? And also those students who are coming from rural background, they may not have the financial ability to come to a city and study. And also those students who are in the remote areas and coming from the lower economic background, all these students who are large in number are going to be immensely benefited by the establishment of the digital university. So I agree with you that the way we are going to give our degrees is going to be completely different from the kind of conditioned thinking that we have about the educational system.
Thank you, Professor Kumar. So next question to Professor Anil. Taking over cue from what Professor Kumar talked about in terms of there is large number of rural students who are not able to access higher education. Just not because of the financial resources, and many a times it is also the language. You spoke about regionalization and localization in your initial remark. And I understand that there is also a Indian knowledge system, which is as a division is sitting within AICTE, which many of us may not be aware of, because I was doing a research when coming to this panel. So that's when I come across this. So I would like to get more, maybe to share with the audience about this Indian knowledge system and also the localization and regionalization which is happening in the technical education side.
Yeah, even in the national education policy, there is a reference to Indian knowledge systems at many places. We have a rich heritage, be it in terms of arts, music, dance, drama, and also in science. Many people forget that the science started or emanated from India, Bharat, and went to the West, and then it has certainly progressed much beyond. But certainly the roots were from here, be it in physics, be it in astronomy, be it in chemistry, be it in material science, be it construction technology in terms of town planning. All of that started here and then advanced elsewhere. So unless we bring it to the curriculum and make students aware of the rich heritage, we will not be proud of our own heritage, number one. Number two, basking in the old ancient glory is not good enough. How that knowledge can be made applicable to today's content, today's requirements, and the future. And that's why research-based learning, which Bhattacharya was talking about, how Indian knowledge system can be put to use for even research and then provide solutions for the societal problems of the future, be it in terms of environment, be it in terms of the type of problems that we are facing in terms of water crisis, energy crisis. All those may have some solutions from our ancient past, relate them to today's needs and tomorrow's needs. I think that is what Indian Knowledge Systems Division is doing.
Just follow-up question coming to you. We know that in higher education, because all of you are also more related and interacting on the higher education system, I would like to understand, because any student who is getting into an higher education always aims to come out and look at getting a good employment over a period of time. And we're talking also about the lifelong learning, which I think Professor Kumar talked about, because there is an upskilling which is required as we go along. So how do you see this entire process? Because you are also doing certain sectoral kind of accreditation for different elements, because I saw that you doing for different sectors. So how do you see the employability going up because of all these changes which we are talking about as part of NEP?
So it's an excellent question. So from ages we have been talking very closer industry academia connect, which there is gaps to be addressed. So there is a very important tool of the government, which is the Apprenticeship Act, right? So this needs to be strengthened and also need to be connected to the industry associations. And so industry association as well as this connect, this Apprenticeship Act connect has to be strengthened so that the right trained student gets the internship at the right industry, because they normally land up in some other industry. So the industry association connect has to be very closely built up, which the Ministry of MSME is handling for addressing the industry associations. If I speak at large in this whole room, you will not know how many industry associations are there in the country. There are 3,000 of them, 3,000 industry associations. So basically this connect is required. And if this has to be enhanced, and as it is happening in the Western world, in the European segment, a large emphasis has to be given so that the right student who is trained gets internship at the right industry, and then only the employability will get enhanced during the entire journey.
Thank you.
Industry, academia, interaction, collaboration. In this regard, UGC is working on introducing professor of practice in all the universities, because it's also important that industry people all come to the universities and teach, and university professors go to the industry and get to know what are the challenges of the industry. So that this kind of flow of information has to happen, and once the professor of practice is established, we hope that many such interactions will take place. But one thing I would like to add about the Indian knowledge systems, Indian knowledge systems can also be multidisciplinary education. Just to give you one example, in 2020, we started a BSc, MSc Ayurveda biology program in JNU. And this is taught by professors from School of Life Sciences, Biotechnology, Molecular Medicine, and professors from School of Sanskrit. And this is what we need to encourage in our universities.
Yeah, thank you, Professor Kumar. Time is up, but I'll just want you to also respond to one question, because we are talking about education, what we are having in India, to also get internationalized. In the sense, NEP talks about how it is going to be of a global standard, and we are going to attract students, which we used to earlier, like in the Indian knowledge system. If you look at, there were people who were traveling from far and wide to gather and garner knowledge from here. So that is something which is going to happen. Is there something which is happening on that line?
We have already started working on that. Recently, I have met a few ambassadors of several countries, and many of them are showing interest to establish their campuses in India. So UGC is working on coming out with a regulation which will facilitate the foreign countries to come and establish campuses in the country. Hopefully in another 2 months or so, we should come out with the draft regulation and put it out for the stakeholders' feedback. We are also working on preparing a regulation to enable our Indian institutes, whether they are state-funded universities, private universities, central universities, to be able to go and open our own campuses abroad. So both these things are happening.
Thank you, panel members. And I think it has been a very enriching discussion on the NEP implementation. I guess the kind of targets which we have set and the kind of radical changes which we are talking about in NEP, it is definitely going to be taking time and effort from all of us, I would say, not only people who are engaged in the education side, but also from technology, because technology is going to play a significant role in this entire thing. So let's hope that NEP targets which we have in 2030, 2035, 2040, all of them are getting met. Professor Anil, you would like to say parting?
I think for all the audience, we should understand that one cap fits for all will not work. And therefore, all the participants here, be it from university, college, they have to be innovative. How each one of them will align with the new education policy and implement at their respective places. There is a huge opportunity that is being provided. Please make use of it. That's all I can.
Thank you. Thank you, Indian Express, for giving us this opportunity to discuss. Thank you.
Check, Sanjay, sorry. Thank you so much to all our panelists. We'll be taking a short break right now for lunch. And during this time, I request you all to please visit the Indian Express kiosk as well for a complimentary digital subscription. Express Premium offers you unlimited access to its journalism, ad light experience, e-paper archives, and event invites. We'll be taking a short break for lunch. See you.
She's building the future. A future that's where languages are not spoken through words, but gestures. Where artificial intelligence gives voice to everyone who can't hear or speak. And what started off as a simple idea grew wings with an Intel-powered PC and came to life at Intel's AI for Youth program.
If I can be a champion of wonderful, so can you.
Bring home an Intel-powered PC and future Bana Wonderful with free AI certification, 80 hours of mentorship and training, and a whole lot more.
सबको लगता है हमें कुछ पता ही नहीं है. Is it because I don't drink milk?
या शायद हम सारे दिन लैपटॉप से बातें नहीं करते? Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Back straight, Ishan.
To summarize, all you big people think that we are little stupid.
Language, Ishan.
आप सब ने ना बहुत wrong. We are the kids of the internet और हम काफी smart है. We can tell you many things about the internet. This internet, the internet awesome class में सिखाया था.
So kids, how do we stay safe on the internet?
We don't share our personal details. जैसे देखो, स्कूल स्कूल के ईमेल पे भी लोग स्टैम्प करते रहते हैं। दीदी स्टैम्प नहीं स्कैम। स्टैम्प। You won the lottery 10,000 rupees. This is 1000% fake. Believe it or not, हमने आपकी कुछ बातें सच में सुनी है, जैसे कि Don't talk to strangers, ईशान। इससे तो मैं फू करके उड़ा दूंगा। Reported. अब हमें एक एडवाइस दे, never tell your password to anybody. Not even to your sister.
बच्चे जितना समय इंटरनेट पर बिताते हैं, ऑनलाइन सेफ्टी उनके लिए उतनी ही इम्पोर्टेंट हो जाती है। गूगल का बी इंटरनेट ऑसम प्रोग्राम और इंटरलैंड गेम उन्हें इसके बारे में एक मजेदार और इंटरैक्टिव तरीके से सिखाता है, ताकि वो हर दिन सेफ्टी और कॉन्फिडेंस के साथ इस ऑनलाइन वर्ल्ड को एक्सप्लोर कर सकें। बी इंटरनेट ऑसम।
I always wanted to be independent. Coming from a small city, always had dream of coming to Mumbai. I had some friends doing the same things. किसी ने बोला कि जॉब कर लो तो जॉब कर लिया, किसी ने बोला MBA कर लो तो MBA कर लिया. I thought I would be happy with that, but I was not. My job was mostly driven by numbers, and I'm not a numbers person. I realized that I have to move out from this. After I quit the job, I started so many businesses just to try and explore what I wanted to do in my life. I failed so many times. At a point, I thought that I'm good at nothing. My husband at that time was working from home and he's into design. One day, he asked me to handle his UX community page. कुछ तो दिमाग के ऊपर से चला गया, कुछ चीजें समझ नहीं आई. But the basic part that किसी का need समझ रहे हो और उनके लिए बस product बना रहे हो. This got me very interested. I just thought that why not try this? I started exploring some UX courses and I came across this Google UX certification program. And it was written that you don't need any prior experience to take this course. When I started with the first week, it was very practical and interesting. I never felt that I was new to design, I was new to UX.
Learn how to conduct research, draw a wireframe, and create your own designs.
So I worked really hard on the course. I used to work for more than 16-18 hours a day to finish the course. When I finished the course, that was the happiest day of my life. I had my portfolio ready. I just started applying at as many places as I could. Finally, one morning I received an offer letter as a product designer with an Australian company. Here I work remotely creating an entire ecosystem for schools and teachers to connect. It's good to create something where a company is benefited with good numbers and users get their product which impacts their life on day-to-day basis. There was a time where I used to not like working, but now I wait for Monday. I love my work, I love my life, I love myself. My name is Yesha and I'm a UX designer.
More than labs and classrooms, more than faculty and students, every educational institution is, at heart, a community. A community working together to provide access to quality education at all levels as we collectively race toward a sustainable future. Nurturing such a community requires speed, agility, and accuracy. You need to predict behavior, anticipate needs, and personalize every experience. Education Cloud is the key to knit your community together by integrating tools, resources, and information from across your institution, infused with insights and best practices from a global community of educators. So your recruitment and admissions teams identify and engage ideal applicants and enroll the best fit students in a personal way at scale. Your student services teams foster a sense of belonging for students and proactively support them throughout their studies. Your alumni relations officers turn graduates into lifelong ambassadors, while your advancement officers nurture donors through relationship-driven fundraising efforts. Education Cloud gives you a 360-degree view of candidates, students, and alumni, and lets you engage them like never before. Create a community that sparks student success and institutional success. Foster trusted, meaningful relationships with learners and teachers, staff and stakeholders, alumni and donors. One relationship at a time.
Meet Talia. She's building the future. A future that's where languages are not spoken through words but gestures. Where artificial intelligence gives voice to everyone who can't hear or speak. And what started off as a simple idea drew wings with an Intel-powered PC and came to life at Intel's AI for Youth program.
If I can be a champion of wonderful, so can you.
Bring home an Intel-powered PC and future bana wonderful with free AI certification, 80 hours of mentorship and training, and a whole lot more.
सबको लगता है हमें कुछ पता ही नहीं है। Is it because I don't drink milk?
या शायद हम सारे दिन लैपटॉप से बातें नहीं करते? Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Back straight, Ishan.
To summarize, all you big people think that we are little stupid.
Language, Ishan.
आप सबने ना बहुत wrong. We are the kids of the internet और हम काफी smart हैं. We can tell you many things about the internet. This internet, the internet awesome class में सिखाया था.
So kids, how do we stay safe on the internet?
We don't share our personal details. जैसे देखो, स्कूल के ईमेल पर भी लोग स्पैम करते रहते हैं. दीदी, स्पैम नहीं, स्कैम.
Stam.
You won the lottery 10,000 rupees.
This is 1000% fake.
Believe it or not, हमने आपकी कुछ बातें सच में सुनी है. जैसे कि don't talk to strangers, Ishan. इससे तो मैं फू करके उड़ा दूंगा. Reported. अब हमें एक एडवाइस दे. Never tell your password to anybody. Not even to your sister.
बच्चे जितना समय इंटरनेट पर बिताते हैं, ऑनलाइन सेफ्टी उनके लिए उतनी ही इम्पोर्टेंट हो जाती है। गूगल का बी इंटरनेट ऑसम प्रोग्राम और इंटरलैंड गेम उन्हें इसके बारे में एक मजेदार और इंटरैक्टिव तरीके से सिखाता है, ताकि वो हर दिन सेफ्टी और कॉन्फिडेंस के साथ इस ऑनलाइन वर्ल्ड को एक्सप्लोर कर सकें। बी इंटरनेट ऑसम।
I always wanted to be independent. Coming from a small city, always had dream of coming to Mumbai. I had some friends doing the same things. किसी ने बोला कि जॉब कर लो तो जॉब कर लिया, किसी ने बोला MBA कर लो तो MBA कर लिया. I thought I would be happy with that, but I was not. My job was mostly driven by numbers, and I'm not a numbers person. I realized that I have to move out from this. After I quit the job, I started so many businesses just to try and explore what I wanted to do in my life. I failed so many times. At a point, I thought that I'm good at nothing. My husband at that time was working from home and he's into design. One day, he asked me to handle his UX community page. कुछ तो दिमाग के ऊपर से चला गया, कुछ चीजें समझ नहीं आई. But the basic part that किसी का need समझ रहे हो और उनके लिए बस product बना रहे हो. This got me very interested. I just thought that why not try this? I started exploring some UX courses and I came across this Google UX certification program. And it was written that you don't need any prior experience to take this course. When I started with the first week, it was very practical and interesting. I never felt that I was new to design, I was new to UX.
Learn how to conduct research, draw a wireframe, and create your own designs.
So I worked really hard on the course. I used to work for more than 16-18 hours a day to finish the course. When I finished the course, that was the happiest day of my life. I had my portfolio ready. I just started applying at as many places as I could. Finally, one morning I received an offer letter as a product designer with an Australian company. Here I work remotely creating an entire ecosystem for schools and teachers to connect. It's good to create something where a company is benefited with good numbers and users get their product which impacts their life on day-to-day basis. There was a time where I used to not like working, but now I wait for Monday. I love my work, I love my life, I love myself. My name is Yesha and I'm a UX designer.
More than labs and classrooms, more than faculty and students, every educational institution is, at heart, a community. A community working together to provide access to quality education at all levels as we collectively race toward a sustainable future. Nurturing such a community requires speed, agility, and accuracy. You need to predict behavior, anticipate needs, and personalize every experience. Education Cloud is the key to knit your community together by integrating tools, resources, and information from across your institution, infused with insights and best practices from a global community of educators. So your recruitment and admissions teams identify and engage ideal applicants and enroll the best fit students in a personal way at scale. Your student services teams foster a sense of belonging for students and proactively support them throughout their studies. Your alumni relations officers turn graduates into lifelong ambassadors, while your advancement officers nurture donors through relationship-driven fundraising efforts. Education Cloud gives you a 360-degree view of candidates, students, and alumni, and lets you engage them like never before. Create a community that sparks student success and institutional success. Foster trusted, meaningful relationships with learners and teachers, staff and stakeholders, alumni and donors, one relationship at a time.
Meet Talia. She's building the future. A future that's where languages are not spoken through words but gestures. Where artificial intelligence gives voice to everyone who can't hear or speak. And what started off as a simple idea grew wings with an Intel-powered PC and came to life at Intel's AI for Youth program.
If I can be a champion of wonderful, so can you.
Bring home an Intel-powered PC and future bana wonderful with free AI certification, 80 hours of mentorship and training, and a whole lot more.
सबको लगता है हमें कुछ पता ही नहीं है। Is it because I don't drink milk?
या शायद हम सारे दिन लैपटॉप से बातें नहीं करते? Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Back straight, Ishan.
To summarize, all you big people think that we are little stupid.
Language, Ishan.
आप सबने ना बहुत wrong. We are the kids of the internet और हम काफी smart है. We can tell you many things about the internet. This internet, the internet awesome class में सिखाया था.
So kids, how do we stay safe on the internet?
We don't share our personal details. जैसे देखो, स्कूल के ईमेल पर भी लोग स्पैम करते रहते हैं. दीदी, स्पैम नहीं, स्कैम.
Stamp.
You won the lottery 10,000 rupees.
This is 1000% fake.
Believe it or not, हमने आपकी कुछ बातें सच में सुनी है. जैसे कि don't talk to strangers, Ishan. इससे तो मैं फू करके उड़ा दूंगा. Reported. अब हमें एक एडवाइस दे. Never tell your password to anybody. Not even to your sister.
बच्चे जितना समय इंटरनेट पर बिताते हैं, ऑनलाइन सेफ्टी उनके लिए उतनी ही इम्पोर्टेंट हो जाती है। गूगल का बी इंटरनेट ऑसम प्रोग्राम और इंटरलैंड गेम उन्हें इसके बारे में एक मजेदार और इंटरैक्टिव तरीके से सिखाता है, ताकि वो हर दिन सेफ्टी और कॉन्फिडेंस के साथ इस ऑनलाइन वर्ल्ड को एक्सप्लोर कर सकें। बी इंटरनेट ऑसम।
I always wanted to be independent. Coming from a small city, always had dream of coming to Mumbai. I had some friends doing the same things. किसी ने बोला कि जॉब कर लो तो जॉब कर लिया. किसी ने बोला MBA कर लो तो MBA कर लिया. I thought I would be happy with that, but I was not. My job was mostly driven by numbers, and I'm not a numbers person. I realized that I have to move out from this. After I quit the job, I started so many businesses just to try and explore what I wanted to do in my life. I failed so many times. At a point, I thought that I'm good at nothing. My husband at that time was working from home and he's into design. One day, he asked me to handle his UX community page. कुछ तो दिमाग के ऊपर से चला गया, कुछ चीजें समझ नहीं आई. But the basic part that किसी का need समझ रहे हो और उनके लिए बस product बना रहे हो. This got me very interested. I just thought that why not try this? I started exploring some UX courses and I came across this Google UX certification program. And it was written that you don't need any prior experience to take this course. When I started with the first week, it was very practical and interesting. I never felt that I was new to design, I was new to UX.
Learn how to conduct research, draw a wireframe, and create your own designs.
So I worked really hard on the course. I used to work for like more than 16-18 hours a day to finish the course. When I finished the course, that was the happiest day of my life. I had my portfolio ready. I just started applying at as many places as I could. Finally, one morning I received an offer letter as a product designer with an Australian company. Here I work remotely creating an entire ecosystem for schools and teachers to connect. It's good to create something where a company is benefited with good numbers and users get their product which impacts their life on day-to-day basis. There was a time where I used to not like working, but now I wait for Monday. I love my work, I love my life, I love myself. My name is Yesha and I'm a UX designer.
More than labs and classrooms, more than faculty and students, every educational institution is, at heart, a community. A community working together to provide access to quality education at all levels as we collectively race toward a sustainable future. Nurturing such a community requires speed, agility, and accuracy. You need to predict behavior, anticipate needs, and personalize every experience. Education Cloud is the key to knit your community together by integrating tools, resources, and information from across your institution, infused with insights and best practices from a global community of educators. So your recruitment and admissions teams identify and engage ideal applicants and enroll the best fit students in a personal way at scale. Your student services teams foster a sense of belonging for students and proactively support them throughout their studies. Your alumni relations officers turn graduates into lifelong ambassadors, while your advancement officers nurture donors through relationship-driven fundraising efforts. Education Cloud gives you a 360-degree view of candidates, students, and alumni, and lets you engage them like never before. Create a community that sparks student success and institutional success. Foster trusted, meaningful relationships with learners and teachers, staff and stakeholders, alumni and donors, one relationship at a time.
Meet Talia. She's building the future. A future that's where languages are not spoken through words but gestures. Where artificial intelligence gives voice to everyone who can't hear or speak. And what started off as a simple idea grew wings with an Intel-powered PC and came to life at Intel's AI for Youth program.
If I can be a champion of wonderful, so can you.
Bring home an Intel-powered PC and future Bana Wonderful with free AI certification, 80 hours of mentorship and training, and a whole lot more.
सबको लगता है हमें कुछ पता ही नहीं है। Is it because I don't read milk?
या शायद हम सारे दिन लैपटॉप से बातें नहीं करते? Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Back straight, Ishan.
To summarize, all you big people think that we are little stupid.
Language, Ishan.
आप सब में ना बहुत wrong. We are the kids of the internet और हम काफी smart हैं. We can tell you many things about the internet. This internet, the Internet Awesome class में सिखाया था.
So kids, how do we stay safe on the internet?
We don't share our personal details. जैसे देखो, स्कूल के ईमेल पर भी लोग स्पैम करते रहते हैं. दीदी, स्पैम नहीं, स्कैम.
Stamp.
You won the lottery 10,000 rupees. This is 1000% fake. Believe it or not, हमने आपकी कुछ बातें सच में सुनी है. जैसे कि don't talk to strangers, Ishan. इससे तो मैं फू करके उड़ा दूंगा. Reported. अब हमें एक एडवाइस दे. Never tell your password to anybody. Not even to your sister.
बच्चे जितना समय इंटरनेट पर बिताते हैं, ऑनलाइन सेफ्टी उनके लिए उतनी ही इम्पोर्टेंट हो जाती है। गूगल का बी इंटरनेट ऑसम प्रोग्राम और इंटरलैंड गेम उन्हें इसके बारे में एक मजेदार और इंटरैक्टिव तरीके से सिखाता है, ताकि वो हर दिन सेफ्टी और कॉन्फिडेंस के साथ इस ऑनलाइन वर्ल्ड को एक्सप्लोर कर सकें। Be Internet Awesome.
I always wanted to be independent. Coming from a small city, always had dream of coming to Mumbai. I had some friends doing the same things. किसी ने बोला कि जॉब कर लो तो जॉब कर लिया, किसी ने बोला MBA कर लो तो MBA कर लिया. I thought I would be happy with that, but I was not. My job was mostly driven by numbers, and I'm not a numbers person. I realized that I have to move out from this. After I quit the job, I started so many businesses just to try and explore what I wanted to do in my life. I failed so many times. At a point, I thought that I'm good at nothing. My husband at that time was working from home and he's into design. One day, he asked me to handle his UX community page. कुछ तो दिमाग के ऊपर से चला गया, कुछ चीजें समझ नहीं आई. But the basic part that किसी का need समझ रहे हो और उनके लिए बस product बना रहे हो. This got me very interested. I just thought that why not try this? I started exploring some UX courses and I came across this Google UX certification program. And it was written that you don't need any prior experience to take this course. When I started with the first week, it was very practical and interesting. I never felt that I was new to design, I was new to UX.
Learn how to conduct research, draw a wireframe, and create your own designs.
So I worked really hard on the course. I used to work for more than 16-18 hours a day to finish the course. When I finished the course, that was the happiest day of my life. I had my portfolio ready. I just started applying at as many places as I could. Finally, one morning I received an offer letter as a product designer with an Australian company. Here I work remotely creating an entire ecosystem for schools and teachers to connect. It's good to create something where a company is benefited with good numbers and users get their product which impacts their life on day-to-day basis. There was a time where I used to not like working, but now I wait for Monday. I love my work, I love my life, I love myself. My name is Yesha and I'm a UX designer.
More than labs and classrooms, more than faculty and students, every educational institution is, at heart, a community. A community working together to provide access to quality education at all levels as we collectively race toward a sustainable future. Nurturing such a community requires speed, agility, and accuracy. You need to predict behavior, anticipate needs, and personalize every experience. Education Cloud is the key to knit your community together by integrating tools, resources, and information from across your institution, infused with insights and best practices from a global community of educators. So your recruitment and admissions teams identify and engage ideal applicants and enroll the best fit students in a personal way at scale. Your student services teams foster a sense of belonging for students and proactively support them throughout their studies. Your alumni relations officers turn graduates into lifelong ambassadors, while your advancement officers nurture donors through relationship-driven fundraising efforts. Education Cloud gives you a 360-degree view of candidates, students, and alumni, and lets you engage them like never before. Create a community that sparks student success and institutional success. Foster trusted, meaningful relationships with learners and teachers, staff and stakeholders, alumni and donors, one relationship at a time.
Meet Talia. She's building the future. A future that's where languages are not spoken through words but gestures. Where artificial intelligence gives voice to everyone who can't hear or speak. And what started off as a simple idea drew wings with an Intel-powered PC and came to life at Intel's AI for Youth program.
If I can be a champion of wonderful, so can you.
Bring home an Intel-powered PC and future bana wonderful with free AI certification, 80 hours of mentorship and training, and a whole lot more.
सबको लगता है हमें कुछ पता ही नहीं है. Is it because I don't drink milk?
या शायद हम सारे दिन लैपटॉप से बातें नहीं करते? Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Back straight, Ishan.
To summarize, all you big people think that we are little stupid.
Language, Ishan.
आप सबने ना बहुत wrong. We are the kids of the internet और हम काफी smart हैं. We can tell you many things about the internet. This internet, the internet awesome class में सिखाया था.
So kids, how do we stay safe on the internet?
We don't share our personal details. जैसे देखो, स्कूल के ईमेल पर भी लोग स्पैम करते रहते हैं. दीदी, स्पैम नहीं, स्कैम. Scam. You won the lottery 10,000 rupees. This is 1,000% fake. Believe it or not, हमने आपकी कुछ बातें सच में सुनी है. जैसे कि don't talk to strangers, ईशान. इससे तो मैं फू करके उड़ा दूंगा. Reported. अब हमें एक एडवाइस दे. Never tell your password to anybody. Not even to your sister.
बच्चे जितना समय इंटरनेट पर बिताते हैं, ऑनलाइन सेफ्टी उनके लिए उतनी ही इम्पोर्टेंट हो जाती है। गूगल का बी इंटरनेट ऑसम प्रोग्राम और इंटरलैंड गेम उन्हें इसके बारे में एक मजेदार और इंटरैक्टिव तरीके से सिखाता है, ताकि वो हर दिन सेफ्टी और कॉन्फिडेंस के साथ इस ऑनलाइन वर्ल्ड को एक्सप्लोर कर सकें। बी इंटरनेट ऑसम।
I always wanted to be independent. Coming from a small city, always had dream of coming to Mumbai. I had some friends doing the same things. किसी ने बोला कि जॉब कर लो तो जॉब कर लिया, किसी ने बोला MBA कर लो तो MBA कर लिया. I thought I would be happy with that, but I was not. My job was mostly driven by numbers, and I'm not a numbers person. I realized that I have to move out from this. After I quit the job, I started so many businesses just to try and explore what I wanted to do in my life. I failed so many times. At a point, I thought that I'm good at nothing. My husband at that time was working from home and he's into design. One day, he asked me to handle his UX community page. कुछ तो दिमाग के ऊपर से चला गया, कुछ चीजें समझ नहीं आई. But the basic part that किसी का need समझ रहे हो और उनके लिए बस product बना रहे हो. This got me very interested. I just thought that why not try this? I started exploring some UX courses and I came across this Google UX certification program. And it was written that you don't need any prior experience to take this course. When I started with the first week, it was very practical and interesting. I never felt that I was new to design, I was new to UX.
Learn how to conduct research, draw a wireframe, and create your own designs.
So I worked really hard on the course. I used to work for more than 16-18 hours a day to finish the course. When I finished the course, that was the happiest day of my life. I had my portfolio ready. I just started applying at as many places as I could. Finally, one morning I received an offer letter as a product designer with an Australian company. Here I work remotely creating an entire ecosystem for schools and teachers to connect. It's good to create something where a company is benefited with good numbers and users get their product which impacts their life on day-to-day basis. There was a time where I used to not like working, but now I wait for Monday. I love my work, I love my life, I love myself. My name is Yesha and I'm a UX designer.
More than labs and classrooms, more than faculty and students, every educational institution is, at heart, a community. A community working together to provide access to quality education at all levels as we collectively race toward a sustainable future. Nurturing such a community requires speed, agility, and accuracy. You need to predict behavior, anticipate needs, and personalize every experience. Education Cloud is the key to knit your community together by integrating tools, resources, and information from across your institution, infused with insights and best practices from a global community of educators. So your recruitment and admissions teams identify and engage ideal applicants and enroll the best fit students in a personal way at scale. Your student services teams foster a sense of belonging for students and proactively support them throughout their studies. Your alumni relations officers turn graduates into lifelong ambassadors, while your advancement officers nurture donors through relationship-driven fundraising efforts. Education Cloud gives you a 360-degree view of candidates, students, and alumni, and lets you engage them like never before. Create a community that sparks student success and institutional success foster trusted, meaningful relationships with learners and teachers, staff and stakeholders, alumni and donors, one relationship at a time.
Meet Talia. She's building the future. A future that's where languages are not spoken through words but gestures. Where artificial intelligence gives voice to everyone who can't hear or speak. And what started off as a simple idea grew wings with an Intel-powered PC and came to life at Intel's AI for Youth program.
If I can be a champion of wonderful, so can you.
Bring home an Intel-powered PC and future bana wonderful with free AI certification, 80 hours of mentorship and training, and a whole lot more.
सबको लगता है हमें कुछ पता ही नहीं है। Is it because I don't drink milk?
या शायद हम सारे दिन लैपटॉप से बातें नहीं करते? Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Back straight, Ishan.
To summarize, all you big people think that we are little stupid.
Language, Ishan.
आप सब ने ना बहुत wrong. We are the kids of the internet और हम काफी smart है. We can tell you many things about the internet. This internet, the internet awesome class में सिखाया था.
So kids, how do we stay safe on the internet?
We don't share our personal details. जैसे देखो, स्कूल के ईमेल पर भी लोग स्पैम करते रहते हैं. दीदी, स्पैम नहीं, स्कैम.
Stamp.
You won the lottery 10,000 rupees.
This is 1000% fake.
Believe it or not, हमने आपकी कुछ बातें सच में सुनी है. जैसे कि don't talk to strangers, Ishan. इससे तो मैं फू करके उड़ा दूंगा. Reported. अब हमें एक एडवाइस दे. Never tell your password to anybody. Not even to your sister.
बच्चे जितना समय इंटरनेट पर बिताते हैं, ऑनलाइन सेफ्टी उनके लिए उतनी ही इम्पोर्टेंट हो जाती है। गूगल का बी इंटरनेट ऑसम प्रोग्राम और इंटरलैंड गेम उन्हें इसके बारे में एक मजेदार और इंटरैक्टिव तरीके से सिखाता है, ताकि वो हर दिन सेफ्टी और कॉन्फिडेंस के साथ इस ऑनलाइन वर्ल्ड को एक्सप्लोर कर सकें। बी इंटरनेट ऑसम।
I always wanted to be independent. Coming from a small city, always had dream of coming to Mumbai. I had some friends doing the same things. किसी ने बोला कि जॉब कर लो तो जॉब कर लिया. किसी ने बोला MBA कर लो तो MBA कर लिया. I thought, I would be happy with that, but I was not. My job was mostly driven by numbers, and I'm not a numbers person. I realized that, I have to move out from this. After I quit the job, I started so many businesses just to try and explore what I wanted to do in my life. I failed so many times. At a point, I thought that I'm good at nothing. My husband at that time was working from home and he's into design. One day, he asked me to handle his UX community page. कुछ तो दिमाग के ऊपर से चला गया, कुछ चीजें समझ नहीं आई. But the basic part that किसी का need समझ रहे हो और उनके लिए बस product बना रहे हो. This got me very interested, I just thought that why not try this? I started exploring some UX courses and I came across this Google UX certification program. And it was written that you don't need any prior experience to take this course. When I started with the first week, it was very practical and interesting. I never felt that I was new to design, I was new to UX.
Learn how to conduct research, draw a wireframe, and create your own designs.
So I worked really hard on the course. I used to work for more than 16-18 hours a day to finish the course. When I finished the course, that was the happiest day of my life. I had my portfolio ready. I just started applying at as many places as I could. Finally, one morning I received an offer letter as a product designer with an Australian company. Here I work remotely creating an entire ecosystem for schools and teachers to connect. It's good to create something where a company is benefited with good numbers and users get their product which impacts their life on day-to-day basis. There was a time where I used to not like working, but now I wait for Monday. I love my work, I love my life, I love myself. My name is Yesha and I'm a UX designer.
More than labs and classrooms, more than faculty and students. Every educational institution is, at heart, a community. A community working together to provide access to quality education at all levels as we collectively race toward a sustainable future. Nurturing such a community requires speed, agility, and accuracy. You need to predict behavior, anticipate needs, and personalize every experience. Education Cloud is the key to knit your community together by integrating tools, resources, and information from across your institution, infused with insights and best practices from a global community of educators. So your recruitment and admissions teams identify and engage ideal applicants and enroll the best fit students in a personal way at scale. Your student services teams foster a sense of belonging for students and proactively support them throughout their studies. Your alumni relations officers turn graduates into lifelong ambassadors, while your advancement officers nurture donors through relationship-driven fundraising efforts. Education Cloud gives you a 360-degree view of candidates, students, and alumni, and lets you engage them like never before. Create a community that sparks student success and institutional success. Foster trusted, meaningful relationships with learners and teachers, staff and stakeholders, alumni and donors, one relationship at a time.
Meet Talia. She's building a future that's where languages are not spoken through words but gestures, where artificial intelligence gives voice to everyone who can't hear or speak. And what started off as a simple idea grew wings with an Intel-powered PC and came to life at Intel's AI for Youth program.
If I can be a champion of wonderful, so can you.
Bring home an Intel-powered PC and future Bana Wonderful with free AI certification, 80 hours of mentorship and training, and a whole lot more.
सबको लगता है हमें कुछ पता ही नहीं है। Is it because I don't drink milk?
या शायद हम सारे दिन लैपटॉप से बातें नहीं करते? Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Back straight, Ishan.
To summarize, all you big people think that we are little stupid.
Language, Ishan.
आप सब में ना बहुत wrong. We are the kids of the internet और हम काफी smart हैं. We can tell you many things about the internet. This internet, the Internet Awesome class में सिखाया था.
So kids, how do we stay safe on the internet?
We don't share our personal details. जैसे देखो, स्कूल के ईमेल पर भी लोग स्टैम्प करते रहते हैं. दीदी, स्टैम्प. Stamp. You won the lottery 10,000 rupees. This is 1000% fake. Believe it or not, हमने आपकी कुछ बातें सच में सुनी है. जैसे कि don't talk to strangers, Ishan. इससे तो मैं फू करके उड़ा दूंगा. Reported. अब हमें एक एडवाइस दे. Never tell your password to anybody. Not even to your sister.
बच्चे जितना समय इंटरनेट पर बिताते हैं, ऑनलाइन सेफ्टी उनके लिए उतनी ही इम्पोर्टेंट हो जाती है। गूगल का बी इंटरनेट ऑसम प्रोग्राम और इंटरलैंड गेम उन्हें इसके बारे में एक मजेदार और इंटरैक्टिव तरीके से सिखाता है, ताकि वो हर दिन सेफ्टी और कॉन्फिडेंस के साथ इस ऑनलाइन वर्ल्ड को एक्सप्लोर कर सकें। बी इंटरनेट ऑसम।
I always wanted to be independent. Coming from a small city, always had dream of coming to Mumbai. I had some friends doing the same things. किसी ने बोला कि जॉब कर लो तो जॉब कर लिया. किसी ने बोला MBA कर लो तो MBA कर लिया. I thought I would be happy with that, but I was not. My job was mostly driven by numbers, and I'm not a numbers person. I realized that I have to move out from this. After I quit the job, I started so many businesses just to try and explore what I wanted to do in my life. I failed so many times. At a point, I thought that I'm good at nothing. My husband at that time was working from home and he's into design. One day he asked me to handle his UX community page. कुछ तो दिमाग के ऊपर से चला गया, कुछ चीजें समझ नहीं आई. But the basic part that किसी का need समझ रहे हो और उनके लिए बस product बना रहे हो. This got me very interested. I just thought that why not try this? I started exploring some UX courses and I came across this Google UX certification program. And it was written that you don't need any prior experience to take this course. When I started with the first week, it was very practical and interesting. I never felt that I was new to design, I was new to UX.
Learn how to conduct research, draw a wireframe, and create your own designs.
So I worked really hard on the course. I used to work for like more than 16-18 hours a day to finish the course. When I finished the course, that was the happiest day of my life. I had my portfolio ready. I just started applying at as many places as I could. Finally, one morning I received an offer letter as a product designer with an Australian company. Here I work remotely creating an entire ecosystem for schools and teachers to connect. It's good to create something where a company is benefited with good numbers and users get their product which impacts their life on day-to-day basis. There was a time where I used to not like working, but now I wait for Monday. I love my work, I love my life, I love myself. My name is Yesha and I'm a UX designer.
More than labs and classrooms, more than faculty and students, every educational institution is, at heart, a community. A community working together to provide access to quality education at all levels as we collectively race toward a sustainable future. Nurturing such a community requires speed, agility, and accuracy. You need to predict behavior, anticipate needs, and personalize every experience. Education Cloud is the key to knit your community together by integrating tools, resources, and information from across your institution, infused with insights and best practices from a global community of educators. So your recruitment and admissions teams identify and engage ideal applicants and enroll the best fit students in a personal way at scale. Your student services teams foster a sense of belonging for students and proactively support them throughout their studies. Your alumni relations officers turn graduates into lifelong ambassadors, while your advancement officers nurture donors through relationship-driven fundraising efforts. Education Cloud gives you a 360-degree view of candidates, students, and alumni, and lets you engage them like never before. Create a community that sparks student success and institutional success. Foster trusted, meaningful relationships with learners and teachers, staff and stakeholders, alumni and donors, one relationship at a time.
Meet Talia. She's building the future. A future that's where languages are not spoken through words but gestures. Where artificial intelligence gives voice to everyone who can't hear or speak. And what started off as a simple idea grew wings with an Intel-powered PC and came to life at Intel's AI for Youth program.
If I can be a champion of wonderful, so can you.
Bring home an Intel-powered PC and future Bana Wonderful with free AI certification, 80 hours of mentorship and training, and a whole lot more.
सबको लगता है हमें कुछ पता ही नहीं है. Is it because I don't drink milk?
या शायद हम सारे दिन लैपटॉप से बातें नहीं करते? Can you hear me? Can you see me? Back straight, Ishan.
To summarize, all you big people think that we are little stupid.
Language, Ishan.
आप सब में ना बहुत wrong. We are the kids of the internet और हम काफी smart है. We can tell you many things about the internet. Miss Situ ने The Internet Awesome class में सिखाया था.
So kids, how do we stay safe on the internet?
We don't share our personal details.
All right, check, sound check. Good afternoon, everyone. I request everyone to please join us in the hall. We're about to start shortly. So request you all to please join us in the hall right away. Thank you.
to strangers, Ishan. इससे तो मैं फू करके उड़ा दूंगा. Reported. अब हमें एक एडवाइस दे. Never tell your password to anybody. Not even to your sister.
बच्चे जितना समय इंटरनेट पर बिताते हैं, ऑनलाइन सेफ्टी उनके लिए उतनी ही इम्पोर्टेंट हो जाती है। गूगल का बी इंटरनेट ऑसम प्रोग्राम और इंटरलैंड गेम उन्हें इसके बारे में एक मजेदार और इंटरैक्टिव तरीके से सिखाता है, ताकि वो हर दिन सेफ्टी और कॉन्फिडेंस के साथ इस ऑनलाइन वर्ल्ड को एक्सप्लोर कर सकें। बी इंटरनेट ऑसम।
I always wanted to be independent. Coming from a small city, always had dream of coming to Mumbai. I had some friends doing the same things. किसी ने बोला कि जॉब कर लो तो जॉब कर लिया, किसी ने बोला MBA कर लो तो MBA कर लिया. I thought I would be happy with that, but I was not. My job was mostly driven by numbers, and I'm not a numbers person. I realized that I have to move out from this. After I quit the job, I started so many businesses just to try and explore what I wanted to do in my life. I failed so many times. At a point, I thought that I'm good at nothing. My husband at that time was working from home and he's into design. One day, he asked me to handle his UX community page. कुछ तो दिमाग के ऊपर से चला गया, कुछ चीज़ें समझ नहीं आई. But the basic part that किसी का need समझ रहे हो और उनके लिए बस product बना रहे हो. This got me very interested. I just
Meet Talia. She's building the future. A future that's where languages are not spoken through words but gestures. Where artificial intelligence gives voice to everyone who can't hear or speak. And what started off as a simple idea grew wings with an Intel-powered PC and came to life at Intel's AI for Youth program.
If I can be a champion of wonderful, so can you.
Bring home an Intel-powered PC and future bana wonderful with free AI certification, 80 hours of mentorship and training, and a whole lot more.
सबको लगता है हमें कुछ पता ही नहीं है. Is it because I don't drink milk?
या शायद हम सारे दिन लैपटॉप से बातें नहीं करते? Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Back straight, Ishan.
To summarize, all you big people think that we are little stupid.
Language, Ishan.
आप सब में ना बहुत wrong. We are the kids of the internet और हम काफी smart है. We can tell you many things about the internet. This internet, the internet awesome class में सिखाया था.
So kids, how do we stay safe on the internet?
मेरा नाम नूतन है. सुंदर नगरी में मैं रहती हूँ.
Check. I request everyone to please start coming into the hall. We're about to start shortly. So whomsoever are outside, request you all to please start coming in. We have to start. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back after the lunch. So, without any further ado, we shall start with our panel discussion titled Enabling Foundation Literacy Using Technology. In this session, panelists will talk about how technology can be used to promote education at a very young age to create strong foundation for their future. For this session, we have Vishal Sunil, co-founder and Chief Technology Officer, Rocket Learning. Purvi Shah, Senior Director, Story Weaver, Pradhan Books. Siddesh Sharma, Co-founder and Chief Programs Officer, Leadership for Equity. Nitin Kashyap, Product Manager, Read Along Google. And the session will be moderated by Alifia Khan, Assistant Editor, The Indian Express.
Am I audible? Great. Good afternoon and welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us here. As the introductions have already been done and we are short of time, I won't waste any time on further introductions. Like you all know, in the program, our subject is using technology to enable foundational learning. Before we even begin on the subject, I would like one of my co-panelists to share some light on what exactly do we mean by foundational literacy and numeracy, and why are we talking about it today? Suddenly there has been a lot of focus on foundational literacy and numeracy, so if you could please shed light on that.
Thanks, Alicia. Hi, I hope I'm audible at the back. Okay. Thanks, Alicia. So, everybody's talking about foundational literacy and numeracy right now. We've been saying for the last 15 years, and the statistics haven't changed, that 1 out of 2 children in India and 617 million children globally are not reading at grade level. The reason why suddenly there has been this huge focus, and rightly so, is for several reasons, right? One is that the SDG 30s talk about universal literacy for all. And if we have to achieve the SDG 30, now is the time to start. The NEP 2020 also has a huge focus on foundational literacy, and they've done few really great things, right? One, where now it's from 3 years to 8 years. So the Balwadis have been pulled in, and there is focus on language acquisition right from grade 3, from age 3 to age 8. But one of the main reasons, and I'm with Pradhan Book Story Weaver, so we publish children's story books in multiple Indian languages. With Story Weaver, we've sort of open licensed our entire library. We've created tools for teachers, librarians to create stories, to translate stories in 300 languages. And what we have understood, one of the biggest inputs, and the NEP talks about this as well, is that children don't have access to books in mother tongue languages. So how do we expect our children to have a great vocabulary? How do we expect our children to acquire 1 million words, which is what privileged children have when they get into grade 1? Underserved children don't have that large a vocabulary. How will all of this happen if they are not exposed to good children's storybooks in mother tongue languages at the right reading level? And that is the one very big focus in the NEP as well, along with a reading hour or a reading period that has been introduced.
Right. Siddesh, if you could share some light on, what the number of surveys have pointed about, the impact that the lack of foundational literacy has at an early age on later learning stages. The multiple surveys that we've had in the country today, right from NAS to the ACER reports, what they point to and what does it mean? Why do we need to speak about this today?
Yeah, thank you for having me. It's not just the research. Obviously, it goes what Purvi said, right? The basic is that by grade 3 level, a child should be able to read a paragraph. A child should be able to perform basic operations. We are finding, and repeated surveys are finding, that even at a grade 8 level, many children across India do not even have these skills. So without these foundational skills, as we call them, your employability suffers, your transition into higher education suffers, your basic ways to interact and be successful in the society of the 21st century suffers. And those without these skills are at a major disadvantage and detriment in being able to succeed in life as a result of not having these foundational skills. So which is why I think one of the biggest push of the NEP 2020 has, and the Nipun Bharat mission has been on ensuring that every child by grade 3 is able to achieve these basic skills. I think it's high time we did that. We should have done that in the last 60 years, but it's high time we do that now.
Earlier, right? It shows up even earlier. Like, if you can't read at your grade level by the time you're in grade 3, then your interest starts dropping out, right? Like, you're not interested in, you can't understand what is being taught in class, so you're more likely to drop out. So it kind of starts that vicious cycle. It's the root that really needs to be addressed. It's great to see that NEP is now sort of actually acknowledged it, and it is front and center of it.
From learning to read to reading to learn. That's the journey we have to take the children through. This learning loss that we are talking about, I know that this is, the pandemic is something that has often been discussed and its impact has been discussed, but wouldn't that have been aggravated, especially given that a lot of children didn't have access to, education, classrooms, especially from the lower income families? What is the impact that the pandemic would have had? Vishal, your thoughts?
Sure, let me chime in on this. So we sort of did a study with the Legal Center and tried to understand, okay, what are the behavioral patterns and how maybe we can judge two different edtech programs or two different online programs, right? A key thing is that, like, if it caused behavioral change and if it gave access in a way that even the low-income community could access it, the view of edtech was significantly twice or thrice higher in terms of propensity of continuing with edtech, right? So it's about designing the system in such a way that it's not meant to be a synchronous thing where a Google Meet or a Zoom link is used for teaching, because a lot of communities don't have stable internet. For children to sit at this age is very difficult, right? So it's about the type of edtech situations, and certain edtech interventions did have different impacts, right? So what we found is that, for example, Rocket Learning, when we worked with our stakeholders in Mumbai, what we found is they were twice as likely to continue with edtech afterwards, and that on average their scores, if you look at the average treatment effect over standard deviation, moved to the 70th percentile of their class, right? They still suffered learning loss, unfortunately, right? Overall, if you see 40 to 60% learning loss if you look at a particular thing, but we are able to mitigate it with edtech. So tech can play a positive role in mitigating that learning effect.
I'd like to chime in a couple of statistics so that we all understand the gravity. I've been a teacher for 2 years in a government school. I right now work advising multiple state governments on formulating FLN strategies. So one of the things, and some numbers, right? One of the biggest numbers that gets thrown out is the Azim Premji University study, which says that more than 90% of children in a particular grade level have lost one ability from the previous grade level due to the school closures. The other thing that gets thrown around pretty often through the ASAR report is that only 36% of children even received any learning materials during school closures. So when we know before school closures, if we know that 50% of children are not able to read at a grade 2 level or perform basic division, this is when 100% schools are functional. Imagine when schools have been closed and only 36% have even received a basic learning resource or calls once a week, then what is the magnitude of the problem which we are facing today? So while yes, it's great to start with the effect of the pandemic, we all know the new reality, but working at a state government level, we're just seeing the magnitude of the problem. And in fact, even in Odisha, Chhattisgarh, Jharkhand, these places, 80% of the students have not even received one learning resource across 1.5 years. So that's the level, and this is just on foundational skills across the board. I'm sure it has much more impact.
Right. I want to also add one more aspect. With the learning loss, there's also a lot of emotions, the emotional life of the child also has to be looked at, and that I think has been one of the biggest effects of the pandemic, right? I mean, we in Maharashtra, when we did the Goshtisha Shanivar, where every Saturday a story went digitally, uh, we heard back stories from the field, from teachers, from children, from parents, that through these stories, children had, you know, mirrors, windows, and doors to different worlds. So as a child, 2 years I've not been in school, I've lost my peer group, my home condition, we all know, is not great. This sort of became an escapism and sort of kept the emotional well-being of the child safe. And I think that's one more thing that we should, as we're talking about learning losses, also think about the emotional well-being of not only the children, but also the teachers as well.
Right. So I think more or less we've established that even though more than 90% of the children in this country between the age of 6 to 14, this is another statistic that I picked up from one of these surveys, does go to a school, they do not necessarily learn. There is a great gap in the learning. So I think now I'll steer this subject more towards a pointed discussion on how technology can help in covering, this learning loss that we have, this gap in foundational learning. So probably I'll have each one of you share your experiences. Nitin, if you could begin with yours.
Yeah, I think so that there are two sort of levels of answer to that question. So one is just at the level of technology overall, and there the fundamental belief, and being a technologist, being part of Google, right, is that technology, and we have heard this enough number of times in the morning too, and I also truly believe it, technology alone cannot solve the problem, right? It is not the panacea, it is not the solution on its own, right? But it can be a very powerful part of the solution. It can be an immense force multiplier when put to the right use and when put in a way that it supports the teachers and empowers the students and the system, right? And this is because I think there are three fundamental things that it brings to the table, right? One is enhanced access, right? Yes, we talk about there is still a large digital divide, but if you still see there are 500 million Android phones out in the country, right? And that is almost 1 in every 2 or 3 in that sense, right? So there is an immense opportunity there. If we can make the right experiences work with something as simple as a 2000 rupee, 1 GB phone, that is our best chance really to break the cycle of we're dependent on resources and how do we scale, right? So there's enhanced access. The second thing that technology really brings on the table is better experience, more engaging experiences, right? It can really enhance the efficacy of the intervention that you want to do. Technology opens up the possibility, especially in foundational reading and for using speech to text and text to speech, to actually deliver experiences which make reading a joy for a child, right? Learning to read a joy for them. You can gamify the experience to them. You can even give the feedback to the child when nobody else in the house knows how to read, which is a big problem that with many of them are first generation learners, right? But technology can enable that the child is reading out to a phone and the phone is giving them the feedback whether they are reading it right or wrong, right? And it can encourage them as well, right? And the third aspect, I think, which technology makes possible, and which is much more relevant to all of us here, is it can really ease measurement, right? Large-scale measurement, baselining, and then tracking the impact is very difficult otherwise, especially in this space of foundational literacy. And technology again opens up the path for us to do it at scale, right? I'll let the others chime in, but then also maybe after that we can play a little video which kind of brings to point the product that I work on at Google, which is called Read Along, right? And how that would demonstrate a lot of these aspects.
It's a very interesting aspect in terms of measurement, because as a journalist I can tell you that we always look towards the impact that a program has had, and when we look at, whenever we look for data, it's very hard to come by on what is the actual impact. So like you said, probably if, this is one area where we really need to harness technology. Yeah, you wanted to say something.
I'll just add on, because immediately after that, I think looking at it from a systemic perspective, I think we can look at the impact of technology in 4 pillars. One at a level of a child, where he spoke about gamification, personalized learning, the engagement of the content, all of that. The second at the level of the teacher, where there's the huge capacity gap, I think panels and sessions before that have been discussing, of the teachers, for teachers to themselves access quality in-service training through blended courses or certified courses, so teacher education and training. The third in terms of governance, where state governments, central governments can, through using dashboards and using good quality data sets, take data-based policy decisions. And the fourth is more in terms of community engagement. Across the world, we have seen the distance between the parent and the school has been reduced thanks to technology, where the child is studying at home, so the parent knows what the teacher is doing with their, and the effort that it takes. So all of these four pillars, I think, can be, and technology can be a huge amplifier across these four spheres.
I'll come back to you on that. I have a question associated, but
Yeah, I think I'd just like to add on to what Nitin spoke about. I think, and everybody's speaking about, technology in terms of an equality of access play, right? Or different ways that people can access it in the local language or can learn without going through a traditional university. I think we also need to talk about edtech in terms of equality of learning outcomes, right? And what that means is taking that step ahead to behavioral change and actually driving engagement, right? Building an app or building a product is only useful if users actually adopt it and use it over time. So it's very important that even as technologists, we evaluate ourselves on cohort analysis and sort of trying to make sure that we actually have a sustainable engagement over time, right? And this is really important because think about the iPhone or the smartphone you all have in your hands, right? When the experience wasn't great, when we had the HTC sort of pads and so on like that, nobody ever adopted it. But when somebody cracks the ultimate incentive and adding value to your life, that's when technology gets adopted. So that's not any different in edtech, right? So it's about creating products in a way that we're able to adopt it and it adds enough value to your life, right? In that sense of the equation, right? So, and it's also about reaching the right stakeholders. I think I just like to build on the community point really quickly, which is that I think the people with the most incentives are people like you, right? The parents of the child, right? And the teacher has maybe 20, 30 children under her or him, and sort of can only divvy up their attention so much, right? The system is taking care of 20,000, 30,000 children, right? So if you are looking for a top-down change, right, from the system level down to the child to distill it, that's when sort of we see the, if we do RCTs, we see often that it doesn't actually distill down to the child. So it's about involving the right people, right? It's about involving the community. A lot of the low income works on communities, right? So it's about involving the teacher and the parents together and aligning it better to offline natural socioeconomic situations that they're in.
Vishal, you said that, of course, you're a technologist, so you're going to say that technology is an equalizer and, it gives everyone an equal space. But there's often, an argument that technology is a very elitist thing, especially given though he said that there are 500 million smartphones, but they not necessarily be with those who are, parents of, preschoolers. So multiple surveys have pointed out, the gap that we have in terms of the need and the access to smartphones and devices. So do you really think that when we are focusing on, incorporating technology to enable, especially foundational literacy, are we integrating, a bigger chunk of people, or are we isolating them? And if we are integrating, or if we can integrate, how can this be done, especially given the limited access to smartphones and devices that we have?
I think that's a great question. So let me give you some context in terms of my own experiences, right? So Rocket Learning, we work with 8 lakh children across 5 states, mostly 3 to 8-year-old children. We focus on early childhood education and foundational learning, right? What we do is we create digital classrooms to teach children at home. Parents are part of the group and one teacher is part of the group. They add a Rocket Learning number and the experience is then taken over by our technology, right? So to answer your question, right, what we've seen actually across our user base is actually quite a high adoption, right? And I can give you numbers now. We have 6.5 lakh of those 800,000 read on a weekly basis all of the content that we send. 200,000 of them actually respond back with videos and images, right, on a weekly basis, and 300,000 on a monthly basis, right? So because we are focused on engagement and behavioral change in that sense. So how have we managed to skirt the hurdles that you rightly point out? I think the issues that, like, what we usually find is that either the father or the mother has a smartphone, right? So, and it's not always available for the children. Neither is it good for a child to spend a long period of time on a screen, right? So the idea is, can we design an asynchronous model, right? That basically delivers, so we deliver content that's less than 3 minutes long, less than 10 MB, low bandwidth, that works on a geophone as well, right? On the platform itself, we use WhatsApp, we don't make them download another app, right? So it's all about designing for familiarity and use case. And one of the key things is the community again. So because the teacher is there, she's able to bring in the students, add that hybrid connect, right? The teacher is able to step in and personalize the experience, while she doesn't have to worry about what content do I have to send next, or curating the content, right? Or nudging the right parents and so on, right? That's what Rocket Learning tries to take care of. So we're taking care of the top part of the huddle, of the funnel as well, that just access part of it we also try to design for, right? So it's about creating that. So we create these videos that have a call to action that you do something offline with your child, right? So it's a learning or discovery based activity, right? So you, for example, arrange the objects in the shape in order of size, right? Just simple things like that, that anybody can do at home, and send a photo or video back on it in the group. You then get certificates, medals, right? You then are incentivized in the right way, right? So it's, and what we've also found is that media and videos are very important, because most mothers in our catchment area are more 8th standard educated usually on average, and often find it difficult to read textbooks or read a lot of words, right? So you just have to design for the user, and these are some of the examples that I'm quoting here. But I think, and that's one of the reasons why Rocket Learning is a non-profit, because we feel that to address this low-income community sort of in the right way, you need to have your incentives clear. Your incentives aren't to promote the 5% who would pay, right? So it's also about how you structurally define and approach the problem in some sense.
I think, Nitin, you want to add to that?
Yeah, and I would also want to kind of slightly refine the question. I think technology is elitist, is separate from the challenge we have with access, right? I actually believe technology, there is nothing more democratizing than technology, right? The same experience is what Sundar Pichai's child will get on a particular app or a particular product that and anybody and somebody out there on the street can exactly get, right? So in my mind, there is nothing more democratizing than technology as such, right? When designed well and when made accessible.
But so the access to it is.
Yes. So the access to devices, and again, there I think I mean, we have talked about this problem since morning as well, right? But that one is something that where all of us together, Samaj, Sarkar, Bazaar, have to work. And the directions are, the market forces are, and the societal forces are. I have no doubt that in the next 2 to 3 years, that will cease to be an issue, right? It is already, as I just said, right, the number of phones out there. I was in Sikkim 2 weeks ago, and at 14,000 feet in front of a school, there were 4 parents sitting, and all of them had a phone in their hand, right, in front of a government school, right? So I think the direction we are heading in is the right. We should see if we can accelerate it, right? But the more important question is, even when access is solved, then how does the experience work? Then can we achieve the outcomes? Then can the experience help us really improve literacy there?
So, while we are talking about foundational literacy, the end consumer here, or the one that we have to impact, are preschoolers. And even though we create the technology, we create the tools, obviously they won't be able to use it unless and until they get help. So the two main stakeholders here in this entire process that emerges are the teachers and the parents that we are talking about. So I'll address that one at a time. You spoke about your experience as a teacher, and also during the pandemic, the changes that the teachers had to undergo. Can you tell us that, what has your experiences been in terms of what has been the challenges which educators faced in adopting technology during the pandemic, especially in terms of foundational learning and in this age group?
Sure, I can do that. One of the biggest things I think teachers, now when I'm talking, I'm not talking about one school, 10 schools, I'm talking about 5 lakh schools across so many states when we're dealing with lakhs of teachers. So one of the trends that we were seeing is, of course, younger teachers adopt technology faster than older teachers. But across the board, the awareness of how to use, what is even Google Meet, how do we use that to effectively connect with children, is that itself is going to be limiting. So grappling with the aspect of using the product itself is one. Having understood how to use the product, then how do I tailor my teaching style to suit an online learning environment? Because maths teacher said usually they demonstrate on a blackboard step by step how to solve a particular thing. But that demonstration, either using a whiteboard feature, was not possible because it was not visible to different children's share screen, they were not able to do. Or if they try to do a same blackboard type of thing, children are not able to see. So these are, I'm saying micro because there are many educators also in the audience, but this is some micro level challenges. At a macro level, access to devices and mindsets towards using them also are big challenges because parents are then afraid that too much usage of devices. We conducted a field survey during COVID lockdowns. We got special permissions, went into communities to understand what is happening. One of the big things parents said was they were in the name of taking online lessons, they take the mobile phone from the parent. This is in rural areas, and they are either playing games, accessing adult content, or so many other type of things, right? So parents then become tentative about giving that technology to the child. So all of these issues were faced during the school closures while adopting technology.
Right. Coming back to parents, I had actually warned my panelists before this discussion started that I am a parent of a preschooler and a very late adopter to technology. I'm quite against actually initially, yes, of course, because multiple studies, multiple surveys, have taught us as parents that there should be a limited exposure to screen time, especially when it comes to the preschooling years. There was a time limit that was given to me as a mother by the pediatrician. It shouldn't exceed 40 minutes in a day, otherwise it's going to impact their brain development. So while all these studies are talking about limited exposure to screens and limited exposure to devices, how do you justify, how do you tackle this argument that we have in favor of technology? So I'm sure that both you, Nitin and Vishal, are going to argue in the favor, but I'm hoping that you take my side here, and if we can have a discussion on how it works both ways. Yes, we shall let them argue their point.
I think primarily we like to say we're on the side of our users, not on the side of technology or not, and the side of parents and children, right? So ultimately, it's about. I think it's about, again, and I come back to this, is about what type of technology you're using and what the impact of it is per hour, right? If you look at both panelists on left and right of me, they've built great solutions and are focused on a particular impact, right? If you look at Read Long, it's focused on, giving child continuous feedback, and he'll play the video soon. And sorry, we were also in terms of the access to language and so on, right? So it's about the technology and what you should do with it. What Rocket Learning generally always promotes is that the videos are meant to be watched by parents, and the activities are supposed to be done at home with the help of textbooks or household materials, right? So what we endeavor to do is to optimize that time. What we also found in one of our studies, and what we're trying to do, is also a time use study, right? Which is per minute of reported time spent with your child, right? And correlating that with your learning outcomes, right? What was that coming out like? And one of the things that we're really happy about is that even controlling for mother's education, which often is the biggest influencer, right? What we found is that the children who use technology like Rocket Learning and so on were more effective with their time. So if we can get to a point where we can help the parent and help the children be more effective with their time, I think that's a good use case of technology, right? That's what I'd like to speak for.
My answer would again be in sort of two levels, right? So one is a very general statement which my dad always used to tell me, look, access of anything is bad, right? If I replace your technology or screen time with sugar or excess love or pampering in the question, it will still hold the question, right? So, and the second one there is also the responsibility is jointly for technologists who are designing the technology and users together. It's a joint responsibility, right? At the end of the day, the choice is with that parent as well, and with the child, in terms of if they have a limited time, right? What sort of experience would they want to engage with, right? That agency is always on the user side, right? So I think it's a combination of those two things, like the responsibility being shared by technologists and the users. And yes, generally recognizing that excess of anything is bad. So we are not arguing here for just blind use of technology here in this space, right? But you have to weigh it against the average impact. If it did not exist, right, then what would have been the rate of change, rate of progress, and on average, can that rate of progress be improved by having it? And of course, finally the impact will also vary, like the negative impact of extra screen time would really vary on a child who already has access to 2 hours of time, and then you are asking spend 10 more minutes reading also, like what's the incremental impact? Versus imagine a child who has no access, right? And if you are asking them to do 5 minutes or 10 extra minutes of reading, then the incremental impact, the marginal utility of that time is going to be so much higher in that particular case, right? So I think we have to evaluate it on a contextual basis too. It can't be a very generalized answer.
And for the younger age group, I mean 3 to 6 years, I mean we've seen it in the field as well. I don't think there is a huge push to just use technology without mediation. So even with the teachers or the organizations or MSCRT that we worked with, I think there was a lot of curation that was done at the teachers' end, and very little stuff was going every day. So I think that is very important, because 3 to 6 years you want the human connect. Like we saw so much grassroots innovation leveraging technology innovatively. So if the children were used to going to a library and hearing the librarian, that same librarian did a video and sent it on WhatsApp. So there is such a nice connect that the child has sitting at home, hearing the same voice, acquiring language literacy, but not really necessarily engaging or going overboard with the gadget, and that seems to be the concern. So I think there has to be a balance, and I think, in this case, particularly in the pandemic, we have seen that where there was access, like Nitin said, that there has been progress, and there has been a lot of, what we saw as stories of change and innovation and sharing, right? So in the Basti, there was one mobile phone. It was a mobile phone that was shared with all the children during that time of learning, which are all the good stories of hope and encouragement that came through the pandemic. Now it's you. Yes.
Thank you for all the pressure. No, I agree to all the points, and in fact, I'm a proponent and avid user of technology myself. So I fully agree with the balanced approach, and specifically for the age group that we're talking about, it's a mediated approach. It's not a direct to child approach. So for sure, all of those points are valid. But at the same breath, I think we deserve to mention multiple things. So one at a user level, one at a design level, and one at a societal impact level. So at a user level, when we talk about gamification, I'm not just talking about the 3 to 6 age group. In general, when you're talking about educational apps, if you're talking about gamified content, what does gamification work on? One of the principles is that by correctly doing things, you get a dopamine rush. Okay, and that dopamine rush becomes addictive like any other dopamine rush on any other substance, and this has been proven through various social media studies that could have an adverse impact on the child and in terms of usage screen time. So the screen time is just one statistic. The underlying principle is a dopamine rush, right? So that's one that one has to be careful of. I'm not saying one cannot do without it. This panel discussion also could be giving me a dopamine rush, right? So I'm not advocating against that. The second level in terms of the design element. Now, since morning, if we looked at all the panelists and all the speakers, what we're talking about, the word delivery and transaction is something that stands out in everybody talking about education. But when you look at education theory and research, I don't think that's the best way to use that term. Education is not just about delivery of a pre-decided set of pre-packaged set of content, and using technology to just effectively deliver something. I'm sure people on the panel also will agree to that. So at a design level, until we are reaching a fact where we are agreeing upon the aim of education to be much beyond delivery, it is more about critical consciousness, democratic citizenship, it could be so many other things as envisioned by our NEP itself. And then with the design of the technology using that, then we can say that yes, maybe it's promoting a much broader aim of education than just a delivery aspect of efficient delivery of education. At a societal level, what am I trying to say? I forgot my point, so I'm just going to stop here in terms of these 2 points. Yeah.
Fair enough. Before, I was told that I should keep some time for questions, maybe if the audience has.
Can I also ask I think some of the points that we discussed come very nicely alive in a little video that we have about Read Along, which talks about how it works, some of the elements we talked about, and how does it work for teachers and society as well, if it's okay. Is that fine? If I may request the team to play that video, please.
lakh schools and more than 25 crore students. Yet, less than 50% of grade 5 children
can confidently read a grade 2 level textbook. The Government of India, Ministry of Education's Nippon Bharat mission aims to change that by ensuring students meet their foundational literacy and numeracy goals by the end of grade 3 by 2026-27. A mission we salute by bringing the best of Google with Read Along, an Android app that encourages young learners to practice and improve their reading skills. Dia listens to the young learner as they read out loud, helps them when they get stuck, squiddles, and encourages them when they read well. Shabash, tumne sahi padha. Children earn stars and badges and find reading enjoyable. Read Along works offline, so you don't need to be connected to the internet while using the app. And it even works on entry-level smartphones. Teachers can create reading groups on the Read Along app and can monitor student progress by checking the stories read by them, their reading speeds, and the time spent on reading. Students are asked questions based on the stories they read, which helps teachers understand if the students are developing comprehension skills. Independent studies have demonstrated the impact that sustained use of Read Along has on students' reading abilities. Read Along has over 2 crore users, and our stories have been read more than 8.5 crore times in the last 2 years. Like Nippon Bharat, Read Along is designed for India. Read Along supports English and 7 different Indian languages and is already part of 3 state government programs. Read Along is easily scalable, as it can be implemented and monitored through the existing ground infrastructure at the state, block and district level. With Read Along's unique ability to enter block-level partner codes, states get the ability to track usage metrics. States can also have their school textbook content be part of Read Along.
Just to call out a few highlights which we touched upon in the session as well, right? Like in terms of design, how do you make design the experience for keeping the child in mind, right? Making the reading activity engaging with them. The whole, the DIA that is powered by artificial intelligence and can listen, the speech to text and text to speech technologies is a way to connect with the child in a way that they are used to, right? It's like they're reading Didi that they are working with, right? The fact that it can work offline, again, goes back to the same, that how do we serve the target audience where this connectivity might be a problem. How do you design for what is the experience for teachers? What is it that will help for teachers there, right? And similarly, how do you design so that we can work and integrate it with government programs? Like we have had immense success with working with the government of UP on the Mission Prerna, with Gujarat, with Telangana, with a lot of my co-panelists, our partners there in the implementations there as well, right? So I think kind of brings to life some of the points that we touched about. So it is, the onus is definitely on the people designing the technology to do it right, and then working together with the system, teachers and administrators and everybody to implement it also in the right way.
Just as the last point, I think now is also a catalytic time for the ECCE space, right, with the NEP and sort of every state sort of clamoring to either make their Anganwadis or Balwadis into educational centers from just nutritional centers or start preschool programs and so on, right? So I think parents and communities and technologies are going to play a big role, and also like we are going to design the system. This is a great time for us to all come together and design the system in such a way that all of these mesh together and play the right path, right? So in fact, the Women and Child Development Ministry has actually empowered an expert task force on particularly community engagement and technology, which Rocket Learning is also honored to be a part of. So I think right now is the correct time to intervene with tech and communities in the FLN and ECC space.
Yeah, this was actually going to be my last question, Vishal, that though we've already started taking baby steps until the last few years, it was RTE and 6+ years of age that we were focusing on. But after NEP 2020, the focus now, of course, has shifted towards foundational learning, and it starts right from there. So while we've already started taking baby steps, what do you think is the way forward? Like Vishal has given us some pointers. If you want to leave some thoughts here.
The way forward for FLN.
Incorporating technology, like what is the next step that we need to take?
I think somebody in the previous session also mentioned it. I think the first step has to be access. Even though we are seeing such encouraging usage, 2 crore plus users and all of that, the Indian numbers are a little bit much more staggering. The Honorable Minister in the morning mentioned 52 or 53 crore as one of the numbers that we need to keep in mind. There's a huge amount of, just like we are making midday meals and textbooks free across the board, I think a device, a minimum viable device, like he was mentioning, a 2,000 rupee device, should be made available, but with moderated usage through everyone, so that if at all technology has to be. So access and the digital divide continues to be the biggest thing that we need to solve before we even have the other conversations. And the other is, I think, the capacities of again, I'm speaking from a government standpoint, capacities of the middle management, capacities of the teachers, capacities of the people in the system to be able to engage and integrate technology seamlessly and smoothly into their day-to-day way of functioning until we are able to, because the way immediately I can think of, खाना चाहिए तो स्विगी जाते हैं या XYZ places में जाते हैं. Average person should be able to think, अगर मुझे इस तरीके का content चाहिए तो let me look up XYZ type of a product. But that level of integration has not happened with the majority of people in the system, which I'm not saying is the ideal place for us to be, but for adopting technology and enabling learning, I think that could be. So I would say access and adoption and strategy and capacity building would be two from my side. Would love to hear from the others.
Urvi?
I just want to bring in the aspect of mother tongue languages, because I think that is key when we are talking about, and all, whether it's technology, it's access, and however we are solving for the problem, it needs to keep in mind the language aspect, because that is key to the child that we are talking about. The rest of it stays.
Even though I'm a technologist, I will add a warning from a technology side as well. In the sense, I mean, as you said, we have just started taking baby steps, right? And this is something, the problem that we think day in and day out, and we still don't know the long-term impacts of it fully, right? And as a technologist, it is the onus on us definitely to always keep that in mind and think about and measure, right? Both what is the actual positive outcome and are there any negative outcomes happening and how do we mitigate that, right? There's a lot for us to learn there, but we will not learn unless we make the steps as well, right?
As the board is reminding us here, the time's up. Do we have any time for questions, or the next session is starting? Okay. Thank you to a wonderful panel today, and to all of you for hearing us out. And I do believe, though I was a late convert, but as a parent, I do believe that technology has a great role to play. I had shared my personal experience as well about, I have seen a huge sea of change from a child who was completely non-verbal to one of the most talkative in his class today, thankfully to a lot of learning apps that help. So I only hope that we go forward from here, and like you said, we think on all these aspects that you have touched upon. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for an insightful session. Let's move on to our next panel discussion of the day, titled Breaking the Berlin Wall, EdTech Meets Education. In this session, panelists will explore how collaboration of technology with education institutes and create an efficient ecosystem for students these days. For this session, we have Prachi Windlas, Senior Director, Michael and Susan Dell Foundation. We have Himanshu Gautam, co-founder and CEO, Safalta. Rajiv Tandon, Chief Executive Officer, Wilp Bits Pilani. Alexander Yesadusan, Pro Vice Chancellor, Hindustan Institute of Technology and Science. To moderate this session, we have Amitabh Achingan, Partner, EY Parthenon Education Strategy Practice. Over to you, Amitabh.
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. I think the previous conversation was a great segue into this panel and this discussion. Breaking the Berlin Wall is quite a provocative statement. But I think what's clearly happening across sort of the education sector is really the fact that edtech has rapidly changed the way we consume education. It's obviously kind of rapidly mainstreaming into almost all segments, subsegments, and formats of education. India obviously has been at the forefront of this movement, revolution, evolution, whatever you would like to call it. But as this as this phenomenon kind of continues to take shape, as models continue to be kind of built, I mean, it is early days still. I think it's important to really understand that edtech is nothing but education and technology. So I think obviously there needs to be a strong focus on the core, on the basics, on the core problems that the different parts of the education sector face, the different almost solutions that each segment, each sector is trying to perhaps provide. And that, I think, is what we wanted to, or what I thought we would kind of have discuss in this panel. I mean, we've got a great panel. We've got an amazing mix of expertise, perspectives, both across sort of K-12, higher education, continuing education, public sector, private sector. So I'm sure this is going to be a fascinating discussion. I'm going to start maybe, Prachi, with you. I mean, the public sector, and given the kind of the amazing work the Dell Foundation is doing with the public K-12 sector. It's obvious, it's very clear to everyone that in the last 2 years, while all children, all school-going children have suffered, have had various forms of kind of, have different almost degrees of learning losses, or have been deprived a certain amount of learning. I mean, the public sector has been probably hit the hardest. The device challenge, the digital divide that I think was maybe that we all talk about, plus of course the lack of capacity in the system, is obviously kind of a big challenge. I mean, great, pretty great to just start off with perhaps, hearing from you around what, are some of maybe the innovative tools, solutions, practices that have helped perhaps overcome some of these challenges. And then, also hear about how technology, edtech is perhaps going to continue to, support the public education segment, including deal with some of the challenges around engagement, around governance, measurement, monitoring, etc. So share with, I'd love to hear from you on your sort of thoughts, perspectives on this aspect around the public education sector.
Thanks, Amitabh. Good afternoon, everyone. Great to be here in a physical session after a really long time, at least the first time for me after, I don't know, 3 years. So starting with the question that Amitabh posed to the group, it's a very, I would say, almost a well-studied and established fact that children coming from underprivileged families, largely the ones who are attending government schools, have been worst hit during this period. There were many studies which came out, Pradhan being a notable one, which showed that the digital divide in India in that age segment of K-12 is roughly around 13%. And that is just when we are looking at the access that kids have to a device. If we start looking at that as dedicated access, which is what you need in order to be able to do 4 or 5 years of 4 or 5 hours of studying on digitally, then that number might be just a very minuscule percentage. So it is true that the digital divide is huge, that practically no education has been available to children for the last 2 years. Dell Foundation works with several states in Haryana, Rajasthan, Himachal. We've been working for a really long period of time, and we also work with a lot of not-for-profits and a lot of for-profit partners. So the positive thing which is coming out of it is that we have definitely seen high quality innovation which can have the impact going forward. So for as a state practice, I'll share the example of the state of Himachal Pradesh. They did a very interesting thing. They were very quickly pivoted towards an online WhatsApp-based learning method with a company called Convigenius, where they took their entire curriculum and they started sending weekly videos and materials to children, and they also created a sort of like a regimen around it. So they, because otherwise, kids are just getting it on WhatsApp, they may or may not log in. So they started this program called Har Ghar Pathshala, and they said, Subha 10 se 12 roz school chale hamara. So it just gave some structure to kids that, okay, 10 o'clock I have to sit down. Whether I'm just sitting with the phone, I have to sit down, some material will come, I'll read and I'll study that. And then in addition to that, what they did was, again with this company Convigenius, they launched a WhatsApp-based quiz on the materials that they shared during the week. And they had like 85% response rate in terms of children who were taking that quiz, because it's a fun activity for kids to do, the schedule helped. And this is, I think, the kind of innovation which is doable versus downloading new apps and unfamiliar environments for a large percentage of kids in India. And it sticks, and it is up to the state to see how do they continue with some forms of these good learning practices that I would say. Continuing with that, I'm also seeing certain states have now realized that at-home learning or finding time and providing kids digital access at home is also useful. So the state of Haryana, for example, is procuring tablets for all the kids in grades 9 to 12. And it is providing not just hardware, which is what states have done in the past, it's actually providing a learning software which is connected to what they teach in school. And they expect kids to do homeworks on that, and they expect kids to take certain quizzes on that. So I think it will go a long way in bolstering the efforts that the school and the teachers will be making to make sure that kids have some continued support, which is very, very critical for first generation learners. So these are some examples that I've seen in the States. Some examples that I've seen particularly to bridge this digital divide are through NGOs. So a prominent NGO that we work with is Teach for India. And they raised funds and they provided access to all of their 34,000 kids during this period. And they had a very interesting idea, which they're now beginning to pilot, that when kids come back to school, they will run the devices in a pooled library model. So kids bring back the device, and then depending on whether your neighbor is someone you can share a device with, assign work on the device and let 2 or 3 kids share it in their neighborhood, bring it back, then assign it to other kids. So there is innovation like that as well, which can be scaled. But the interesting thing which has happened is that the digital familiarity of kids from all backgrounds, not just from poor backgrounds, from all backgrounds has gone up. Teachers' openness has gone up. Parents are engaged in a way in their children's education that they were not before, because they've just delegated the responsibility of education to school, but here they had to play, I would say, the role of a teaching assistant almost at home, checking in homework, because it was happening digitally or it was coming on their emails, their devices, they got clued in. So I actually look upon all of those as positive things which we can build upon as kids come back to school. And their studies like Azim Premji, which are showing there could be a 1 to 1.5 schooling years of learning loss that could have happened. And the fact that remains, and we can come back to that question again on engagement, is that the engagement on almost all edtech solutions is very poor. We've been looking at different kinds of edtech solutions, and the numbers range from 10-13% kids spending an average of 7 to 15 minutes of time in a week, which is nothing, compared to what kids spend in supplementary offline tuition models and such. So the engagement right now, any form of evidence that we look at is really poor, and it might become even lower as kids now go back to their offline models. But there is definitely a value in us trying to increase that engagement time. Bharat EdTech initiative is one such initiative which is trying to do it. It's not trying to reinvent the wheel on EdTech solutions. It is saying there is enough good solutions in the market, but how do we innovate on these solutions usage such that they actually help kids? And maybe it's innovation on that front also that we need versus just creating more and more solutions for the sector.
Great, thanks, Prachi. And we'll come back to you on a couple of points, but I want to make sure we get everyone in. And I think, Himanshu, I want to move to you. I mean, with Safalta, you obviously are, serving learners around very specific exam and, competitive test preparation needs. So again, there's a lot of this debate about exams and tests and, should we move to a skill-based competency model, which I'm sure will happen, but the tests are here and it is what it is. But I guess, I guess talk to us about, I guess, one, of course, how, with Safalta, you are almost democratizing what earlier was thought to be a more premium, a more specialized offering, high-end, high-quality coaching or test preparation was supposed to be a tier 1 city and an expensive proposition. And, how are you sort of challenging that or maybe redefining that, that paradigm? And then maybe it'd be great to also hear from you a little bit about how are you balancing cost with quality and outcomes? And then what's the road ahead with the new education policy and with this emphasis on skills that is kind of, coming through? So how do you see platforms like Safalta and your solutions sort of, addressing some of those aspects?
Sure. Thank you, Amitabh. So at Safalta, the story is very simple. We are an outcome-based learning platform that actually leads to employment. So that's at the core of everything that we do. And there are 3 segments which we cater. The first segment is class 9 to 12. The second segment is test prep, which is essentially the government job preparation. And the third segment is the skills segment that we have. So there are 2 or 3 great things that has happened in the tech sector. One of the great things that has happened is the accessibility. So I come from a small town, that's Mathura. And in Mathura, there used to be one Sharma sir who used to be like the god of, like accountancy or something. So that god right now, is available for everyone. So probably if I give you an analogy, so probably for Arjun, there was one Dronacharya. And that Dronacharya was not available for Eklavya. But right now, that thing has been solved. So all the Eklavyas now have the access to that Dronacharya through this whole edtech thing. Because that one teacher is able to cater to thousands of students and the great learning that he wants to impart can reach to those students. So that's one of the great things that happened through, through this whole edtech thing. The second problem that's there still, and we are trying to solve it in a big way, is the affordability thing. Access to great teachers, access to great content. There are many players. There are 4,500 plus edtech players into the market. And all sorts of things are happening across all the segments, be it a K-12 segment or the test prep segment or skill segments, upskilling, reskilling, everything is happening around us. But at the same time, we need to understand that most of the GDP contribution that we see into our country is coming in from things like agriculture, and we see agricultural families, their family incomes are not even, I'll say not even like 10,000 rupees a month. So with those kind of families and children's mostly studying in the government school, and those government schools, we understand they have their own set of challenges and all. So those kids have very limited options. They only get inspired by the neighborhood successes that they have seen. And unfortunately, they do not have the access to the right set of mentorship and all. So the neighborhood success that they see are either a police job or an army job or a SSC job. So that's how that government job thing actually gets hard-coded into that. And that's the dream that they really like to pursue very, very seriously. But unfortunately, when they land up into that game, they realize suddenly that for one job, there are 350 applicants. So how will you crack it? You can't crack it. And unfortunately, you don't know the other things. So that's where, Safalta comes into the picture, where we help them with their whole strong academic foundation so that they know things beyond government jobs. At the same time, we also help them to give them certain vocational skills, tightly coupled with certain life skills, so that they can at least get their first entry-level white-collar job. So that's the whole idea about Safalta. And there are 2 or 3 things. So somebody was telling me in the morning that I was having a chat here, probably with Sanjay, and Sanjay was telling me that YouTube is one of the biggest, kind of resource for all the content there. But unfortunately, what's happening in the YouTube, there is something called trust and credibility. That's not easy to figure out for young students and all. Ki, whatever you are being taught on YouTube, is it right, really up to the mark or not? So that's where Safalta is trying to make that impact, and I'm very happy to tell you there are beautiful things happening at Safalta. There are 3 generations of people who are studying in Safalta today. So we have Mr. G.S. Pandey. He is 72 years of age. He's based in Mathura. He's my student of basic graphic design and advanced digital marketing. His daughter-in-law, Kiran Pandey, she's doing an English speaking and interview skills course with us. His grandson, Advait, he's studying in class 10th champion program of Safalta. So that's the kind of impact that we are making today, that 3 generations from the same family. I can keep on giving examples of father and son, or like husband, wife from Shikohabad who are doing graphic designing and digital marketing with us. So I think that's the work, that keeps on inspiring us and keeps on giving us more energy every day to go out and make that impact.
Thanks, Himanshu. And I'll move on, Dr. Jeshudasan, to you. Obviously, a lot of the edtech activity is concentrated in the K-12 and sort of the adult learning or the, the working professional, segments. Higher education, especially in the Indian context, is still kind of, in a category that's emerging. How do you see higher education institutions and universities, kind of really breaking through, the barrier or the wall, as our organizers have sort of suggested, the Berlin Wall of, between tech and education. But how do you see universities and higher education institutions do that? And kind of, what is your almost vision of the university of the future, which is much more digital, much more technology enabled, and leverages tech in a meaningful manner?
Thank you, Amitabh, for this beautiful question, and thanks to Indian Express for having organized this meet. Otherwise, I think we would not have met physically, which we have been missing for the past couple of years. As we look at education, education has given birth to edtech. Now, edtech is now feeding information as to how we can accelerate education. Now, as you look at the future of education in this digital era with the digital technology, I think there is need for certain areas that need to be considered to make this affordable, available, and to be meaningful in the country. Number one, I think the platforms that we have, the online platforms that we have, I think needs to be upgraded, modernized, because we have just very limited ones. And if LMS and these platforms are going to be enhanced in terms of quality, enhanced in terms of the kind of presentation that they have, to be lucid, I think that will draw a great amount of attraction among the stakeholders, so that many would be able to welcome this kind of an approach. The second important area that needs consideration is with regard to those programs which have practicals, engineering, technology, and science. There's a lot of practicals involved. Now, I think we have not gone a long way in this area, though we have been able to provide the online theory education quite well. In terms of practicals, I think there's need to be more of upgradation, more of research that needs to be done, so that those departments which have practicals would be able to lay hands on all of these. The third important area that needs consideration is with regard to the evaluation, the examination. I think one of the challenges that we have in online examination is that malpractice, I think impersonation and things like that. I think we need to have a robust way by which we are able to correct that. I think that is still a kind of an area that needs to be worked with. I think some of the advantages that we have on the digital mode, which can accelerate, I think in the days to come, is with regard to internationalization of education. I mean, gone are the days when we have to travel to probably participate in a conference abroad, or if you want to go and have a study over there. But now with this online digital education, you can bring in anyone from abroad to give education, to give a particular topic through online, and it is not restricted to a few people, but it can be extended to a large group of people who benefited absolutely by no extra cost. And some of the areas like sports and games and the flipped classrooms are all very, very handy. I think we need to work on all these aspects so that we can make this available and equitable to all of the people. One last area that needs consideration is with regard to the youth in the rural areas. I think connectivity availability of the gadgets are something very, very important. And if you're able to really do that, I think if government is going to be coming up with schemes and even CSR activities are going to embrace this, I think we will be able to reach the nook and corner of India through digital education, and by which we will be able to do the massification of education. Even in our own university, we have the Center for Open and Distance Education Code, where we just started a year ago, and we are able to have overwhelming response. And by this, I think we'll be able to reach to the people who need education, and also to the working class people. I think this is again another segment, as we just heard in the pre-lunch session, that the number of people who are going to be taking to education in the digital mode from the working section is going to exceed the classical education that is taken by students. I think that we need to concentrate so that we'll be able to upskill, reskill, and we'll be able to make them reach a better level in their vocation. This is my response.
Thank you, Dr. Jesudasan. Very, very, insightful. Rajiv, I'm going to move on to you. And I mean, obviously, online upskilling and continuing education is perhaps, one of the fastest growing categories within edtech globally, and most definitely in India. India today probably, has 3-4 very large providers who have cumulatively achieved almost $1 billion in revenue in the last 3 years, and about 60% of this revenue is coming from learners who are outside of India. So in many ways, it's interesting and fascinating that you have Indian providers who are serving, a global audience. I mean, I wouldn't say that they're teaching the world, because a lot of the university partners are still, US and European partners. But I think it's clear that India and India-based edtech providers, online upskilling providers are really occupied a meaningful place in the global market, and probably larger than some of the established US providers. I guess, with BITS and, all the work you've been doing with the work integrated learning program, I mean, it'd be great to hear your thoughts and perspectives on how you see the online upskilling segment evolve, and also how, established incumbent providers like yourself will, I guess, participate in a meaningful manner in this tech-led, almost transition or transformation that's happening in the sector.
Thank you, Amitabh. So for BITS Pilani, this whole adoption of education technologies, frankly, did not happen because of crumbling of some walls suddenly, or the pandemic bringing it in. As Amitabh just mentioned, we have this fairly large division which we call as work integrated learning programs, which is focused on education of working professionals. And the basic philosophy behind that division is integrating learning with work, with the workplace itself. And when the initial education technology started coming in, we found that the work integrated learning program model would immediately benefit out of this. So things like something which is becoming now very pervasive: synchronous learning, asynchronous learning, hybrid learning, blended learning, flipped classroom model, which almost everyone is talking about right now. We started implementing these models almost a decade back. Almost half a decade back, we started adopting, for a different reason, not for on-campus, but for working professionals, started investing and adopting models like digital labs. I think Dr. Alexander just mentioned about this. Digital labs, not just in areas like computer science, which I think from an implementation angle are easier to achieve, but also digital labs in areas like electronics and electrical technologies, mechanical engineering, automotive engineering. So we at that time itself, started experimenting and started deploying those models. Now the benefit we got was when the pandemic happened, I think for BITS Pilani, comparatively, I think the transition was far, far more easier, because a lot of our educators were already teaching these working professionals from their locations, so they were very familiar with this whole online education model. I know in some cases, when the institutions shifted to online, the students were far more savvy on educational technologies than the educators. In our case, in many cases, it was just the opposite. So we had professors who had already for many years used technology to teach working professionals, and they were now transitioning to on-campus students. So it was just the opposite situation. However, our experience, with adoption of education technology was far more organic, because we did this. There was no sword hanging on our head that we have to do that. So it was, done organically over the years. We would discover a technology, we will see it can be integrated into our education experience. We'll work towards it, pilot test it, and then take our own time integrating it, well in the system. Even the kind of providers, if I, look back, 10 years back, there were many providers for learning management systems, content development, but you would see that most of these providers, one would be good at doing one or two things. Not, as they say in America, not from soup to nuts. So you'll have, one organization providing you one service or one piece of the puzzle. The other one is good at the other, and they would approach working more like vendors. I think the opportunity today, when I, start comparing it with the vendor ecosystem at that time, and now I would say when I see the edtech companies operate, it's more of a partner ecosystem. So they approach in a far more partner-like way, are approaching this in a manner which is more about, co-creating something, rather than, leaving their product or licensing their software or platform, and then leaving the educational institutions alone and struggling and figuring out how to do that. So I think that's one big change. I think the institutions who are now beginning to accelerate adopting, these new technologies should take advantage and see, engage with these edtech players in a more partner-like fashion, and the possibility of the success would be far more. There are, I think, three areas, I think immediately which come to my mind when I think of where the edtech players could also help institutions. One is, especially in technology areas, if you plan to do sector-specific programs. I'm sorry. We all know that, the industry in India is, geographically distributed in different clusters. And educational and institutions may not be there in all those clusters. So, for example, a top institution in automotive engineering identifies an area like automotive electronics, because automotive industry is all about connected cars. Now, if you do not have presence in an automotive cluster in Pune or Gujarat or Manesar near Gurgaon, how do you really, launch a program, for those working professionals? Now, it becomes far easier if you integrate education technologies, and launch of these niche programs would be possible. Second, we always say that universities have to look 10 years, beyond, while for-profit businesses have to look at the immediate demand more, but the universities always have to look at 5 years, 10 years hence. Imagine if you think of launching a program which is completely focused on future technologies. Now at BITS, whenever we are thinking of a product portfolio, we think in three terms. One is domains which are stable. That means there is an established demand already there. Then the domains which are growing. That means there is clear evidence next 2 to 3 years people would be needed in that particular domain. And then there are domains which are emerging. It is very, I would say, easy to launch programs in stable domains and perhaps also in the growing domains. But if, let's say, we have to today launch a program, which will actually help people develop solutions for metaverse or AR or VR, it's not that immediately you'll find a critical mass of demand which will justify creating of a program. However, with technologies which are possible in edtech, many of these things are possible. So that's one. Number two, big area, I think, where education technologies can work. I think Dr. Alexander alluded to getting experts from outside to India. I think there are a lot of experts in India. I think edtech also gives an opportunity to get some of the brands and experts in higher education in India to also meet requirements worldwide now. I think Amitabh would know this more, but at the price and value combinations which India can today provide when you take our programs outside could be very, very attractive. So one can make those beginnings rather than waiting for big decisions and making heavy investments in creating a brick and mortar presence. It's better to use education technology and create that particular presence. And third, extremely important. I think there's a lot of criticism about industry and academia getting together and doing programs. I think with edtech, doing that has become far, far easier. Imagine you can now have a classroom where you can actually get a practitioner to co-teach. You can get people to design programs together, all because there is education technology which is playing there. So many such areas, are ripe to be taken with the combination of educational institution or collaboration of education institution and the edtech players, who are there in the market today. Thanks.
Thanks, Rajiv. Prachi, I'm going to come back to you, and obviously, a lot of your work is focused on a very large and a very complex public K-12 system. But you've talked about some of the very interesting, I would say, initiatives. I mean, maybe not experiments, but also almost like lighthouse projects. They're great starters. I mean, how do you see some of this mainstreaming? And do you see a meaningful role for the private sector to support this? I mean, you've got Himanshu who's doing some interesting work on this whole, on the high stakes and then education to employability pathways. So how do you see perhaps some maybe like-minded private organizations, may even be more mainstream commercial organizations, being able to participate in this?
Yeah. So I think to the first question, Amitabh, which is that, how will this get mainstreamed? I think we are sitting at the cusp of it because there is demand from the parents now. All parents are demanding some form of, digital education, and we've seen the benefits of it. And the biggest thing is, I think in India, teachers have also resisted it for a very long time. It's not as if edtech is a 2-year-old phenomena for us, it's a 20-year phenomena, but I think in some form teachers have always resisted it. Like even Rajiv was saying, right? Like his teachers were ready, so they were ready. I think that has always been holding us back, and now teachers are ready. They've seen the benefits as well. It has made their life easier. So we are at the cusp of it. How it will get mainstreamed when I think of public education systems is just by shifting the focus not just on the solutions, but some of the processes which hold us back. So clearly, none of the governments are saying that I will now invent my own, tutoring platform, or I will invent my own Byju's, or I'll invent my own Coursera. None of them are saying that. But at the same time, their ability to take what is available in the market is also very limited. So how can private sector participate over here is we will definitely need more vernacular medium solutions, and everything said and done, the market is very thin over there because the paying capacity probably is not there as much as it is from English speaking students. So I think that is one thing which that the relevance of the solutions has to go up. There have to be more vernacular medium solutions. There have to be more state aligned solutions, right? I mean, when I look at K-12, the quality of solutions which exists for, say, CBSE, ICSE, IB boards, etc., is way higher. I mean, all of those add up to a few tens of thousand schools, but 1.3 million government schools. If we will look at content and solutions which are available for state curriculums, it is there. I wouldn't say it's not there, but it's very limited. Pricing is extremely high. We are talking about yearly subscriptions of 40, 50, 60,000 rupees per child. That is not the affordability bracket of India or of any government. I mean, typical government spend per child is around 25,000 rupees, and that too also in some of the better education systems in India. So, it lies somewhere in that range. So I think from all of those perspectives, there is distance to be moved, and from the private sector side in terms of the relevance, quality, affordability of solutions. But from the government side, there has to be huge movement in terms of their procurement methods, in terms of how they actually think of edtech, right? It's very different from giving a contract for building a road. But in a way, it also has to be simplified to the extent of building a road where you can actually say, okay, I purchased this edtech solution. It gave me this much improvement in learning outcomes. And therefore, it is okay to pay 5,000 rupees per child or 2,000 rupees per child per year for me to get that. So there is movement needed from both, but I think now is the time when we can actually make it happen.
Right. And Rajiv, I'm going to come back to you on I guess, one of the things that we are seeing with edtech, especially in the upskilling segment, is this emergence of this hire, train, deploy model. So the sector is not just training people, but also providing talent for industry in many cases, especially around the digital skills domain. So you see the US where you've got this big boot camp market or segment, which is doing exactly that. Taking a graduate, running them through a very intense 3-month program, which teaches them coding or some kind of digital skill. Do you see that? How do you see that as a potential opportunity for a country like India, which already has in many ways provided, talent and expertise to the world through the IT sector, for example. So do you see upskilling and, continuing learning as a possible lever for India to play a more meaningful role in the global talent, pool?
Absolutely. My sense is if you compare the number of engineering graduates or other graduates that India is producing every year, we have all the right to really dominate that space in the coming future. Of course, we have the right, we also have the duty to ensure that our graduates are made ready for the world, because there are very sharp predictions about skill shortage across industries worldwide. And if we are the back office skills factory, we have to assume that position to really service the world. I think institutions and edtech, can play a very, very sharp role there. My only sense, where some gap that I see, that the industry, to really create those solutions, the industry and the academia, should really collaborate very, very deeply and very, very closely. And while my sense is everyone feels that it should be done because, but it's very rare to see very deep models. At BITS, though we have attempted very, very hard for many years to ensure that whatever we create is relevant to what skills, which the industry needs. But my sense is the edtech players, can come along and play that role of getting the industry and academia to be, coming together and play a role to create those models, whether these are boot camps or short programs or multiple exit programs, competency-based education models. Normal Indian institutions have not had too much experience, doing that. So maybe with the help of the edtech, who act as that, mediator between the industry and the academia, many of these things are possible.
Got it. Yeah. Dr. Jason, you wanted to come in on that, yeah.
I think I fully agree to what Rajiv has said. I think the universities, particularly the deemed to be universities, are beautiful bridges between the industry and the area where the application has to be done. That is why I think we in the universities, we emphasize that the boards of studies and the academic council have the industry experts, because they're the ones who will be able to readily identify the need in the community, in the society, and we'll be able to tweak our curriculum and syllabi in such a way that it is able to be user-friendly, it is able to be made available for the upheaval of a particular community. I think in this line, at the moment, Hindustan is very much involved with connecting with different types of professionals, with the medical, professional, with engineering and so on. And right now, we are having discussion as to how we'll be able to provide training, in particular in the area of AI, VR, to the medical professionals and to the nurses and other health professionals. How is that we can use this technology in our aeronautical department, particularly the ground staff, because there's a great demand for providing that skilled type of education to these areas. So I think universities are the greatest bridges available between the industry and the ground reality. And if that could be taken up by universities, I think we are doing marvelous job in terms of providing the need to the community.
Thank you. I think we're just at time, so I think I'm gonna wrap this discussion here, and thank you to the audience for giving us this opportunity to have this interesting discussion. Thanks Prachi, Himanshu, Rajiv and Dr. Jesdas for a wonderful session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much to all our panelists. Thank you for joining us. Now we move on to our next panel discussion titled Personalized Education. In this session, panelists will discuss how education systems can more effectively use learning analytics to personalize education in today's learning environment. For this session, we have Kanak Gupta, Director, Seth M.R. Jaipuria Schools, Yamini Agarwal, Director, Bharati Vidyapeeth Institute, Management and Research, Harsh Shah, Chief Executive Officer, Institute of Risk Management, India Affiliate, Imbasit Ahmed, Founder and CEO, Philo. To moderate this session, we have Sudeshna Sen Gupta, Director, Academics, Vedanya. Over to you, Sudeshna.
Is it working now? Yeah, just give a minute for people to take a breath. One session is over, so I guess you will need that little bit. And all right, 3:35 in the afternoon. A good time for a story. So I thought, let me share a little story with you. Being a teacher all my life, storytelling is what I enjoy. It was about 20 years ago, and this young, precocious 16-year-old came up to me and said, that was the first day of school, and he said, oh God, that's what I don't like as a teacher, okay? All right, pardon me, I'll just hold it carefully. So he came up to me and said, I hate school. I hate the way you teachers teach. I love learning. Now, don't get me wrong, I enjoy education, I love learning, I know what my goals are, but I just do not like being in a class the way you teach. So don't expect a diligent young boy sitting there obedient. For a second I kept quiet, then I looked back at him and I said, listen you young fellow, I take it as a challenge. A year from now, you're going to come back and tell me that, thank you, I enjoyed that class. I love learning, and I take back my words. What did I do differently? Yes, did I move out of my dingy classroom into a lovely conference hall at Hyatt? No, I didn't do that. Did I throw my Shakespeare out of the window and took them through the script of King Richard and Will Smith on stage with a slap? No, I didn't do that. I stuck to whatever I was doing, but I did it a bit differently. And that is the story that this wonderful panel here will take up for discussion this afternoon. And I'm sure you're going to enjoy going through how things changed, how that little boy came back and said, things can be different if one wants it to be, right? And so we take it as a story, right? So will you do the first chapter, Harsh? Right? Okay, now let me introduce, we have Harsh Shah, CEO of the Institute of Risk Management Indian Affiliate. And very appropriately, he's going to talk about risks and challenges of personalized education. 3 minutes of your time starts now.
Thank you for starting the story on such a good note. As Indians, we hate to talk about the negatives, but coming from a risk background, I think it's very important that we're always prepared. And we have to be prepared as we move into a post-pandemic world as to what are the risks and challenges that we face as edtech companies in a personalized learning environment. Now, if you look at the word personalized learning, It was first coined somewhere in the 1960s, where there was a tutor, he or she would have 3 to 5 students, a typical village setup, and that's how there was a lot of personal attention given to students. Today, these are called private tutors, private coaching classes, and then there is a huge emerging sector where technology has disrupted all these private coaching classes. There are two objectives, one of students and the second of the tutor or the learning provider or the institutions. And we would always look at risks and challenges from an objectives point of view, right? Because for me, risk is an uncertain event which has an effect on your objective. So what's the objective of a personalized learning for a student? A student wants to be happy, he or she wants to be successful, wants to learn effectively, wants things at his or her own speed, pace. And for a learning provider, for an education institution, you would want to create impact. That's your objective. You want to leave some impact on the society, on the individual, the parent, because the consumer is the student, but the customer is still the parent. The parent is going to see the report card. And I'm going to talk about risks from both these angles. First, coming to a student, what are the challenges that we need to address while creating a personalized learning environment? First thing, not everyone has the same speed of grasping. Every student is different. So how do you develop curriculums? How do you develop LMS systems? How do you develop tech modules? How do you develop e-learning sessions? Keeping in mind that the speed of grasping is different. The second thing is, the overexposure to screen. There's a report, in fact, I was reading an article by Indian Express. 1 in every 2 children is going to have spectacles in the next 5 years. How do we take care of this risk? How do we take care of this challenge in a personalized learning environment where technology cannot be ignored? The third risk that I had noted down was, the attention span of the students. There is one which is grasping, but the attention span is equally important. You would leave the child looking at the screen, 3-hour e-learning module. How do you know when he or she switches off? I was reading a case study. There's an institute in Switzerland. They have a webcam access and they figure out from the child's motion when he or she is trying to switch off. Immediately, if there is some movement, the screen throws some sound, there's some alert on the computer screen, and the child's attention is brought back to the e-learning module. So how do we look at that risk? And the last risk for a student, according to me, is the lack of emotional skills. In this digital world, I feel there's a huge decline in EQ. We're focusing on IQ. I feel EQ is very, very important. How do you build that emotional connect, that emotional quotient? And that will depend on the curriculum. Now, if I come to what are the risks and challenges for, an education institution or an edtech player, the first one is vulnerability in the systems. We are seeing massive cyber attacks on Indian companies. 76% Indian entities were hit by a cyber attack in 2019-20, and which is a drastic jump. So are we really prepared from a technology point of view to take care of these vulnerabilities? There's a data risk, parent data, student data, scorecards, sensitive private confidential information, credit cards. You're swiping $10, $15, $20 for taking up courses on so many different portals. So how are we storing this information? The second risk or challenge is the scalability. Always launching a new course online or creating a personalized learning environment, keeping in mind that there are 30 students, 100 students, 200 students, fine, doable. Can we do that at 5,000? Can we scale to 5 lakh students? So scalability is one of the biggest challenges in personalized learning. Linking to scalability is the standardization and the quality. Are we sure that the same quality which was delivered for 20 students is being delivered for 1 lakh students? Today there are edtech companies boasting of 1.5 million students and 3 million students and so many learners, but we need to focus on the consistency and standardization. And the last part is, I would say, a risk of capital investment, where there's so much focus on personalizing a journey of every student. And that requires a certain level of investment for an education institution. Because again, like I said, not every student is the same. They come from different backgrounds. And that puts the challenge back on the institution, that how do you create so many unique journeys, so many permutation combinations? So I just leave it at this. I hope my first chapter was interesting enough.
Absolutely, and he's opened a Pandora's box because he's not towing the line. He's asking you all to think of the key word in his speech was, of course, uncertainty. We have a lot left yet to find answers for, right? Yeah, and we move to the second chapter. You're ready, Kanak, for the second chapter? Yes, and here we focus on the lead actors. We believe that lead actors can be the teachers, right? And you being the director of, I don't know how many schools you have under, say, Tema Jaipuria group.
50.
Yes, you are the right person to shed light on what you think has happened for teachers, with teachers, when this entire personalized learning has become such an important factor. All
Sure.
yours.
Thank you so much, Sudeshna ma'am. And thank you so much, Indian Express, for inviting us for this panel discussion. As an educator, I can tell you that we are really, really excited being here. You know, we've all had our times with webinars all over the place, and we are really excited to be here. So thank you so much for doing this. I feel, ma'am, that, you know, the last couple of years has essentially shown us as to why the teacher is very, very important. Why the teacher is important in the teaching learning process. Somewhere we always assume that the teachers would be all right. Somewhere we always assume that whatever standardization that we are talking about will get reflected and transacted in the classroom without further interventions. And we realized when, as parents, we became teachers as to the role of the educator in the classroom, in the teaching learning process, in also the social skills of the children. There are a lot of buzzwords thrown around, right? And personally, I don't understand most of the buzzwords. People talk about VUCA world. People talk about as to how classrooms can be flipped, how classrooms can be more interactive with case studies. I believe that, you know, the basics of education, ma'am, need to be taken care of first. Basics essentially mean that you interact, transact with the students on hygiene factors. What is the bare minimum requirement for a child to function in the real world? That is important. It is important also to focus on the upskilling of the teachers. Essentially, what we did when we said that we are going to upskill our teachers, we told them that this is how you operate a computer. This is how you do a video conference on Zoom. And essentially, we made all our teachers monitors. We did not focus on, the reason I say monitors is that the teacher's role became, Kanak, your video is off, please switch it on. And instead of focusing on the real learning and pedagogy, our teachers started focusing on ensuring that students remained focused on you know, the classroom content, whatever was being transacted. I believe it's a great opportunity that we have today. I believe with personalized learning, we have great opportunity to upskill our teachers and finally give them the credit that's due for them. I believe our teachers will be able to let go of whatever baggage that was there with the previous systems and bring to the fore a real world which is important for the students. I'm not a very big proponent of only theories. Theories are very important. History is very important. But it's also important to apply. We need to listen, we need to analyze and apply. These are the important aspects of education. With personalized learning, I feel that, you know, the workload of teachers would have gone up. Scalability is definitely an issue, what Harsh was also talking about. It's definitely something that we need to focus about. However, until and unless we pay attention to it right now, to orient our teachers to personalized learning, to essentially bring to the fore as to what teachers can do beyond the classroom hours, unless there's a sea change in culture of us as school management, as people who understand as to how the functioning administrative aspects of schools work, it will be very difficult for teachers to give an environment to students to truly find themselves. Every child is different, every child is unique. And the education system sometimes is drawn up on a scalability aspect where you have a lot of standardization. So that I call as hygiene factors. Yes, those hygiene factors are very, very important. However, to have a curriculum or a structured design in which a higher order learner also has access and also a student who does not meet the hygiene factors also has an avenue to reach that. That is the role of today's teacher. And I believe for that, the personalized learning environment is great. Let's not just focus on the buzzwords. Let's just not focus on technology. I think technology is great. Don't get me wrong about it. I think technology has made things much simpler for us. But technology can be an enabler. Technology can be a part of the puzzle. Technology cannot be the entire puzzle. There has to be a lot of personal intervention also from the teacher, especially when we are looking at a world where personalized learning is becoming reality in most places. The NEP also talks about personalized learning. They talk about projects. They talk about upskilling of teachers. To all the educators over here, irrespective what the NEP says, please invest time, effort, resources in the upskilling of your teachers. It's going to give you dividends beyond the dollar amount. It's going to give you dividends in terms of adding value to the society beyond as well. When it comes to personalized learning Sudeshna ma'am just told me you're running out of time. Teacher always keeps the student in check. When it comes to the personalized learning environment for the teachers, I believe that we need to protect a lot in terms of technology and in terms of access, but we also need to give our teachers access to modern tools for them to do justice to the student as well.
That was great, absolutely, Kanak, and this upscaling and teachers to reinvent themselves, right? It's been a huge learning for most of them. Probably you educators, administrators, and many teachers here, and also administrators would understand the kind of challenges that have been. And I think the task has begun. Let's take it. But your second chapter opened out a conflict. You know what happens in a story? The third chapter is more or less where the main conflicts come up. Yes, and then there is a denouement, right? And though the next speaker is the CEO and founder of Philo, Imbisat Ahmed. Philo is first in, last out, but I have put you in the middle. No problems with that, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, right. And you, of course, you deal with technology. And you work with a lot of conflicting emotions and ideas that you've already heard, right?
Yeah.
And talking about conflicts, you've actually traveled from Kharagpur to Kashmir.
Yes.
Yeah? So that's a different dimension to conflicts. The floor is yours now. Let's hear about conflicts and technology and how you can solve personalized learning.
Absolutely. So thanks for this opportunity, and thanks, fellow panelists, for such intriguing questions and remarks. I'll just start with a story. So I was taking a class of physics of class 12th in Kashmir, and I was teaching a topic, electromagnetic induction. And then I asked a couple of students, how are you doing with the exercises? And they said that, sir, we are still struggling with electrostats, which is supposed to be the first chapter of class 12 physics. I was like, dude, what are you guys doing? Why are you not coping up with me? The reply was, sir, you are MS Physics IIT Kharagpur. You expect us that the way at the speed you are teaching, we, class 11th, class 12th grades would follow the same speed. I was like, yes, but I still give you a lot of time when you practice at home. They said, sir, when we sit for practice, it takes hours and hours to even cross over one question. If you can share with us your WhatsApp number, our lives will be a little easier. I said, of course, take my WhatsApp number. A couple of weeks down the line, I started getting irritated. Why? Because at 10 p.m. I'll get a question. At 10:05, I'll draw, solve, and push them back. At 10:20, again, I'll get a follow-up question. How it's happening. So all I used to do, I used to pick up my call and I used to tell them that, hey, fellow, listen, this works this way, this works this way, this is the diagram, and don't disturb me anymore. But then I really thought over it, that when we teachers are teaching, we are basically transferring data to their mind. We have to believe if I take you all back to your school days, on first day of your academic session, all of us used to be very excited. But just try to remember 3 months down the line. Hardly a few toppers of the class with whom most of the teachers used to interact were sitting at the front bench, and we, the back benchers, used to just survive those moments. And we were pretty underconfident that tomorrow if I go to class, I have not completed my history assignment, I could not understand my physics lab work, how will I survive the next 6 hours? So I was under tension. So this happens. So our education system is pretty linear, and that's why what we are doing at Philo is, we know that when you study at home, that's the time when you actually learn, when you process the data which was transferred to you in the classroom. And that's the time where you are all alone. And that's the time where all the personalization is required. But if you remember again, I'll take you back to your home day. What happens? Our parents say, switch off the TV, shut the door, get inside your room. These are the remarks which we hear when we are supposed to, this is the way of telling us, go and study. And then the child is all on its own. And we expect a class 6 child or class 9 child to accommodate all the data which was transferred by 5-6 expert teachers who hold PhDs and MSc degrees from various universities in one day, and to process all that on their own in like 2-3 hours at home. So what happens? When child sits for self-study, in 10-15 minutes gets stuck. Then what the child tries to do? Try to make a phone call to a fellow friend. But that poor chap is struggling with a similar problem. And they end up discussing something else. They end up discussing match or something with which they can actually relate and which is pretty easier. So the whole problem which we feel and where we are working, that in personalization, the first thing which is required is conversation. If we look around our classrooms and the way latest edtechs are also working, like the big giant one, how much of conversation is still alive? It has gone. It's pretty monologue. It's like how the movie is being there, a theater work is being done. And that's where 99% of the students struggle. Only the 1%, they flourish. That's why I call that our education system is pretty linear. But we have to think about those 99%, and to think about them, before that, we need to ask them. We need to let them talk, and we need to hear them. So as you mentioned, philo is first and last out. Philo is actually a Greek word which means friend. And that's what we created, is that whenever any student is in need of any learning problem and needs a learning assistance, can call a philo. So through our app, we basically connect a student to a teacher in less than 60 seconds. So we are basically inventors of instant tutoring. That's a different story. But the thing is that, as you rightly said, we need teachers at scale. So who is a teacher? Ma'am, you don't teach these days, right? You have taken retirement, I believe, but still you are a teacher. I learned so many things from you. So everyone in this auditorium is a teacher in herself or himself. If imagine in India, we have got so much of talent. Anyone, if take out time and start teaching students or just sharing knowledge with them in their leisure time, lot of scalability problem can be resolved. It's not just the sole responsibility of so-called dedicated teachers to teach millions of students in India. So if we need to solve this personalization problem, we need to unearth the hidden talent, the experts across the industry, and leverage them in sharing the knowledge. That's where I hold down.
That's quite an eye-opener, right? I saw all of you nodding, yeah? We never thought. The key words were conversation, yes? It cannot be a monologue. It has to be a conversation like the dialogue that we are having today. And of course, lovely concept of a friend. There's always a friend somewhere out there who can help you out, right? Not just for physics, for anything in life. Because we did move from the EQ levels, and we spoke about the hygiene. Different connotations, but important. So we have come to the penultimate chapter, right? Yes, Yamini and Professor Yamini Agarwal, of the Director of Bharati Vidyapeeth Institute of Management and Research. Naturally, you are going to move us beyond the classroom, right? Because you believe that there has to be a link with the ecosystem around. That also is equally important. when it comes to personalized learning, we can't just take children out of the world that they are living in into a, just solitary confinement and then think about learning. So we love to hear your thoughts about what you have designed for this area.
Well, thank you, Sudeshna. I think very beautifully put by the other panelists as to what are the difficulties that are there and what are the possible things that we need to look at. But I have a different take on this. I believe when you talk about learning, learning is a slow and a gradual process, and it doesn't come with only a classroom teaching or a subject teaching. It begins with a person starting his life from wherever he is starting it, or a journey where he has started it. Education is a formal setup which we provide to ensure that a few set of values, a few set of structures may be communicated to a person. So when he enters a school or when he enters an educational institution, he comes in an ecosystem where his learning does not begin only with his teachers, but begins with his peers, begins with the people he interacts with, in the bus he travels, in the classroom he sits, in the team members that he interacts with, also with the teachers and the other mentors that he finds as the other people who may be giving deliberations. Now, we've usually seen that people may concentrate right now with the edtech saying that we'll deliver you the content. Beautiful. But we all understand with the COVID pandemic, people did get more stress with the content only at the delivery levels. It is true that the teachers, with their attention in the classes, have been able to always create an environment which was self-sufficiently learning. Why do I say this is? That a teacher's or a teacher's smile, a teacher saying sit down, to a teacher's making you stand up, a teacher's making you giving a punishment to actually putting your copy on a side, or a teacher telling you that let's have someone on a deliberation table, or giving an idea, that all is a learning process. And when we say that a teacher is only delivering content, it may just be 150% of what he's delivering. His way of dressing, his way of coming, his way of addressing the remarks, his way of addressing the grievances, giving attention to everyone at every point of time is a learning process. Even his inability to answer questions is a learning process, that maybe the teacher does not know something, and maybe the peer groups may be a kind of a help which somebody might learn. Being a part of the team, being a part of different activities in the ecosystem, right from sports to to extracurricular activities, which may range from a gardening activity to a yoga activity to every other activity, is a slow and a gradual learning process of building the different spheres of life. So when I say personalized learning, a lot of schools, a lot of colleges, and even today when we talk about every school and college which spends brick and mortar and on its teachers and on its library and other infrastructure, is trying to personalize the experience for the student. To tell you the truth, in terms of many private institutions and many other places, I've seen right from the admission time to counseling a student with subject to take, to getting his education loan processed, he interacts with the admission counselor. There's a personalized learning there. He asks questions about where will I get placed. He has a future frame of mind which is built, which may be not there at a school when you are going at a nursery level or at a first level or till the 12th, because I know I'm going to graduate at one go and I'm going to be there. But when you come to higher learning, you want to know, okay, where am I going to be placed? So there is somebody to handle that query. Then you have your classrooms, which are today not only equipped with the teacher's abilities to hold your attention, but they're equipped with tech things, which may include audio-visual aids, which may include your other aspects of discussions, forums, panel discussions which might be attributed, different activities that might be scheduled for you. So when we talk about all these aspects, they gradually bring about personalization. Another important thing which I learned at IIT Delhi while I was doing my PhD was that however good you may perform, they will always put you in a normal distribution, which is a fact for many kids. So somebody will be at the peak, at the mean level, and the others would be at the extreme, performing the best, who will get the A grades, and there would be somebody who would get a C grade, even if he doesn't deserve it, because he has to be put in the normal distribution. Maybe at IITs we do that. But the fact is, in schools, colleges, and any other place, we always put people in a normal distribution, and we do see some people don't perform very well and some people perform very well. The teacher or the school administration or the college administration brings about certain things like remedial classes, like other things, like specialized time with the teachers, parent-teacher meetings. These are all personalized learnings. Another important thing which I do find that the education system does provide is the need for accreditations, which outlines which are the different activities which you need to perform to achieve an A+ grade or a AAA or whatever is your ranking, which includes a huge number of activities, right from the set of people you might be talking or a peer group that you might be taking forward with. To the teachers who might have done research, so where your upskilling comes, how many FTPs, how many MTPs have been done, how many other activities have been performed. So these are all, how many people from the socially challenged groups have you accepted? So social cohesion which is there. I think this entire learning process somewhere doesn't limit itself to the content delivery which we think that many people through the online system can attribute. But yes, learning has no limits, and somebody who wants to learn, digital education has become an easier means to reach out to the content deliveries that have been made possible. And I think we need to thank both digitalization and the tech that today our phones at the click of a button can make us reach to any knowledge platform that is there. I want to know about something I might have heard. Yesterday I was hearing about kick volleyball, which is a new game where we've won Asian Games bronze medal. Now this game I didn't know about, and I could just Google and read about it. So anything that I want today at Alexa or anything, I have it at my click of the button. So learning doesn't have an end. So if a student wants to learn, he will learn from a teacher, he will learn from an online system, and he will learn from his ecosystem. I think we need to, with personalized learning, develop that ecosystem, that we make him feel special, touch his heart, touch his brain, and make his soul lead to where he wants to have his best potential.
Wow, that was technology and moving to the heart and soul, right? It's a journey. Definitely, it's a huge journey. And you've set it right for the concluding chapter. And, like all stories and all discussions, it's nice to have an interactive concluding chapter. Don't you think so, audience? If I'm waking a few of you up. Do you have any questions for a very, very erudite and excited panelist? Please, do you have, any of you have any questions that you would love to ask? And I can be a very mean teacher. I can go and say, oh, you're wearing such a beautiful pink sari and a lovely smile, ma'am. Do you have a question for us? You want me to do that? Yes? Anyone? Any questions? Otherwise, fantastic. Can I take the mic to you, or do you have a mic? Ma'am, lovely. Yes. And please do mention whom you're asking the question to. Right.
Hello.
Thank you.
Hello. Hello. Yeah, good evening to everyone. I'm Dr. Aarti Prakash Khare from Manav Rachna University, a professor in design. I would like to say that everyone is over here is having beautiful ideas about education and system. As Sir was saying some time back, I just heard him saying that every one of us is a teacher. So for that reason, I have an idea. So why can't we have something like a portal or something which is across the globe, across the country, across pan-India, which everyone, every teacher is enrolled in that, and they can reach it to the mass, to villages also, And the village students also can reach to those teachers. As well as definitely it is going to be a difficult task because it's not, I can say, one person's work or something like that, but definitely it is going to make a difference. Apart from that, in the morning session we had a discussion about making teaching in mother tongue as well as Rashtrabhasha as well as Matribhasha. So why not to have Matribhasha, Rashtrabhasha as well as English, universal language, and we can have the curriculum books written in all these bilingual or trilingual, I can say, where we can utilize, as we can say, हमने आपको English पढ़ानी है, all that. It's combining of two languages right now, and it can add up to the a language. Can be Bangla, can be Marathi, can be Gujarati, it can be anything. But then the, I can say the core structure has to be designed that way. And as ma'am said that everyone is, I'm also from IIT Delhi. I did my PhD in learning, online learning. I created a model which was basically online model for checking out the learning outcome is we usually use Kirkpatrick model. So I created that model was part of my PhD program.
Yeah. Can I then move on to, yes, I think that's right up your sleeve. And she's talking about teachers sharing best practices, right? That was, ma'am, your main question, right? Why can't we have a portal? Indian Express, I'm sure you're here. Please put it down in your article about the portal. Let's see how many people come forward. Come on,
and I think so Indian Express can come up for that kind of
Why
portal.
not? Why not?
Yes, definitely.
Come on.
So ma'am, as right after this event, when you will be going back home, just download Philo app on your Android or iOS, and you will realize that it will ask you that which languages do you speak, and it will give you option of 15 languages.
Okay.
And then within minutes, there will be some like video question, and post that, you will have an opportunity that you can go online whenever you want, and you can teach hundreds of students every day.
Okay.
So basically, as we are speaking, every day around 50 to 60,000 of students come to us and ask questions, and we have a pool of around 30 to 35,000 tutors who are just like you and me, and they teach. So whenever you have time, just go online and start teaching. And as you rightly said, so when you're asking the question, I could actually relate it to the kind of product discussion we have at home. That's why we have added a category of 15 languages in India. You can teach physics in Bangla, because there are many students who want to learn in their language. Because when you add English, then it adds a new layer of complication. Physics, if a Marathi speaking person, for him or her, physics is easier if it is taught in Marathi.
Yeah, and NEP has now the entire focus on the vernacular. Yes, you want to add something, Kanak?
No, so very interesting points. Just a couple of things on that. Yes, I was just going to add that the NEP talks about teaching in the mother tongue and vernacular, which is very important. We feel also that, you know, we should not just look at translations, but also add value, because the context would differ a lot when you do it. So AR and VR is also something I'm very bullish about. I think using that into the classroom, that's something very, very interesting. And as regards your first comment, ma'am, I think the last 2 years I've seen educators collaborate more than ever before, which is something very exciting. I think aggregation is happening at various levels. Also, there's Wikipedia, which is essentially crowdsourced. It's probably the biggest aggregator knowledge sharing platform in the world. That also works tremendously well.
Harsh, I'm sure you're going to add a point about it.
Yeah, you know, I just want to quickly summarize what are the principles based on which your personalized learning can be developed. And while the panelists were speaking and ma'am's question also, PACED, P-A-C-E-D, is the formula that we could use for personalized learning. P is proportionate. It has to be proportionate to the size of the subject. A, it stands for aligned with the technology systems. You can't just develop a personalized learning environment ignoring the fact that there are inherent vulnerabilities in your technology, so it has to be aligned. C is comprehensive. E will be embedded with other modes of learning. So here is where your self-study, your hybrid learning, your tech-based learning, all of that comes in the picture. And D is dynamic. You can't develop a personalized learning environment and leave it for 10 years. Has to be dynamic. And I'd leave the audience with these 5 principles, PACED.
Okay, great. Anyone else with a question? Yes, thank you. Sir, can we have the mic here, please, right in the front? Great. It's wonderful to have the audience asking questions. Makes the job for moderators so much more easier. Yes.
Hello. Hi, very good afternoon, everyone. I'm Rahul Banerjee and I represent Rise in a House. It remains India's only youth-led think tank. So as for the session, I've been hearing a number of sessions on edtech, right? And I belong to an institution where my professors used to say that you do not learn properly until and unless you have a quarrel with your professor and you develop a new idea. Don't you think this whole idea of edtech is actually limiting the scope or meaning of education and learning?
Ooh,
right?
Okay.
Aren't we restricting the students from thinking? Are we actually developing their intellect? Are we actually assisting them to think? You know, where is philosophy in education now?
Okay, so may I ask you a counter question, sir?
Sure.
What do you understand by the philosophy of education? I mean, what could you define it in one word? It's okay if I ask him that? Yeah, yes.
If I may say, developing a new idea, learning how to think, learning how to critically analyze an issue.
Yeah, so all of us here do not learn the same way, right? We have different ways of learning. And I'm sure, Yamini, you want to take this up? Because we are going to come very boldly. We've got just 26 seconds left. Quick.
I think, I would take a personalized example here. I'm a person who doesn't understand computers so well. So when I see something in the videos or technology, I don't follow them. Even in the instructions, I don't follow. I need somebody to tell me what it is. But when I speak of my nephew who is about 5 years, he doesn't look at anything. He doesn't want to talk to anybody. He goes, switches on a YouTube video, opens and does the scientific, whatever is the particular procedure, and makes his new toys for himself. So I'm only saying that generations, genders, age, they're not limiting factors. What is the thing that is necessary is that a person needs to create a passion for learning.
Yeah,
and if one has a passion for learning, there are systems available today. And fortunately, they are available today.
Yeah.
And they are not limiting you either by money or they are not limiting you by any means. So if you want to learn, you have a free YouTube access through the internet, which is made available. You have a classroom available to you. And that is the beauty of the way the education has stepped forward for ourselves.
That's lovely. I mean, you can have all the amenities in your home, and Bill Gates Foundation helping you, Research Foundation helping you, or like Vidyasagar, sit under the lamppost, you will still learn. I mean, if you have the will, you will still learn, and the way you learn the best. Now I'm just going to end. Before ending, I'm going to leave you with a thought. You know, he just came up with paste. I suddenly thought of, how about making personalized learning, or PL, something of a premier model? How about calling it IPL? Okay, individualized, personalized learning. You know, it gives it a racy tone to it, fast-paced, good success, and the crowd will love it, right? It just the thought came to my mind. All right, before I end, thank you, wonderful panel that we had. A big round of applause for the panel, please. Kanak, Yamini, Harsh, and of course, Imbasat. Yes, since the last 2 days, I asked him to help me out with his name. It's a beautiful name. Imbasat means happiness. So we leave you all, audience, with a very happy note. And thank you, Shashank, for the lovely afternoon we have. Hope you enjoyed. Stay safe. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Can we have a huge round of applause for all our panelists? Thank you. Okay, thank you. All right, now we will move on to our last panel discussion of the day titled Keeping Kids Safe Online. In this session, panelists will be discussing how internet has its own merits, but it also has disadvantages, and how we can keep kids safe. For this session, we have Saikat Mitra, Senior Director, Head of Trust and Safety, Google; Rakshit Tandon, Head Training, Cyber Peace Foundation, Director and CEO, Hacker Shala; Aditi Mishra, Principal, Delhi Public School; Hridayesh Deshpande, Vice Chancellor, Ajinkya DY Patil University; Meenakshi Oberoi, Founder and CEO, The Pedagogics; Preeti Vyas, CEO and President, Amar Chitrakatha. The session will be moderated by Nand Gopal Rajan, Editor, New Media, The Indian Express Online Media. Over to you.
Hello everyone. So we have a topic that is quite important to a lot of people, especially for me because I have a 10-year-old at home. And I want to start this conversation with a slightly different curveball kind of a question. So, our topic is how do we keep children safe online? I want to start the question asking this to everybody is whether we should have kids online, or if they are online, how long should they be online? When should they be online? What should they do online? I think that's also a very important part of this conversation, and which we often tend to forget. We can, of course, tell them how to have a very strong password, but if we don't know what they are protecting, right? If we could start with that, with all the panelists, having their take on how to put, if kids need to be online. Preeti, you want to start with?
Hello. Yeah, this is on. So, thank you for having us on the panel. It's a pleasure to be here. And to answer the question, Nandgopal, I think that ship has sailed. Whether they should be online or not, I think we've all given up. We've raised the white flag on that one. COVID ensured that. So whatever, I'm a parent as well. Pre-pandemic parenting and post-pandemic is very different. There was screen time which was being controlled, which was monitored very closely. We didn't have a choice for 2 years. So now it's about rethinking that whole paradigm. I don't think there is a choice. I think a child would miss out as well. There is a lot to be learned. So it is about monitoring. It is about balancing things out. But I think it's here to stay.
Thanks, and yes, I'll add to what you've just said. The boat has sailed. We already have devices. And why only talk about kids? Look at us. We're always on our devices. How many of you have not touched your mobile phone in the last 10 minutes? Show of hands. There you go. If we are into those habits, how can we expect that children who are growing up around and with us are not going to touch a device? So it's correctly said that it's all about making those habits right, dealing with it in the right manner, and then probably, steering around with them rather than just leaving them alone. You would never ask them to just go and play in the garden. You always keep an eye on them, don't you? It's almost the same thing.
I think I agree with both the previous speakers.
telling a child not to go online is going to be the biggest attraction for him or her to definitely go online. So rather than saying no, guide the right way. Both schools and homes have to have a conscious effort and a conscious schedule for what to watch and how much to watch. Incidentally, I think most schools also go online while teaching if they have smart boards, interactive boards. So it's not as if the web, internet is all bad. It's not. It's what we are trying to seek, and whether it's entertainment or knowledge, both are available, and the children have to just be made conscious of how much and what to watch.
Namaste, thank you so much for having me here. And I agree again with all of you. And I've been talking to children across the globe since 2008 on this subject of online safety. And I feel that, and I've been advocating it and voicing out very hard that cyber hygiene, netiquettes, and controlled digital diet is very important. So internet is all not bad, as rightly said, and I have seen kids, especially in this last 2 years, coming out so positively with internet and doing such wonderful activities. So it is our responsibility, as in real life and as parents and educators, we protect our children. We take care of how they eat, whom they play with, what are they eating, whether it is hygienic or not. The similar effort is needed in the online space, which is not happening and which is causing all the issues and the negative issues which you keep on hearing. So I think a balanced digital diet can play a very important role, and all the stakeholders also proactively have to play a role in this. Child safety. So whatever product comes out, the effort has to be child safety. It should not have any negative algorithm bringing out a pop-up which can mislead my child. I think that is my take on that.
Good afternoon. So taking education to all, I'm going to take a leaf from that phrase. I think in a country like India, where there's still this divide, between big cities and rural places, I think digital is the unifier that helps break down the barrier. And I think that is where online, digital, along with physical, is really, how we should think about the enabler.
I said by now the debate is quite settled, that it is there, it is a necessity, and it needs to be looked at from a control point of view and other thing. I'd just like to say one thing, that there is some sort of a panic for no reason perhaps. I remember when I was growing up, of course there was no internet, but then that didn't prevent me from going out by myself at a certain age, and the risks were of those times and that kind. And the similar way, when the child is on the internet alone, the risks they remain of the same kind and same type, and in that sense it becomes very contextual issue of how those risks play with the individual. So I think you will have to look at all this entire discussion with the lens of context than generalizing it.
If I can come to Saikat and Rakshit on the point of keeping kids secure online. I think a lot of the children are actually digital natives, and they are much ahead of us in the way they have understood technology. Because they have understood technology as they grew up. They didn't have to learn it like I think most of us had to do. And I can tell you with a lot of confidence, there will be at least some people in this group here, in all of us, that, who have maybe a password as their password, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 as their password. But a 10-year-old will never have that, right? So is it so protecting them? So do we have to rethink what we need to tell them about? Is it about password protection? Is it about phishing? But are there so many other things out there which they really need to be careful about? How do you look at this as technologists?
So I think it's a very relevant question, especially since we settled the debate that online education and online presence is required. I think there are a couple different ways of looking at it. At Google, the way we think about it is we have policies, products, but also outreach. And we'll talk about product policy throughout this discussion. But I think specifically to your question, awareness among children is very important. And like you said, this is the first generation that is growing up with internet technology. And you would be surprised how aware they are about different things. It's just they do not know how to respond. So I think they are already quite situational awareness of some of the perils that are there, may not be all, but they need some guidance on how to navigate. And I think that is where we have a program called Be Internet Awesome. And it's a global program that we brought to India. It's available in 8 languages. And I must tell you, it is a video game, quite addictive video game called Interland. And kids can play that video game, and as you're solving puzzles, you actually learn about that. So I think that's one big part of our generating awareness among children. But the other thing that I'm super excited about, which is in a country like India, we always want to contextualize it for the country. And we are extremely privileged to partner with Amar Chitrakatha and Thinkle to be able to bring that into Thinkle, and I'm sure would love to hear from you. But I think that would really connect with the children and make them conscious and aware.
So I agree, and I've been also part of a lot of programs which have been launched for awareness. And education awareness is the key to online safety. And the way you can bring it in form of entertainment, like he mentioned about the game and Amar Chitrakatha, I think that would be welcomed by young kids, rather than just going in a class and teaching them and being judicious with them. Don't do this, don't do that. So we always say do and don'ts. I don't say do's and don'ts. I say you use internet, but you should, like you are driving a car. So you have your safety belt on, you follow the rules. Today, when I talk to children, what I see, they experiment everything. So now a child of 9 years old is consuming a game which is a 16+ rated game. And that is where the problems start. So if we can spread that awareness to children, and yes, truly said, it's not only about awareness, it is also about security updates and education on technology front. Like you know how to secure your device, you know how to secure your digital identity. And for parents, like I always advocate tools like Google Family Link, which gives you decent digital habits. It's not about monitoring the child or doing policing on the child, but yes, I should be aware that what is he downloading? Is it age appropriate? As a parent, I should be concerned. And we can use these technologies to promote education, and let us have it in the curriculum now. It should not be one chapter in computer that you study cyber safety, but it should be like, I remember in my school time, I had moral science as a subject. Now my children need virtual moral science because they do everything online, right from their friendships to games to education. They are purely digital citizens, but they don't know the laws. They are very happy in creating a prank by making a fake identity and bullying somebody. Why? Because they don't know that it can lead them to trouble. They don't know about digital footprints. So this all can really help to educate children and make it a part of the curriculum. Right from grade 0, they start learning this.
It is it's actually interesting that you brought up moral science, because that's exactly the point I was going to make. And I studied in a Catholic school. Most of and my entire schooling was in a Catholic school. And we also used to have a moral science class, and it used to be the most immoral class, because nobody used to teach anything, and we used to do anything we wanted. I want to learn from Preeti, how you're doing it with Amar Chitrakatha, but also at a, if you're talking about curriculum, as Rakshit said, how do you teach it? Is there a more natural way of teaching it? Because if we were taught life skills in different ways, now this is the life skill, right? In the past 2 years, the only life skill. Because the kids are not even stepping out. They don't know how to go to a shop and buy a thing, but they do online shopping maybe. So how do you bring that in a more natural way, instead of making it seem like a boring one more class of something that they think they already know? That's also a problem, right? So how do you teach that in a more natural environment is what I would like to learn from the academics out here.
So can I come in here?
Yeah.
So I think with Rakshit, we've been running this peer education program and something which we call the Cyber Congress, which is run by the children. And I think we'll all agree that children learn best from children. They share their deepest fears with children. And if a teacher says something, it's usually questioned. And if a peer or a senior says something, you listen. So the peer group goes and teaches them about the perils of unsafe cyber surfing. And I think that has worked well in some cases where you hear from your own group about what are the pitfalls, or you hear from a senior what problems they faced at university admission or while appearing for an interview, that the digital footprint was ghastly. They had no idea. They thought when they delete something, it gets deleted. Then people like Rakshit come to schools like mine, I think 10 times in a year, to talk to different groups of children and to warn them. And he does it in the nicest possible way. He scares us almost lifeless, but in a nice, humorous way. So that is the language children want to hear. They want to hear, they want to know what are the problems. Just saying, don't do this, is a short way to get them to do it. That I think all of us know as children and as parents of children.
So if I can take from what you just said, we are trying to build digital intelligence here. What we are trying to do here is make them intelligent about the environment that they're going to be in. Just the way we build policies, procedures, and routines for students. I think we don't need to stop to teach them as a subject or a topic. We make it a seamless part of the curriculum. So every time you meet your class and you are going to ask them to use devices, just about a quick, 5 things that you are going to do. Like you said, don't is not a word that we will be using. So we will be using what is it that you're going to do. So there has to be a procedure around the usage. There has to be, like you said, a comfort level of the child to say, okay, I think it's safe to do this. So they should know what to do rather than us telling them, don't do that. I would leave it at that.
Yeah, if you could talk about how you talk to the kids in their language, please.
Yes. So I think I completely agree with ma'am that the best way to get kids to do something is to tell them not to do it, right? So nobody likes being lectured to, preached to, and certainly this generation is at a different level altogether. They will not, you will lose their attention in a minute, right? So it's very important to play in their world, to tell stories and contextualize this information. So what Saika was mentioning, we have created a series of comics on the Be Internet Awesome program. We've done 5 comics. And like you mentioned, the easy stuff, right? Keeping your password safe or phishing or trolls. That stuff they already know. They are ahead of us. But what I am concerned about is the emotional and social development of the child, right? And that's something which is very, very worrying because you are taking 20 selfies to then post one, and then every comment that comes in is affecting your self-esteem, A 12-year-old child today is so much more conscious of her self-image than I was at 12. I didn't care because nobody was there to comment on it. But today, every like, every share, every comment is something that, so this is what children have to learn, and this is what we have to educate them about, that this is what replaces that moral science class, right? About being respectful, about caring for others, about not being a bully and also stopping when somebody else is getting bullied. These are lessons that we need to teach. End of the day, I think there is still a role. The kids are very tech savvy, they are ahead of us, they teach us lots of things on how to use devices. But as parents, as educationists, it is still our role to guide them, right? If it's a 6-year-old child comes and asks you to have a glass of wine, you won't allow that, right? So why would you allow them to play a 16+ age-rated game? There is a role for a parent, there is a role for the teacher, and there is that wisdom that comes in. We have to learn how to play in their world. I play online video games with my kid. It's not my most pleasurable way to spend my free time, but I think it's important. And I know if I can play a video game with my 13-year-old and we can have conversations, I think we are good. Because the conversations when communication will then continue to remain. So, yeah.
Mr. Deshpande, if you could give your take on this topic.
I think it's all about the consequences. Eventually, as ma'am also said, that not saying no is not an answer. Also, to try and guide is also fraught with a lot of issues. we say don't share personal information. You can't make a Facebook friend without actually sharing your name. This other fellow is not going to accept your request. So those to-do lists and don't list, white list, black list, I don't think work. Because even on a whitelisted stuff, there could be objectionable stuff. And it could be taken out of context and influences can be built in any manner. So it's all about talking about the consequences and what those consequences are and how to keep away from, how to guide your own actions so as to not lead to those consequences. And the medium is internet here, but there could be even other thing. It's all about, like ma'am was speaking about some certain basic characteristics of being respectful to others. Now, being respectful to others is as true as in a physical environment as much as it's an online environment, and those are the consequences that we talk. Also, I think we also have to understand that what before coming here, I was just looking at some studies, and it says most of the children advertently come across objectionable content because it's a whole open place. And the research was that hardly 1 in 7 child gets affected or feels disturbed because of that, which means mostly it's fine. Mostly they are able to take things in their stride. Now that doesn't mean that it can be ignored totally, or that also doesn't mean that it should not be looked after. So it is a matter of concern to an extent. And in that sense, I can just say that we have to build in these parents or teachers will have to become more of a co-guide and drive towards the consequence kind of issues. And that's about it. That should actually serve the purpose, because it is as much as about the risk, it is also about the opportunity. The more you try to curb the risk, you are actually consequently also curbing the opportunity that the child might have on the internet. And that again is a gamble or that kind of thing that you have to grapple with and figure out.
So if I can take the conversation ahead from there, like, I want to ask whether we are actually adept enough to in a way police them or to even help them, because, in a way, like, I as a parent at times see, I get the feeling that I don't really understand the platforms, I have at home, or my kid is on Discord, which is a platform which I will never be able to think about. I could not understand Instagram, because it was from it is for a different generation, right? I think every 5 years there is a generational shift that happens on the internet also, right? And all the platforms struggle from that, because it's like a mall, like you see, a mall which was the place to be 10 years ago is now is a place nobody goes to, or you park your car there for cheap and go to the or you go to the next door mall, which is much better. But in the platforms also suffer from that, and we already, maybe in the pandemic, have made that shift again, especially with the kids who are on Twitch and Discord and platforms like that. So if we are not really aware of where they are, where the conversations are happening, what kind of content is being shown to them there, because our view might be based on our understanding of the internet. So how do you tackle that? Is that a struggle? We can start with you, Saikat, on that.
Sure. As a parent of a 17-year-old, the last 4 years have been, managing a teenager and guiding them through it. And I think, just listening this conversation here, I took away 3 keywords. Things have to be age appropriate. It has to be curated, and there has to be certain moderation. Too much of anything could be bad. So I'll talk a little bit about kind of how we look at it from a policy perspective, because kids and family is a very big focus area for us. We're very passionate. We have rolled out a lot of policies that are really targeted at this. For example, when somebody who is not 18, anybody below 18, uploads something in YouTube, by default, it sets it to the most restricted private setting, which means, it inhibits broad sharing accidental. Similarly, for somebody who is underage and they have a Google account and they do search, by default, safe search is enabled. and safe search prevents exposure to harmful content, like you said. Another area that is also very important is location history and apps accessing. So again, for anybody underage, our policies forbid apps to have location history turned on and read location history. So I think those from a policy perspective. You talked about, how do we parents know? I would encourage the parents here and even the teachers to visit families.google, like families.google. And it's actually a site that was built for parents to educate them. The typical question, we saw statistics, how much time should a kid spend online? We are seeing 217% increase in that search year over year. So it is somebody on everybody's mind. So I think that goes on how we think about it from a policy. I think from a product perspective, when we built YouTube Kids, our focus was this curated content. It has to be age appropriate, curated. But within that, there is a spectrum. So we let the parents choose, is it preschooler, it is younger or older? And then that, then adapts the content, because if you give preschooler content to a 10-year-old, they're not gonna love it. And we're taking things one step further. We're thinking about YouTube in a supervised mode, where, well, like in your case, we were discussing before the session, your son, he loves gathering a lot of information, history, is very situationally aware. Now, what if they're graduating beyond YouTube Kids? But you still don't want them to be completely exposed to everything. And I think that is where we're thinking about supervised mode, where the child account is attached to the parent account, and you can specifically allow or disallow certain channels, content, etc. But other important part, I think, Akshit, you mentioned Family Link, and it's very important, which is it allows parents control on screen time, and to me personally, it actually makes the app the bad cop. Trying to take away a device from a kid is not a very fun experience for any parent. In both YouTube Kids and Family Link, there's a countdown timer. It times out, and then the time is over. So you don't have to be in that emotional turmoil of taking a device away. But I think this is how we are thinking about this. And the last thing I wanted to say is, we also, we're talking about all the good. There's also a really dark underbelly of online and internet, especially child sexual abuse imagery is probably the worst of that underbelly. And we are really thinking about how to enable not just our products, but how to keep other, we had so many wonderful startups talking about their products and content. Some of them has user-generated content, right? How do we keep that? So we have two technologies that are made available. One is called CSI Match, and the other one is called Content Safety API. And any NGO, startup, they can access them. I think every day we classify 86 million images and respond back saying, is this image right or good or bad? And I think that is how we want to enable the entire ecosystem to provide content that is appropriate, that and can be moderated.
On this, are you also seeing, like, I often see that my child and at times his entire class, they all have their own boundaries. They know what is good, what is bad. They have discussed, so are you seeing at a school level, at the time you're talking to kids, they have imbibed a lot of this understanding and they are setting their own boundaries? So how does this work? Do you need to sort of handhold them a little bit more in there? How does that happen in the schools?
So in school, I have a very old-fashioned notion. Keep the kids engaged in such a way positively that they don't have too much time to get into this space. I have the advantage and the privilege of running a school for underprivileged children. So at every level, I have created groups where children create content online for these children. So instead of a child getting time to get into any mischievous, he's asked to create through YouTube channels, through a PowerPoint presentation, something to make the laws of motion more easily understood by a child from an underprivileged home. So now this child is on the net, but he's looking for YouTube videos about laws of motion. He's trying to create a PowerPoint presentation which is going to be easy to understand. He's going to try and do this in Hindi because unfortunately most of our children think in English. So keep them so busy, so engaged in doing something positive, which is good for them and will enhance their academic standards as well, rather than leaving them loose and saying, do what you want and acha, don't go on the net, it's very dangerous. They'll definitely go there to see what is dangerous and how dangerous is it. So just, channelizing the energies as a school and as a home into doing something good, not just for themselves, but for others.
Yeah, I'll just add to what you just said. Judicious use of whatever you are using is definitely important, and monitored usage is important. And I heard from you when you were saying, I heard you saying there are other children who already know about it. I'm really glad to hear that, because if they know about it today, tomorrow, or day after, your child will know about it too, because your child is interacting with those children. So what's important here is interaction. What is important is to have that conversation. And I think learning by imitation is the first thing that we, at the grassroots level, think about. Therefore, please do know they're looking at you. Whether you are a parent, you are a teacher, you're just about a person sitting next to a child, they're watching you. They're watching the kind of swipes you're making. They are watching the kind of content you are trying to see. They're also watching what else are you doing? How many times are you switching those apps? So they're watching your nature of usage. We have to be the role models. We have to play by who we want them to be. So it's extremely important to have those kind of scenarios created for students or children or kids or toddlers. Because even I didn't understand the concept of, taking those pictures, putting on Snapchat, they'll disappear. What are we really aiming? But they love it. So if they love it, we need to have processes around how can we use it? Where is it going? Do we really need to find out? One more point that I would want to add here is, I think in our curriculum design content around food, and when we make students aware about healthy food, we ask them to walk down an aisle in a supermarket and read the labels. That's a great habit that we're giving them, because that's exactly what you need to do while you are looking at the app. Don't just download and start using. Look at the age appropriateness, content appropriateness. Do look for the symbols, which I think you can shed light on. What are the symbols that you need to look out for? And only if they're appropriate, I think you should be using them.
I just wanted to share some positive news as well on this topic. So we have a Ramachitra Katha app, which has all our comics on it, more than 500 comics. And through the pandemic, we saw about 1.5 million new users signing up. And the way the new consumer is adapting to technology, and children are leading this. So we had a parent writing and saying that they're using the cast function to cast the Ramachitra Katha app onto a large TV screen. And the entire family, through the pandemic, every day after lunch, they would read one Ramachitra Katha comic together. Now, I think that is beautiful. Right? That's a beautiful way for the family to share a story, the conversations around that story. So I think it's really what you're saying, and mirroring that it's about, there is junk food, there is unhealthy food, there is healthy food. Make the right choices. As a family, make those choices together and enjoy it. And don't be scared. Don't live in a space of fear. It is an abundant space. So go from that, enjoy that abundance and make the most of it, is what I'd like to say.
So, as somebody who's worked in news for so long, we have always had this thing that we don't want to show this picture because we don't know who will see it, right? Because our newspaper is always kid safe in a way. Like, I'm not saying with the news, but at least with the pictures and all, we are very careful. But now, like, let's say the Ukraine war, kids are very curious about it. And all kids are, they are going, searching. And again, it's not, I don't think a war can ever be age appropriate, right? So how do you, so is there a way, is there an Amar Chitra Katha way of telling kids about the things that they need to know? How do you sugarcoat it in a way, for the kids? Do you really have to do that? Or is this, because it's very different from the world we grew up in, right? Because they are being exposed to the realities much earlier than we would have been. And you really can't keep them away from the knowledge, because it's also knowledge in a way. But all knowledge is also not age appropriate. So how do you work around that? Is there a way to work around it, or we'll just have to let it be?
That's a tough one. I'll take that and I'll try and justify what you've just said. Normally at situations as controversial as that, we rely on de Bono's 6 hats. We try and group students, rather than, hushing the whole talk down, we talk it out. We try and talk about it in the light of that being good, bad, ugly, or neutral. So there can be a neutral opinion also about it. And we take those white hat and the black hat and the blue hat and the green hats to talk about it. That's one of my strategies of dealing. I think, ma'am, you'll be able to shed more light.
I think in the previous panel we were talking about learning to learn and different ways of learning. And I think the way we learned was, book, pen and paper. All that has changed now. We have smart boards, we have storytelling, we have art integration. And the most recent one for the uninitiated, there is a channel, there's an app called Diksha, which is run by the CBSE, which today, if you open and see, there are about 100+ graphic novels on various topics, which have been made by schools across the country, which have demystified topics and made them into a story. So like you will have, I go back to the laws of motion by Newton, although I'm not a physics teacher, that is being taught through a cricket match. And a lot of values are also incited about fair play, about sportsman spirit. There is a book, there is a novel called Talking Vegetables, which is about solid shapes. That's the first time a child learns about the 3-dimensional geometry, in which they find very difficult. They've learnt about squares and triangles, but now to make sense of those shapes becomes difficult. So all these graphic novels, much like the Amar Chitra Katha, are telling a story, imbibing certain values, and now most of us in schools have moved away from academic subjects to the more real ones, like cyberbullying, like peer pressure, like the dangers of the web. And we are all working out stories which will hopefully help children who get drawn into these dark spaces without knowing the consequences. This is work in action right now, and he will be probably assisting us in that.
So I would like to just bring up 2 points which I feel like in India. I started this in 2008 with the government of India and Google pilot project called Safe Surfing. And I've now connected with more than 4.5 million kids. And I have right from Jammu to Kanyakumari, you name a school, and all kind of stratas and all kind of backgrounds I've seen. So my experience is that we should learn from children itself, what kind of issues they face, and that should come up and reflect in whatever we try to do for them. So when I see children bringing out positive internet, so that is what should be highlighted and appreciated. But then I get scared when a 6th grader asks me a question about dark web. And he tries to say that I'm an ethical hacker and I had my class teacher ID and the class teacher is smiling. And he knows phishing and I asked him, how do you learn? Well, I saw a video and I learned from the video. So that is where we people step in, and that is where we need to guide them. Mostly when I talk to children, I don't say don't do this, they play games now, and we are seeing a typical problem. I also work with the law enforcement agencies, I'm a consultant to various state police and cybercrime cells. We are seeing a tremendous problem like money being used into games, and to a huge amount of money. Like the recent case I'm working on is 36 lakh rupees spent on an online game by a teenager through a UPI handle in last 3 months, and the parents were not aware. So these are the kind of problems we are facing. So this is where we need the bridge. It's not that you only tell them the good part and the best part, but no, you need to know the cyber ethics, the cyber laws, and also that how do these payment gateways work. But I remember my father giving me a 10 rupee note and then asking every penny what I spent. But today if my child can, and he knows the pin. So as he was saying that the parents can control the children ID, it's reverse in Indian families. The children know the parents' password, but the parents don't know the children's password. And they have the right to privacy. I remember a child asking me a question. Say, and it was in a very good school. that if my teacher forces me to open my password, is it not a breach of my privacy? So when I'll have to talk to Supreme Court about that. But the point here is that that is where those strong values need to be focused on. So let's go by the problems, and we have such a kind of different strata, and every schools have a different kind of environment. And in the last 2 years, India has seen a tremendous digital transformation. My sabji wala vendor outside is having a QR code on his thela, but he doesn't know the spelling of Paytm and doesn't know what is PIN, and he doesn't know what is Web 2.0 or 3.0. So that is where we have to fill up those gaps, and children can be the best leaders. I have seen this, and now I started voicing out. Wherever I go in conferences, please call one child also, please. And he should be the representative of my children, because they know how internet works with them. Aap kehte ho, don't use Discord. But from Discord, they are showing me that, see, I have got this much of digital knowledge through Discord. So yes, there are disadvantages. मैं तो खुद ही कहता हूँ, Discord means disagreement. Don't go there. But children, they go there. And I have seen recently some very scary cases, and he rightly mentioned that IWF report, recent report of IWF, there has been an industrial scale up in the child abuse cases, and the scary part was the age group was 7 to 10 years. So this is where we really need to focus also.
Almost out of time, but I think there's one topic we have to discuss before we wind up. It's on the impact of being online for long hours, and how it impacts the mental health of kids. You know, we all talk about long COVID. We don't know what is the long-term impact of what is maybe a mild COVID. I think the mental impact of the internet on the children is also not something we really know, you know, because we don't know the long-term impact. So if I can start with Mr. Deshpande, is there something that you as educationists look at, you know, in kids, like, you know, are there indicators that you're looking at? If you talk about, you know, how you work on a topic like this.
Just to make it little light, I often, running a university, we get the most rap for not actually giving out to the industry prepared students, whereas we get students spoiled from school for 12 years and we are supposed to correct them in 4 years. So anyway, besides that, I have a very strong feeling that every time when we look at things, I think semantics is very, very critical. We look at issues from our eyes and our perspective, whereas the children perspective, as what was being spoken earlier, is a very important perspective, and that we have to keep in mind. And that is something which we'll have to learn. That is, and that can be only learned by being with them, by understanding from them, because at times they themselves want to protect their identities when they are on such platforms, because they don't want to reveal, and they perhaps feel more freer. They are maybe able to express themselves better. So even on a psychological side, many a times the anonymity on the internet is helpful rather than actually problematic. So there are a lot of these things which my simple belief is that this can't be straight lined into do's and don'ts. It has to be co-guided and assisted, and by creating a common understanding, eventually educating the child or the teenager about the consequences, and that's it.
So I think our time's up, and it was a very insightful conversation which we could have and extended to a couple more hours certainly, but our next guest is here. So I thank all the panelists and the,
thank you so much.
And the audience. Thank you.
Thank you to all our panelists for an insightful session. We'll move on to our last session of the day, which is a fireside chat titled States and Education Play. But before we start the session, I would request Mr. Sanjay Sindhwani ji, CEO, Indian Express Online Media, to join us on stage and help in introducing Shri Mani Sisodia ji.
Thank you. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. As we come to the last session for the day, we have the person who's brought education at a state level into center stage of Indian politics. He's made it a pivot for political parties to now talk about education in addition to roti, kapda, makan and data. So, you know who I'm talking about, Mr. Manish Sisodia, who's the Deputy Chief Minister of the government of NCT of Delhi, and he's also in charge of education. Besides that, he looks after multiple other responsibilities in the government, like finance, urban planning, and a lot of other departments. Mr. Sisodia was an activist before he and a journalist before he moved full-time into politics, which was about a few years back. And he's been doing a lot of wonders in the space of education, especially in Delhi, where he's transformed the government education schools, into a very breathtakingly different perception of what existed earlier. So, I have a lot of schools in the area I live, Narana Vihar, and the kind of metamorphosis I have seen in the schools around in that area is just mind-boggling. A lot of these schools now have better infrastructure than, the best of private schools in Delhi. And I think that itself is a big driver of change and motivation for people who could not afford quality education to get access to those kind of facilities and curriculum. And it's just not infrastructure. I think a lot of effort and hard work has gone into ensuring that the teachers are well trained, the equipment is working and functional, the processes and the discipline required to run these institutions efficiently is brought in. So all of that has happened, and that is the reason why the ARP model of education is becoming center stage in the political arena as well. So without much ado, I would like to request Mr. Sisodia on the stage, along with the editor, Indian Express Education, who will do a chit chat with him on how states and education come into play. Ritika. Sorry, Ritika, I forgot to mention your name. Yeah.
Hello. So thank you Sanjay ji for the introduction. मेरा थोड़ा एक काम कम हो गया. In short, of course, what he said is true that the Aam Aadmi Party, and now that you're in power, that you have brought education to the center stage. And if we are having an education conclave, it would actually make sense to have you, given that you've brought education at the center of the political discourse, which I believe a lot of educators possibly didn't think was possible. To fight an election on education as one of the agendas, and actually come back to power and use that to fight an election in other neighboring states as well. So today's theme is education and states play. So I would basically like to start with abhi pandemic khatam hua hai. And the theme is access to education, and state governments क्या कर सकते हैं उस access को बढ़ाने के लिए. As far as primary education is concerned, more or less enrollment access, that's not really a problem. But एक challenge जो COVID से पहले भी था access का, I don't know if I could call that access, but in a way retention for senior sections, that was a challenge pre-COVID as well. Although Delhi ka national average of enrollment, even in senior section, is higher than the national average, but it's still between 50-60%. मेरा आपसे सवाल ये है कि in the context of COVID, do you think that challenge has been exacerbated? क्या वो problem और बढ़ गई है कि किसी तरह बच्चे people used to drop out in more senior sections? And if that problem has been exacerbated, as a state government, आप क्या कर सकते हैं to address that?
Actually, problem, as you rightly said, first of all, thank you very much for this compliment कि education देश के पॉलिटिक्स के सेंट्रल स्टेज पे आ रही है, आनी भी चाहिए। हम इसको बहुत माइक्रो लेवल पे देखेंगे तो देखेंगे कि इंडिया में और दुनिया में वही फैमिलीज प्रोग्रेस कर पाई हैं, इंडिविजुअल में फैमिली लेवल पे बोल रहा हूँ, वही फैमिलीज प्रोग्रेस कर पाई हैं जिन्होंने अपने घरों में एजुकेशन को सेंट्रल स्टेज पे लिया। देयर इज नो लुक बैक। और जिन्होंने नहीं लिया, दे आर स्टिल स्ट्रगलिंग ऑन देयर ओन इश्यूज। और भी बहुत सारी जरूरतें हैं, बट यस, कंट्री में, पूरे देश में चाहिए, अभी और चाहिए। पहले भी प्रॉब्लम थी ड्रॉप आउट की, रिटेंशन की, आज भी है, कोविड के बाद बढ़ी है। हमने अभी मतलब हम जो भी सॉल्यूशन देंगे वो दुनिया का सबसे बेहतर सॉल्यूशन होगा ऐसा नहीं हो सकता है, बट यस, एज ए गवर्नमेंट वी हैव टू हिट एंड ट्राई। तो हमने हिट एंड ट्राई के तहत एक प्रयोग अभी किया है कि सब कुछ, क्योंकि दिल्ली है, सब कुछ ऑनलाइन कर रखा है हमने, तो हमारा एक सेल हमने बनाया है डीसीपीसीआर में, जो चाइल्ड राइट कमीशन है, उनकी सर्विसेज हमने ली हैं इसमें। हम अपने यहाँ भी कर सकते हैं, बट क्योंकि उनके पास और मैंडेट भी है, तो डीसीपीसीआर में एक सेल बनाया है जिसमें उनको पूरा एक्सेस दे दिया है अपने ऑनलाइन अटेंडेंस सिस्टम का, कि किसी भी स्कूल में कौन बच्चा 3 दिन अटेंड नहीं कर रहा है, कंटिन्यूस 3 दिन एब्सेंट है, तो उसके पेरेंट्स को एक एसएमएस जाता है कि आपका बच्चा 3 दिन अटेंड नहीं कर रहा है, कुछ विशेष कारण है क्या, प्लीज चेक। एक जनरल एसएमएस जाता है, हिंदी में जाता है। 5 दिन अगर अटेंड नहीं कर रहा है तो उसके बाद उनको कॉल जाती है कि क्या हुआ, और उसके बाद भी अटेंड नहीं करता है कॉल के बाद भी, तो फिर हम उसको डिसेंट्रलाइज तरीके से उस स्कूल के प्रिंसिपल या उस स्कूल की मैनेजमेंट कमेटी या पेरेंट्स को उसके घर भेज रहे हैं कि क्या हुआ, आपका बच्चा तो आ रहा था तो अब क्यों नहीं आ रहा। और बहुत अलग अलग तरीके के रीजंस उसमें निकल के आ रहे हैं। इस पहली बात तो यह है कि इस पूरे प्रक्रिया से पिछले 1 महीने में हम दिल्ली में 1700 बच्चों को लाने में कामयाब रहे, इस पूरी प्रक्रिया से, कि जो 1700 बच्चे घर बैठ गए थे फॉर सम रीजन, वो जब हमारा ये वाला इंटरवेंशन हुआ तो ऐसे बच्चे 1700 निकले जिन्होंने 5 दिन से ज्यादा एब्सेंट थे और वो अभी आने के मूड में नहीं थे, घरों में कुछ भी कारण थे, तो हमारे इंटरवेंशन के बाद वो वापस स्कूल आ गए हैं। सो दिस इज वन एक्सपेरिमेंट दैट वी आर डूइंग, एंड आई थिंक इतने माइक्रो लेवल पर मैनेज किए बिना हम कभी भी इसको हैंडल कर पाएंगे। हम सोचेंगे गवर्नमेंट की तरफ से कोई डायरेक्शन आ जाएगा या कोई बड़ी प्लान आ जाएगा, कोई इंसेंटिव आ जाएगा, वो होगा नहीं। तो इतना 1-to-1 मैनेजमेंट करना पड़ेगा। और 1-to-1 मैनेजमेंट में इसलिए बोल रहा हूँ क्योंकि जब हम इन कारणों पे जाएंगे कि वो बच्चे क्यों नहीं आ रहे थे, वो डाइवर्सिफाइड है। कुछ बच्चे इसलिए नहीं आ रहे थे क्योंकि उनके घर में दूसरा बच्चा पैदा हुआ है और मम्मी पापा ने तय किया कि अभी हमारा बच्चा बेबी सिटिंग करेगा। क्लास 2, 3, 4, 5 का पढ़ा हुआ बच्चा, पढ़ने वाला बच्चा अब बेबी सिटिंग करेगा, और पेरेंट्स ने डिसाइड कर लिया है क्योंकि दोनों को कहीं काम पे जाना है, तो थोड़ी देर वो उसको भरोसे 2-4 घंटे के लिए छोड़ के जा सकते हैं। फिर जब उनसे काउंसलिंग की गई कि बच्चा बर्बाद हो जाएगा, एक बच्चे के चक्कर में दूसरे को क्यों बर्बाद कर रहे हो, उसको भी ग्रोथ के तरीके निकालो, लेकिन ये तो वो कन्विंस हुए। ऐसे और बहुत सारे कारण हैं, पर उन बच्चों को लाने में कामयाब हम हो पा रहे हैं जो अभी 2-3-4 दिन अभी कोविड के बाद स्कूल आए हैं और किसी कारणवश से एब्सेंट में, लॉन्ग एब्सेंट में चले गए। पर एक बड़ी संख्या हमारे पास ऐसे बच्चों की है जिनका अभी हमें पता ही नहीं है। हमारे पास एनरोल्ड थे वो किसी एक्स क्लास में, X+ या X+1 या X+2 क्लास में अभी उनको होना चाहिए था। वो माइग्रेंट वर्कर के बच्चे थे, वो चले गए, ऑनलाइन में भी नहीं आए, या कहाँ हैं, दिल्ली के एक कोने से दूसरे कोने में शिफ्ट हुए, तो हमने बहुत बच्चों को उनके फोन कॉल से और उनसे ढूंढ के निकाला इन बिटवीन। पर अभी भी एक बड़ा परसेंटेज हमारा है जो वी फ्रैंकली डोंट नो कि वो बच्चा कहाँ है। वो बाहर अपने गांव चला गया है, किसी दूसरे शहर में चला गया है, अनट्रेसेबल है, क्योंकि यूजुअली गरीब परिवारों के बच्चे हैं और गरीब परिवार मोबाइल की कंटिन्यूटी में बहुत उनके लिए पॉसिबल नहीं होता है। तो ये एक चैलेंज तो है, बट वी आर ट्राइंग टू डू कि जो बच्चे आ गए हैं हमारे पास उनको इंश्योर कर सके। उनको कैसे ढूंढा जाए, वी ऑल्सो डोंट हैव ए फॉर्मूला फॉर दैट।
सो 2 फॉलोअप सवाल। एक, आपने कहा कि ऐसा एक परसेंटेज है ऑफ द टोटल स्टूडेंट पॉपुलेशन, व्हाट परसेंटेज इज दैट वेयर यू सेइंग दैट कि आपको पता नहीं लग पा रहा क्या ये बच्चे अभी भी शहर में हैं छोड़ के, बट पता नहीं कि वो X+2 में होने चाहिए थे लेकिन अभी वापस नहीं
We're
आए।
trying to calculate that क्योंकि बहुत सारे efforts के बाद कुछ बच्चे मिल जा रहे हैं तो अभी हमारा पूरा आज right before coming to this meeting, this program, I was having a meeting and I was taking data from different क्योंकि यहाँ दिल्ली में multiplicity बहुत है, MCD भी है, दिल्ली सरकार भी है, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट के स्कूल्स भी हैं, तो क्योंकि जब हम दिल्ली की बात करेंगे तो हमें सारा डेटा कोलैबोरेट करके ही कुछ देना चाहिए। तो आई वाज टॉकिंग टू वन ऑफ द म्युनिसिपल कमिश्नर एंड ही टोल्ड मी कि उनके यहाँ आई थिंक 2 लाख बच्चों में से करीब 27,000 बच्चों का शायद अभी पता नहीं चल पाया है, उनका ट्रेसेबल नहीं है। तो हम लोकल बॉडीज से भी ले रहे हैं, हम अपने यहाँ का भी सब कर रहे हैं, तो आई थिंक वेरी सून विल गिव सम परसेंटेज कि इतने बच्चों का बिल्कुल आइडिया ही नहीं लग रहा है कि वेयर आर दे।
दूसरा जो फॉलोअप सवाल था कि जो अभी आपका लिमिटेड एक्सपीरियंस है आफ्टर रीओपनिंग, कुछ ही महीने हुए हैं, वो बच्चे जिनको आप लाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं और कई केसेस में आपको सफलता भी मिली है, हैव यू नोटिस सम सॉर्ट ऑफ अ जेंडर डिवाइड? क्या लड़कियां कम आ रही हैं, लड़के कम आ रहे हो? इज इट सॉर्ट ऑफ अ मिक्स?
दोनों हैं,
दोनों।
it's not gender based, actually it's based on somehow parental background कि वो माइग्रेंट लेबर थे, वापस चले गए, या उनके जैसे इन बिटवीन, नॉट राइट नाउ बट बीच की कोविड की वेव्स के बीच में हमने अपने सारे टीचर्स को लगाया था कि जिनके बच्चे मिसिंग हैं या नहीं आ रहे हैं, जब स्कूल खुलवाए थे हमने, या ऑनलाइन जो बच्चे नहीं आ पा रहे थे, उनके लिए हमने ट्रेसिंग की बहुत सारी एक्सरसाइज की थी। उसमें हमारे टीचर्स ऑटो पे मुनादी करते हुए भी घूमे, क्योंकि उनको तो पता है मेरा कैचमेंट कहाँ है, कि अगर आपके बच्चे गवर्नमेंट स्कूल में पढ़ते हैं तो आप भेजिए, या ऑनलाइन भेजिए, ये करिए वो करिए, या हमने हाइब्रिड मॉडल भी चलाया था। तो इंटरेस्टिंग था, हमारी एक टीचर ने पूरा प्रयोग किया कि वो, उनको समझ नहीं आ रहा था वो लड़की कहाँ गई, उसको ढूंढते हुए वो आसपास की एक दुकान पे पहुंची कि इस मदर की ये बच्ची है, इस नाम की कोई बच्ची लोकल किराना दुकान पे। तो वहां से पता चला कि हाँ, वो मदर जो है कहीं मेड का काम करती है, पर वो उस घर में रहती थी, उस घर में गई, वहां से उनको बताया गया कि यहाँ से तो अब शिफ्ट हो गई है, वो पता नहीं कहाँ है। तो उन्होंने मेड, हेड्स ऑफ टू दैट टीचर, उन्होंने वो सारे आसपास की मेड्स के बीच में नॉक नॉक करना शुरू कर दिया कि मेड्स भी जब सुबह जाते हुए दिखती थी तो मेड से बात कर ली। करते 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 वो उस लेडी तक पहुंच गई फाइनली, और वो कहीं और रहती थी और कहीं और काम करती थी, तो उसको पता चल गया थ्रू मेड्स। तो वो उसके घर पहुंच गई, उस मालिक के, मतलब उसके यहाँ जिसके यहाँ वो मेड काम करती थी। वहां जाके उसको बोला कि तुम्हारी तो बच्ची पढ़ती थी, अब भेजो उसको। तो इतना तक पेन हमारे टीचर्स ने लिया है जाके, बट एवरीथिंग हैज ए लिमिट। तो इसलिए अभी हमें भी नहीं पता है कि कितने बच्चों को हम वापस ट्रेस करके ला पाएंगे, बट जो ट्रेस जिनको कर पा रहे हैं उनको तो ला पाएंगे, बट जिनको ट्रेस ही नहीं कर पा रहे हैं, वी डोंट नो।
दूसरा मेरा सवाल है कि यूजुअली ऐसी पैनल डिस्कशंस होती हैं, वी टॉक अबाउट व्हाट एस्पेक्ट ऑफ डिजिटलाइजेशन ऑफ एजुकेशन शैल वी रिटेन इन द पोस्ट कोविड वर्ल्ड। इसके बारे में बहुत चर्चा होती रहती है। I wanted to ask you this question कि now we're sort of in an age of a pandemic, पहला pandemic था in 100 years। मान लीजिए 10 साल बाद, 20 साल बाद एक और महामारी आती है, आपके क्या lessons हैं from the last 2 years? How should you reimagine government schools in the age of a pandemic? What is it that you think you need to change now so that if 10 years or 20 years from now अगर जो एक और pandemic आता है कि वो disruption कम से कम हो सके? स्कूल शायद तब भी बंद करने पड़े हों, but इस बार क्या हुआ है, they were the first to close and the last to reopen. क्या आपको लगता है कि maybe you can minimize the time of closure? Any other interventions that you think you need to start making now so that in future that disruption आप उसको कम से कम कर सकें?
देखिए, जैसे आपने जहाँ से बात शुरू की थी कि एजुकेशन सेंटर स्टेज पे नहीं है, पॉलिटिक्स में भी नहीं है और एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन में भी नहीं है, कि देश के एडमिनिस्ट्रेटर्स को जब जब डिसाइड करना था कि हम कोविड प्रोटोकॉल्स या कोविड के जो भी बाइंडिंग्स हैं उनको कितना कम करें, तो एजुकेशन हमेशा उसमें लास्ट में रहा। एज एन एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर आई हैव बीन स्ट्रगलिंग हार्ड टू गेट स्कूल्स ओपन्ड अगेन एंड अगेन, बट आई एम पार्ट ऑफ द एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन टीम, जहां इतना आसान नहीं था मेरे लिए भी। बट यस, ऑनलाइन के बारे में एक चीज तो जो मैं बार बार कहता हूं, रिपीट करूंगा, कि ऑनलाइन कैन नॉट सब्स्टिट्यूट ऑफलाइन एजुकेशन। इवन इफ वी हैव टू प्रिपेयर आवरसेल्फ कि कभी फिर से आए, या अदरवाइज ऑल्सो इन 21st सेंचुरी इतना सब टेक्नोलॉजिकल वो हो गया है, तो हमें थोड़ा सा ऑनलाइन को बहुत ब्रॉड माइंडेड होकर समझना पड़ेगा। अभी अचानक कोविड आया, और अदरवाइज भी जो सो कॉल्ड ऑनलाइन एजुकेशन सिस्टम हम कम से कम इंडिया में बात कर रहे हैं, आई कैन टेल अबाउट द वर्ल्ड, इंडिया में बात कर रहे हैं, वो एक बड़ी पॉपुलर सेइंग, मतलब एक उसको समझने के लिए मैं बात रखूंगा। ऐसा लग रहा है कि कोई थिएटर चल रहा था और हम लोग कैमरा लेके उस थिएटर के सामने बैठ गए, स्टेज के सामने बैठ गए, उसकी लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग शुरू कर दी और हमने अपने दर्शकों को आप फिल्म देखिए। थिएटर के सामने कैमरा लगाने से आप फिल्म का मजा नहीं ले सकते हो। फिल्म के लिए अलग से प्रोडक्शन होता है, अलग से स्क्रिप्ट लिखी जाती है, उसकी शूटिंग्स अलग तरीके से होती है, उसकी एडिटिंग अलग तरीके से होती है, उसकी मिक्सिंग अलग तरीके से होती है, देन यू कॉल इट ए फिल्म। स्टेज पे जो हो रहा है वो थिएटर नहीं हो सकता, जो थिएटर है वो फिल्म नहीं हो सकती, और जो फिल्म है वो स्टेज नहीं हो सकता। वही हमें समझना पड़ेगा कि जो क्लासरूम में हो रहा है वो कैमरे पे नहीं हो सकता, और जो कैमरे पे चाहिए या स्क्रीन पे चाहिए वो क्लासरूम के से एकदम अलग ले जाना पड़ेगा। मतलब आई होप आई एम एबल टू क्लियर माई थिंग कि हमें सारे कोर्सेज बदलने पड़ेंगे, फिर हमें कंटेंट से लेके उसके टीचिंग के तरीके बदलने पड़ेंगे। हमें यह समझना पड़ेगा कि अगर मैं किसी बच्चे को ऑनलाइन पढ़ा रहा हूं, तो चाहे वो साइंस के सब्जेक्ट्स हों या ह्यूमैनिटीज के सब्जेक्ट हों, लैंग्वेजेस के हों, हमें कैसे ये इंश्योर करें कि ऑनलाइन सिस्टम के माध्यम से जब बच्चा मेरे से कनेक्ट है, जो फिजिकल पीयर लर्निंग में नहीं शामिल हो रहा है, जो स्कूल के एम्बियंस में, कॉलेज के एम्बियंस में नहीं शामिल हो रहा है, वो अपने एम्बियंस से वो कंटेंट, वो जूस एसेंस कैसे सीख ले जो वो स्कूल में पीयर लर्निंग या उस सब से सीखता था। उसके लिए अभी हमारे कोर्सेज प्रिपेयर नहीं है, हमारी टीचिंग्स प्रिपेयर नहीं है। उसीलिए जब ये पैंडेमिक चल रहा था तो मैंने मुख्यमंत्री जी और हमने काफ़ी इस पर डिस्कशन किया, और हमने कहा कि वी हैव टू प्रिपेयर आवर कंटेंट फॉर दैट, वी हैव टू प्रिपेयर आवर टीचर्स, वी हैव टू प्रिपेयर आवर कंटेंट, एग्जामिनेशन, स्टडी, सब कुछ उसको समाज से, परिवार से, आसपास के एम्बियंस से सीखना सिखाना पड़ेगा, तब ऑनलाइन सक्सेसफुल होगा। तो उसके लिए हमने एक वर्चुअल स्कूल कॉन्सेप्चुलाइज किया कि हम फिजिकल स्कूल चला रहे हैं, पर हम देश में एक पहला वर्चुअल स्कूल चलाएंगे। जब मैंने कहा कि हम पहला वर्चुअल स्कूल खोलेंगे तो कुछ राज्यों ने पॉलिटिकली बाउंस बैक किया, आपको क्या पता, हमने पहला स्कूल खोल दिया, यू कैन बी सेकंड। मैंने कहा मेरे को पहला दूसरे की लड़ाई में पढ़ना ही नहीं है, मेरे को तो केवल ये देखना है कि क्या हम वर्चुअल स्कूल में वो साधन बना सकते हैं कि इधर बैठा हुआ टीचर और उधर बैठा हुआ स्टूडेंट, उसके पास फ्रीडम से लेके और प्रैक्टिस एक्सपीरियंस तक ये हो कि मैं जिस बच्चे को सोशियोलॉजी की कोई प्रैक्टिस पढ़ा रहा हूँ या साइंस का, बायोडाइवर्सिटी का कोई इशू पढ़ा रहा हूँ, तो वो उस बच्चे को इतना अवेक कर सके कि वो अपने आसपास की सोसाइटी से, अपने आसपास की नेचर से वो सारी चीज, द लैब हैज टू बी देन फैमिली टू सोसाइटी। अभी उसकी लैब हमने आर्टिफिशियल क्लासरूम में बना रखी है। अगर हम वो कर पाए तो शायद ऑफलाइन से और बेहतर एजुकेशन दे पाएंगे, पर वो नहीं कर पाए तो थिएटर हॉल में सिनेमा एक कैमरा लगा के लाइव स्ट्रीमिंग को हम फिल्म नहीं बोल सकते हैं।
उदाहरण के तौर पे आप थोड़ा सा बता सकते, लाइक यू सेड कि कोर्स कंटेंट चेंज करना पड़ेगा। कैन यू गिव अस वन एग्जांपल ऑफ व्हाट इज इट दैट यू कैन मे बी ट्राई एंड इम्प्लीमेंट इन द नेक्स्ट 1 year or 2 years और इवन इन टर्म्स ऑफ टीचर ट्रेनिंग?
एवरीथिंग देखो, मैं और थोड़ा सा पुल बैक करूंगा इसको कि हमने नो डिटेंशन पॉलिसी लागू की। अगेन वेरी नोबल आइडिया, ह्यूमेन आइडिया, साइकोलॉजिकल पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से देखो तो बहुत जरूरी है, लेकिन हमने क्या किया, हमने एक पॉलिसी बनाई, कानून में लिखा अब से बच्चे 8वीं तक के बच्चों को हम फेल नहीं करेंगे, गुड, लेकिन और हमने रूल लागू कर दिया। अब किसी भी टीचर को मना कर दिया भाई अभी किसी बच्चे को फेल नहीं करोगे, उन्होंने भी कहा दिया पास पास पास, या डिटेंशन है ही नहीं अब। लेकिन हमने ना अपने टेक्स्ट बुक बदली, ना हमने टीचिंग के तरीके बदले, ना हमने कोई कंटिन्यूस इवोल्यूशन का सिस्टम लागू किया, ना हमने अपने बीएड के कोर्सेज बदले कि भाई अब आपको 8वीं क्लास तक के बच्चों को नो डिटेंशन के हिसाब से पढ़ाना है, देयर वुड बी नो फेल और पास, पर फिर भी पढ़ाना तो है ना, पास फेल थोड़ी करना था, सारी जिंदगी का मकसद पास फेल ही थोड़ी था, तो पढ़ाने का मकसद तो पता ही नहीं था, पास फेल पता था, वो खत्म कर दिया हमने, तो वहां हम फेल हो गए, वापस हमको डिटेंशन की क्लॉजेज लानी पड़ी एक्ट में चेंज करके एज ए नेशन। सेम हियर, हमें जैसे इसीलिए मैंने आपको कहा सोशियोलॉजी या साइंस के सब्जेक्ट्स को वहां तक, मैं स्कूल लेवल की बात कर रहा हूँ, कॉलेज लेवल पे फिर अलग तरीके के प्रयोग करने पड़ेंगे। स्कूल लेवल पर हमें अपने कंटेंट को इस तरह से डिजाइन करना पड़ेगा और डिलीवरी ऑफ द कंटेंट को इस तरह से डिजाइन करना पड़ेगा कि उस 1 घंटे या आधा घंटे की किसी ऑनलाइन क्लास के बाद बच्चा अपने आसपास से वो सब सीख ले जो हम उसको नॉर्मली लैब में, डिस्कशंस में स्कूल के बच्चों में सिखाते थे। अब उसके पास लैब नहीं है। ऑनलाइन तो यही है ना कि वो लैब में नहीं आएगा, लाइब्रेरी में नहीं आएगा, तो पर उसका परिवार, उसका आसपास का समाज, उसके आसपास के पार्क, सड़कें, सारी दुनिया खड़ी है उसके पास। उस दुनिया से वो सीखना शुरू कर दे, उसको प्रोवोक करना पड़ेगा, उसको प्रॉम्प्ट करना पड़ेगा। अभी वो हमारे पास में है नहीं। हम तो इसीलिए मैंने पहले बोला कि मैं इंडियन कंटेक्स्ट में बात कर रहा हूँ। हम रोट लर्निंग की पे जीते हैं, हम बात भी करते हैं, हम सब कुछ 360 डिग्री सिखाएंगे, लेकिन कुल मिला के सारी चीज़ें कुल मिला के एक होमवर्क बन के रह जाती हैं, प्रैक्टिकल बन के वो रह जाती हैं। बाहर जाके समाज से सीखने का अगर हमने परंपरा डाल दी, सोसाइटी से सीखने की, अपने आसपास की नेचर और एनवायरनमेंट से सीखने की, वर्ल्ड ओवर लोगों ने किया है, ऐसा नहीं कि नहीं हुआ है, पर उन्होंने अपने ऑफलाइन प्लस दुनिया के साथ सीखने के मॉडल्स डेवलप किए हैं। तो अब हम ऑनलाइन प्लस दुनिया के साथ सीखने के मॉडल्स डेवलप कर सकते हैं। हम इसमें कर रहे हैं काम इसको।
एक मेरा कोविड से जुड़ा और सवाल होगा, देन आई गो बैक टू एक्सेस। वन इज दैट कि आम आदमी पार्टी की जो सरकार है, एज फार एज एजुकेशन कंसर्न्ड, देयर इज दिस एफर्ट टू चेंज द माइंडसेट अराउंड एजुकेशन एंड इवन फॉर द किड्स एज वेल। आप लोग का हैप्पीनेस करिकुलम एंड इवन यूर ट्राइंग, सॉरी, देशभक्ति करिकुलम। नाउ व्हेन द किड्स आर कमिंग बैक, आपको क्या फीडबैक है कि एज फार एज सोशल इमोशनल स्किल्स आर कंसर्न, व्हाट इम्पैक्ट डू यू सी, बिकॉज you've got large number of schools under you, what feedback are you receiving from the teachers community?
हैप्पीनेस ने तो बहुत फायदा पहुंचा है, ये तो मैं लगातार देखता रहा था, क्योंकि ये पीरियड था कि ऑलमोस्ट हर फैमिली किसी ना किसी ट्रॉमा में गई है। किसी के यहाँ डेथ हुई है, किसी के यहाँ कोई सीवियर बीमार हुआ है, किसी के यहाँ नौकरी गई है, किसी का बहुत घाटा हो गया, किसी को घर छोड़ना पड़ा है, बहुत सारे ट्रॉमा से बच्चे गुजरे हैं। उन सब के बीच में आई एम हैप्पी कि जो हैप्पीनेस के दौरान हमने उनको मेडिटेशन करना सिखाया, अपने इमोशंस को समझना, इमोशंस को रीड करना, रिएक्शंस को रीड करना सिखाया, उसने काफ़ी मदद की है बच्चों के लिए। बच्चे रिपोर्ट कर रहे हैं। इनफैक्ट ऐसे ऐसे मौके, ऐसे ऐसे एग्जाम्पल्स हैं, अभी मैं जाके बच्चों से भी मिलता हूँ, मेरे टीचर्स भी रिपोर्ट करते हैं कि जब घर में कोई बहुत टेंशन थी तो लड़की या लड़का बैठ गया मम्मी के साथ में कि मैंने ना स्कूल में मेडिटेशन सीखा था, वो बैठ के करते हैं, डोंट क्राई, रो मत, 5 मिनट बैठ के वो माइंडफुलनेस करते हैं। तो ये सब भी हुआ, उसका फर्क पड़ा है हैप्पीनेस ने। तो जो माइंडसेट के 3 करिकुलम हमने लागू किए हैं, हैप्पीनेस, एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप और देशभक्ति, ये इसका पर्पज ये है कि हम बच्चों के अंदर एक नई तरीके का माइंडसेट डेवलप करके दें। उसमें एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप ने अपना काफ़ी फर्क दिखाया है। और 11th-12th के बच्चे, आप सोचो, 2-2 हज़ार, 5-5 हज़ार, 10-10 हज़ार रुपये हमने उनको दिए, और वो बहुत सारे बच्चे तो अपने आइडिया से कोई नई स्टार्टअप आइडिया लेके और उसमें 1-1 लाख रुपए कमा के बैठे हैं। और अभी तो वो कंपनी इन्वेस्टर से अप्रोच कर रहे हैं और इन्वेस्टर्स उनकी कंपनियों में इन्वेस्ट कर रहे हैं, वो अपनी कंपनी सेटअप कर रहे हैं। सो आई थिंक उसका एक मकसद है कि हम अपने बच्चों को केवल नौकरी मांगने वाला नहीं, नौकरी देने वाला भी बनाएं। उसमें हम काफ़ी हद तक कामयाब होंगे। अभी पहला दूसरा साल है, 2-3 साल इसको और लगेंगे एस्टेब्लिश होने में, क्योंकि अल्टीमेटली इट्स ए क्वेश्चन ऑफ माइंडसेट।
I'll ask one question related to access, and then I'll throw the floor open for a few questions if the audience has any. You've had successes in certain areas, but आपका जो 5-6 साल का experience है looking after education, आपको लगता है एटलीस्ट एज फार एज एक्सेस इज कंसर्न्ड, आर देयर स्टिल कोई ऐसा तबका है जहाँ पे एजुकेशन आप पहुँचा नहीं पाए हैं? इन कमिंग फ्यूचर यू विल ट्राई एंड वर्क टुवर्ड्स दैट सो दैट यू कैन ट्राई, at least like I said, senior sections, it's still a bit of a challenge for state governments across the country.
Senior section मतलब आपका कहना है?
I'm talking about secondary, higher secondary education. But are there?
Secondary में actually एक जो हमने काम करना उस पर शुरू किया है, but again वहाँ भी थोड़ा mindset problem ही है। दुनिया ने इसको क्रैक किया है कि हम अपने हर बच्चे को BA, BSc करा के नहीं बिठाना चाहिए। हमारे साथ प्रॉब्लम क्या होगी कि हमने बोला स्किल करेंगे। अब स्किल में हमने 3-4 स्किल्स को पहचाना, कारपेंटर, प्लम्बर और ये और इस तरह के, और उनको खूब प्रचारित किया 15, 20, 25 साल। फिर समस्या ये आ गई कि सारी दुनिया में, इंडिया में भी होने लगा कि एक समय आ गया सारी दुनिया व्हाइट कॉलर जॉब्स के पीछे भाग रही है। हम कह रहे हैं कि अपने बच्चों को स्किल की ट्रेनिंग करा लो, पढ़ाओ मत आगे, और उसको डिफाइन कर दिया गया कि हम ऊपर से चाहे जो भी बात कर लें, स्कूल में और परिवारों में बात यही होती है, अच्छा आपके बच्चे को आगे एडमिशन नहीं मिला, आपके बच्चे ने पढ़ना छोड़ दिया इसलिए स्किल में कर दिया है। आप देखोगे प्रोग्रेसिव कंट्रीज में ये बात ही नहीं होती वहां होता है अच्छा व्हाट आर यू डूइंग, आई एम डूइंग दिस कोर्स दैट कोर्स। हमारे यहाँ होता है आपका बच्चा क्या कर रहा है, पढ़ना छोड़ दिया है, उसकी पढ़ाई छोड़ के बीच में ना उसने कोई कोर्स डिप्लोमा कर लिया है। इस डिस्कोर्स को चेंज करना है। इस डिस्कोर्स को चेंज नहीं करेंगे तो हम हमारी यूनिवर्सिटीज भी ग्रेजुएट्स पैदा करने की अनएम्प्लॉयबल ग्रेजुएट्स पैदा करने की फैक्ट्री बनते ही रहेंगे। अभी जो यहाँ से पहले वाइस चांसलर साहब एक बोल रहे थे, मेरा मन किया उनकी बात पे ताली बजाना चाहिए इस बात पे। ही वेरी कैटेगरिकली सेड कि हमसे तो कहा जाता है यूनिवर्सिटी के रूप में कि भाई आपने एम्प्लॉयबल बच्चे नहीं दिए, यूथ नहीं दिया, पर कोई हमसे भी तो पूछो कि हमें स्कूल ने जो दिया था वो ग्रेजुएटेबल था कि नहीं था। वो कोई हमसे पूछता ही नहीं है कि एक्चुअली नीचे से जो बच्चा आ रहा है वो एक बस उसके दिमाग में ये आ रहा है कि नौकरी कर लो नौकरी कर लो नौकरी कर लो। अरे वो ग्रेजुएटेबल है कि नहीं है, उसको स्किल देना चाहिए, कुछ करना चाहिए। फिर इसका अब क्योंकि पूरे माइंडसेट में देश के घुसा हुआ है कि स्किल मतलब पढ़ाई बीच में छोड़ देना, स्किल मतलब अपने बच्चे के लिए एक घर में और टीचर्स के बीच और दोस्तों के बीच एक नेगेटिव वातावरण बना देना, भाई तेरी तो पढ़ाई गई, अब तो तू बेचारा हो गया है। तो इसीलिए हमने उसका एक अच्छा होपफुली अच्छा निकाला है। हमने स्किल यूनिवर्सिटी बनाई यहाँ दिल्ली में, और उसमें हमने जितने भी स्किल के कोर्सेज थे उनको ग्रेजुएशन के कोर्सेज के साथ अटैच किया है कि आप आइए, आप टूरिज्म का डिप्लोमा मत करिए, आप बीएससी टूरिज्म करिए। अब आप बीएससी टूरिज्म में एडमिशन लीजिए, एक साल बाद हमारा कॉन्फिडेंस है कि आपको खुद लगने लगेगा कि मेरे को 3 साल क्यों वेस्ट करने, मेरे को 1 साल के बाद शानदार नौकरी मिल रही है। आप चले जाइए, नौकरी करके आ जाइए, फिर कभी मन करे सेकेंड ईयर थर्ड ईयर डिप्लोमा वो कर लेना, या 2 साल बाद भी आपको लगे। तो वो प्रस्तुत हमने किया है स्किल यूनिवर्सिटी में। उसके मतलब बच्चों में तो बहुत उत्साह है। 2-3 साल लगेंगे मुझे ये प्रूव करने में जो मैं बात कर रहा हूं, और मे भी 1 साल के बाद मैं बता सकूंगा कि मेरे पास 6000 बच्चे इस साल आए हैं। 7,000 बच्चे आए हैं। 7,000 बच्चों में से कितने बच्चे 1 साल के अंदर अंदर इस कॉन्फिडेंट लेवल पे आ गए कि मेरे को नहीं चाहिए अब ये बीएससी, मैं बाद में करूंगा, पहले मेरे को आई हैव गॉट समथिंग इन माय लाइफ, आई वांट टू डू अ जॉब, मार्केट इज ऑफरिंग मी अ जॉब, मार्केट इज इनवाइटिंग मी टू डू अ जॉब। ये ग्रे एरिया है जिसपे अभी बहुत काम होना है, दिल्ली में भी और बाहर भी।
All right. I'll throw the floor open to questions. Does anybody have any questions for the Education Minister? I see 2 hands going up. Can we pass the mic to them, please? If you can introduce yourself and keep the question brief.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thanks. Good evening, sir. My name is Shruti Sharma. I lead an education program called Generation Global by the Tony Blair Institute for Global Change. My question to you is, Minister Pradhan in the morning spoke about, India will develop the next generation of global citizens. So what is the role that public education systems, and especially states like Delhi, can play to create that generation of global citizens? Because there are so many global issues that are facing us right now, and it is only the youth of today who will go ahead and solve those global issues. Thank you.
So, मुझे क्वेश्चन थोड़ा सा क्लैरिफाई कर देंगी प्लीज?
यस सर, मैं बोल रही थी कि ग्लोबल सिटीजन्स हम कैसे बना सकते हैं, पब्लिक एजुकेशन सिस्टम्स क्या रोल प्ले कर सकते हैं कि आज के जो बच्चे स्कूल्स में हैं वो आगे जाके ग्लोबल सिटीजन्स बने?
उनका देखिए, आज की एजुकेशन, आज हमारे स्कूल में जो बच्चा पढ़ रहा है, पहली बात तो उसको भी हमें रियलाइज करना है, और उससे पहले हमको रियलाइज करना है कि उसका कंपटीशन अब उसकी क्लास के बच्चे से ही नहीं है, उसका देश के बच्चों से ही नहीं है, वो आईआईटी नहीं जा रहा है, उसका अमेरिका फ्लोरिडा में भी या किसी रूस में मॉस्को में बैठे किसी बच्चे, या रूस के भी किसी विलेज में बैठे हुए बच्चे से भी है, क्योंकि थोड़े दिन बाद वो वहां खड़ा होगा जाके। तो 21st सेंचुरी की एजुकेशन के साथ, और हमें 21st सेंचुरी के एजुकेशन मेथड्स के साथ खड़ा होना पड़ेगा, विच वी आर नॉट। हम बातें चाहे जितनी कर लें, लेकिन अगर एजुकेशन के पैराडाइम को शिफ्ट नहीं करेंगे तो नहीं हो पाएगा। नेताओं के लिए आसान है कहना कि हम ग्लोबल सिटीजन देंगे, पर जब तक हम उसको स्कूल लेवल तक नहीं उतारेंगे, ग्लोबल सिटीजन आने वाला नहीं है। तो एजुकेशन इज द ओनली वे, एंड अप टू डेट 21st सेंचुरी लेवल की एजुकेशन जो सारी दुनिया को मिल, इसीलिए हमने शुरू किया ना मैम। मैं जब शुरू से मैं सोचता था, मैं जर्नलिज्म में था, मैं उसके बाद देश की बहुत सारी प्रॉब्लम्स को सुनता समझता था, मुझे लगता था कि हमें एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप पे काम करना चाहिए। मुझे लगता था हमें हैप्पीनेस पे काम करना चाहिए, बच्चों में देशभक्ति पे भी काम करना चाहिए, हमें अच्छे रिजल्ट्स में सरकारी स्कूल के बच्चों को भी आईआईटी भेजने पे काम करना चाहिए। और आप सोचिए, मैं 2015 में स्कूल में आते ही अपने टीचर्स को बैठा के कहता मुझे अब आईआईटी में बच्चे चाहिए। तो वो टीचर्स ने कहना था जी पहले एक बोर्ड तो लगवा दो पढ़ाने के लिए, 8 घंटे के लिए बच्चा आता है, एक टॉयलेट तो बनवा दो। पहले मैंने वही किया, हमारा 2015-16 का पूरा फोकस वहीं रहा। पैरेलल थोड़ा थोड़ा हमने धीरे धीरे किया और अगले 2-3 साल में किया कि हमने फिर टीचर्स को, मैं किसी टीचर को बोलूं मुझे ग्लोबल सिटीजन चाहिए, वर्ल्ड क्लास सिटीजन चाहिए, पर पहले उसको ये तो पता होना चाहिए व्हाट द वर्ल्ड इज डूइंग। सो आई मेड श्योर कि मेरे सारे प्रिंसिपल्स आईएम से लेके कैम्ब्रिज, सिंगापुर, मतलब नॉट ऑल बट ग्लोबल एक्सपोजर लेके आए। उनको ग्लोबल एक्सपोजर दिया कि देखो ब्रिटेन के स्कूल में क्या हो रहा है, देखो हार्वर्ड के मतलब बॉस्टन के स्कूल में क्या हो रहा है, देखो लंदन के स्कूल में क्या कर रहे हैं, या मॉस्को, सिंगापुर। आज हम कह सकते हैं कि हमारे बहुत बड़ी संख्या एक ऐसी है जो ग्लोबल को समझ रहे हैं। देन वी कैन हैव टारगेट्स।
Thank you, sir.
There was another gentleman here who had a question. And okay, I think we can take 2 more questions, one here and one there.
Honorable Sir, myself Kuldeep Singh. I am a principal in Directorate of Education, Government of Delhi.
Thank you. Proud to have you.
Yeah, thank you, sir. And I have been the part of the journey of great transformation of Delhi education, and I really feel proud that the way we have developed the education standards in Delhi. And this is my question. I would like just to ask that once we're talking about the global citizens and the value system and different intervention, the major impediment we feel pan-globe, pan-India, that is the attitude and discipline. So how do you feel these 2 barriers can be eradicated so that the pace of the transformation may be propagated at a faster stage? Thank you, sir.
अभी थोड़ा सा अनुशासन को हमें भी समझना पड़ेगा। अभी कन्वेंशनल इंडियन कॉन्सेप्ट में अनुशासन का मतलब है क्वाइट क्लासरूम। आई थिंक विच इज द वर्स्ट अंडरस्टैंडिंग ऑफ अनुशासन, डिसिप्लिन। मतलब किसी स्कूल में आप जाएं और आपको बच्चों की आवाज नहीं आ रही हो, आप किसी क्लासरूम के बाहर से निकलें, उसमें से बच्चे विस्परिंग तक ना कर रहे हो, उसको हम मानते हैं बड़ा डिसिप्लिन क्लासरूम है। इट्स नॉट, एजुकेशन इज नॉट फॉर दैट। किसी ने आके आपको कहा चुप, मंत्री जी निकल रहे हैं, और बच्चा कोई ना बोले, कोई टीचर ना बोले, ये थोड़ी होता है यार। स्कूल स्कूल दिखना चाहिए। तो इस पूरी डिसिप्लिन की पूरी कॉन्सेप्ट को भी हम रीडिफाइन कर लें। दुनिया में कहीं नहीं होता है कि बच्चे को, मैं तो पता नहीं आपके स्कूल में कभी एक्सपीरियंस हुआ कि नहीं हुआ, मैं स्कूलों में जाता हूँ, किसी क्लास में बच्चों से कुछ बात करने लगूं, मतलब मैं बात क्या कर रहा हूं उसमें इंटरेस्ट लोगों का कम रहता है, इसमें ज्यादा रहता है कि बच्चे ने खड़े होकर बोला कि नहीं बोला। अब बच्चा, मैंने उससे कुछ क्वेश्चन बात किया या कुछ टॉपिक डिस्कशन शुरू किया, बच्चा कुछ अपने आप को ईज करने की कोशिश कर रहा है, कुछ कहने की कोशिश कर रहा है, तब तक उसके कान में इंस्ट्रक्शन, खड़े होकर बोलो बेटा। अब यार अगर उसी को डिसिप्लिन मानते हैं तो फिर तो रुक जाओ थोड़ी देर इस डिसिप्लिन पे। तो लेट्स डिफाइन व्हाट डिसिप्लिन मीन फॉर एजुकेशन, उसको रिडिफाइन कर सकते हैं। आई होप आई एम एबल टू आंसर।
To your mind, what is discipline when it comes to education? मतलब आप क्या चेंज करना चाहेंगे?
मतलब वो बच्चा अपने आप में एक डिसिप्लिन है यार, उसका चाइल्डहुड अपने आप में डिसिप्लिन है, उसको एक्सप्लोर करने दो, उसको खुल के आने दो, वो उसको समझने दो कि यहाँ मैं सीखने, समझने, खेलने, खुलने आया हूँ। हमने बस चुप रहने को और आंखों से आंख डाल के, मतलब सबसे इंटेलिजेंट बच्चा कौन है हमारी क्लास में? आप सर्वे करा लो हमारे क्लास के, मैं मतलब किसी उस पे नहीं जा रहा, पर कॉमन अंडरस्टैंडिंग में पेरेंट्स में भी और टीचिंग फैकल्टीज में भी सबसे इंटेलिजेंट बच्चा वो माना जाता है जो क्लास में क्वेश्चन नहीं पूछता है। और जिस बच्चे ने एक चैप्टर में 4 क्वेश्चन पूछ दिए तो हमारे मन में आ जाता है कि यार इसको तो आ नहीं रहा। इस पूरे को शिफ्ट करना पड़ेगा। चाइल्ड साइकोलॉजी बेस्ड एजुकेशन नहीं है।
There's a question on the other
Honorable
side.
sir, very good evening.
We'll come to you after that. Sorry, go on.
Yeah, so I cannot agree more with you on bringing education to the center stage. Your definition of discipline, I totally agree with all of it. One thing I would like to know from you, you have invested a lot of your effort on holistic education. But a big stakeholder there is the teacher. So what are we doing with respect to the holistic development of the teachers? What about their well-being during the pandemic, post-pandemic, bringing them to the core again? What are we actually doing there? Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Biswajita Parida. I am associated with IIT Delhi. I teach there. I am as an assistant professor. Thank you,
ma'am. बच्चे को स्पेस देना सबसे इम्पोर्टेंट है. अभी हम बच्चे को स्पेस नहीं दे रहे हैं. मतलब आई एम नॉट एन एजुकेशनिस्ट, बट देश और दुनिया में जो लोग एजुकेशन पे काम कर रहे हैं उनसे देखिए, उनको समझिए. हमारा सबसे बड़ा फेलियर ये हो जा रहा है कि हम बच्चे को स्पेस नहीं दे रहे हैं, और वो बुक्स में भी नहीं है. वो मतलब हम जो नया करिकुलम बना रहे हैं, जो हमने माइंडसेट करिकुलम्स बनाए, उसमें हमने ये डेलिबरेटली लिखा है कि हमने कोई टॉपिक उसमें रखा, और आई हैव वर्क विद एजुकेशनिस्ट हु हैव एक्चुअली डिड समथिंग रिमार्केबल इन द कंट्री और वर्ल्ड वाइड ऑल्सो. ऐसे एजुकेशनिस्ट के साथ मिलकर हमने ये बनाने की कोशिश की करिकुलम्स. एक लाइन आपको डिफाइन कर देगी कि टीचर्स को कहाँ हम देखते हैं. हमने मान लीजिए किसी करिकुलम में से 8th ग्रेड की माइंडफुलनेस, ये हैप्पीनेस की बुक में हमने से 20 चैप्टर रखे हैं. अब हर चैप्टर का एक लर्निंग आउटकम है. सारा सिस्टम टीचर को एनफोर्स करता है भाई आपको ये 20 चैप्टर पढ़ाने हैं, और उसका फिर माइनस स्लॉट कर देता है. अच्छा, तो आपको 45 मिनट का पर डे मिल रहा है, उसमें से इतना इतना बिजी रह जाएगा, तो आपका इतना 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 स्लॉट करके एक चैप्टर आपको इतने दिन में खत्म करना है. हमने हर चैप्टर के पहले तो बुक में कैवेट डाल दिया है कि आपको जरूरी नहीं है कि 20 चैप्टर पढ़ाने हैं. आपको इस 20 चैप्टर में से एक चैप्टर का आउटकम पढ़ना है, और उसको इंश्योर करना है कि वो आउटकम क्लास में आ जाए. और हमने हर एक के एक्टिविटी के सामने लिखा है, से 2 days और टिल द सेटिस्फैक्शन ऑफ द टीचर. ये फॉर 5 days और टिल द सेटिस्फैक्शन ऑफ द टीचर. अब टीचर के सामने 40 बच्चे खड़े कर दिए, 40 बच्चों को पढ़ाने के लिए दे दिया एटम का स्ट्रक्चर. अब एटम का स्ट्रक्चर 40 बच्चों को या ग्रामर या हिस्ट्री का कोई कॉन्सेप्ट 40 बच्चों को समझ में टीचर के आ जाए, वो टीचर की कैपेबिलिटी है. ट्रस्ट योर टीचर. लेकिन उसको स्पेस तो दो प्रैक्टिकली कि वो 40 बच्चों को एक्चुअली उस कॉन्सेप्ट को क्लियर करने में और ये वापस इंश्योर करने में कि हाँ मेरे 40 बच्चों को वो कॉन्सेप्ट क्लियर हो गई है. गिव देम स्पेस. उसके बाद फिर आप नेक्स्ट चैप्टर पे जाओ, वरना पहला भी कुछ नहीं हुआ और दूसरा भी कुछ नहीं हुआ. तो वो ट्रस्ट योर टीचर, गिव देम स्पेस.
The questions are just increasing, sir. Yeah. I hope you can take a few more questions.
You can take 2 more, I think.
It's 5:45. Yeah. So we'll take 2 more questions. The lady at the back, the one with the mic, you can ask your question now.
प्रणाम सर, मैं आचार्य नरेंद्र देव कॉलेज में बायोमेडिकल साइंस डिपार्टमेंट की हेड ऑफ द डिपार्टमेंट हूँ, डॉक्टर सुनीता जेटली. मेरा प्रश्न भी है और सुझाव भी है कि एजुकेशन का जो शाब्दिक अर्थ है सर्वांगीण विकास, उसका बीज बचपन में बोया जाता है शुरू की क्लासेस में, जिस पे बहुत ज़रूरत है ध्यान देने की, क्योंकि वहीं से वो क्रॉप आगे आ रही है. तो ये जो बच्चे हैं, बाण भट्ट ने 64 कलाओं का और 14 विद्याओं का वर्णन किया है. अगर हम इन बच्चों को छोड़ दें 5 साल और हर साल उनको बोलें आप एक कला में पारंगत हो जाएं, जो स्वच्छता से हो, दूसरों को सम्मान देने के लिए हो, दूसरों के प्रति आदर भाव पैदा करने के लिए हो, पढ़ाई के लिए जिज्ञासा पैदा करें, बाद में पढ़ाई आए. लर्निंग इज लास्ट, एंड लर्निंग का मतलब शुड नॉट बी, जैसे कोठारी कमीशन में कहा था, डीलिंग जॉब्स विद डिग्रीज. और वो जो 5 साल है वो बिल्कुल खुले छोड़ दिए जाए, और उसमें कोई टेस्ट, कोई परीक्षण ना हो. 1 साल में, जैसे पहले गुरुकुल में होता था, आप परंगत हो गए, आपको अपना पर्यावरण स्वच्छ रखना आ गया, चाहे ऑनलाइन चाहे ऑफलाइन। अब आप दूसरी कलाओं में और विद्याओं में चले जाओ। तो क्या हम ऐसे स्कूल्स नहीं खोल सकते जो सिर्फ इस लेवल तक के हों और उस बीज को अंकुरित होने में मदद करते हो?
कर सकते हैं मैम, और नई एजुकेशन पॉलिसी या उससे पुरानी एजुकेशन पॉलिसी और उससे भी पुरानी एजुकेशन पॉलिसी हमेशा इस बारे में बात करती रही है, बट अनफॉर्चुनेटली बात ही करती रही है, काम किसी ने किया नहीं। हर एजुकेशन पॉलिसी में कुछ ना कुछ उसके डायरेक्शन में होता है। अर्ली चाइल्डहुड एजुकेशन को लार्जली स्पेस देना पड़ेगा। अर्ली चाइल्डहुड एजुकेशन को स्पेस दिए बिना नहीं होगा ये। और अर्ली चाइल्डहुड एजुकेशन को भी थोड़ा सा अगेन उसके लिए खाली ये कह के कि भाई अर्ली चाइल्डहुड एजुकेशन को स्पेस दे दो और उससे हो जाएगा, हमें पूरा का पूरा अपना पहले तो नजरिया ठीक करना पड़ेगा ना। हमने नर्सरी केजी खोले, अर्ली चाइल्डहुड एजुकेशन की कॉन्सेप्ट भी खोले थे, पार्डन मी, बट हो सकता है यहाँ गवर्नमेंट और प्राइवेट स्कूल से, आई केम टू नो अबाउट यू, बट देयर कुड बी मोर प्रिंसिपल्स एंड एजुकेटर्स एट द स्कूल लेवल। पर ये नर्सरी केजी खोले गए थे इसलिए कि बच्चे की अर्ली चाइल्डहुड केयर को हम उस कॉन्सेप्ट को ध्यान में रखेंगे, बट अल्टीमेटली हमने उनको बना दिया नर्सरी केजी को और उससे नीचे वाले क्लासेस को क्लास 1 का में ले जाने की फैक्ट्री। अब क्लास 1 में लाने से पहले हम देखते हैं बच्चे को एबीसीडी पढ़ना आता है कि नहीं आता, काउंटिंग आती है कि नहीं आता, टेबल आता है कि नहीं आता, इसलिए थोड़ा ही था यार। ये नर्सरी केजी का तो पूरा कॉन्सेप्ट ही अलग था। तो अगर हम 5 साल खुला छोड़ दें, कॉन्सेप्चुअली इट्स फाइन, बट वो खुला छोड़ना एक्चुअली होता नहीं है। बहुत अच्छे से क्यूरेटेड लाइफ, पूरी लाइफ को क्यूरेट करने का समय होता है, और उसको इतनी स्टडीज हैं, आपने बाणभट्ट की बात की, वहां से लेके और आज तक प्रोफेसर राय एट MIT has recently done this experiment, I think 2-3 years back, जहां उन्होंने उनके घर में बच्चा पैदा हुआ तो अपने घर में 4000 CCTV कैमरे लगा दिए, एवरी लुक एंड कॉर्नर, और उस बच्चे की एक एक मूवमेंट और उसको दी जा रही एक एक इनपुट इन टर्म्स ऑफ इंस्ट्रक्शन और वर्बल और व्हाटएवर, उसको CCTV कैमरा में कैद किया और उसके अंदर आने वाले बच्चे के चेक किया। उसके बाद फिर हम अर्ली चाइल्डहुड एजुकेशन में एक्चुअली क्या करें, उसकी एक पूरी कॉन्सेप्ट MIT के उन प्रोफेसर्स ने, उनकी टीम ने निकाल के दी है। आई थिंक द होल वर्ल्ड शुड अंडरस्टैंड फ्रॉम दिस ऑल्सो कि हम कर क्या रहे हैं। मैं अगेन आई टेक 1 more minute ऑन दिस। मैं फिनलैंड गया था। फिनलैंड में मैंने आई मेट अ कपल, दिस गर्ल इज, द लेडी इज फ्रॉम फिनलैंड एंड दिस गाय इज फ्रॉम कैनेडा, so both of them are product of 2 different education systems. This guy came to Finland, got married to a Finnish girl, and they had a baby there. They shared with me कि हमने जब अपने बच्चे को स्कूल भेजा तो हस्बैंड कमिंग फ्रॉम द कैनेडियन एजुकेशन प्रोडक्ट, वो अपनी बच्ची से रोज पूछता था आज क्या किया। She told I played, फिर उसने फिर पूछा आज क्या किया, I played। वो उसने मुझे बताया जी मैं 2-3 महीने तक तो देखता रहा, बच्ची मुझे रोज आके कहती आई प्लेड। मैंने 2-3 महीने के बाद अपनी वाइफ को बोला कि यार ये फिनिश एजुकेशन सिस्टम में ना हमारा बच्चा बर्बाद हो जाएगा, थोड़ा और सोचते हैं, ये तो खाली खिला रहे हैं इसको। अब वो लड़की क्योंकि फिनिश एजुकेशन सिस्टम की प्रोडक्ट थी, एंड फिनिश एजुकेशन सिस्टम इज कंसिडर्ड टू बी वन ऑफ द बेस्ट एजुकेशन सिस्टम्स इन द वर्ल्ड, द काउंटर आर्गुमेंट फ्रॉम दैट गर्ल केम कि बट व्हाई डू यू थिंक प्लेइंग इज नॉट डूइंग समथिंग? दैट्स इट। इतनी सी थिन लाइन है। हम खिला रहे हैं। हम अपने स्कूलों में किसी दिन आप नर्सरी केजी में अपने बच्चों को खिला के भेज दो, 4 दिन बाद पेरेंट्स आ जाएंगे जी ABCD में तो कुछ बढ़ा नहीं इसमें। हमने जब एडमिशन कराया था 2 साल के बच्चे को 2 तक का टेबल तो हमने रटा के दिया था, आपने 5 तक का भी नहीं कराया। क्या करा रहे हो इसको आप, जिनको कह रहे हैं ना कि 5 साल में छोड़ दो। पूरा नैरेटिव बदलने की जरूरत है मैम। कॉन्सेप्ट्स दुनिया में एग्जिस्ट करते हैं, बट लेट्स नॉट कॉपी एंड पेस्ट दोज कॉन्सेप्ट्स। हम एक कॉन्सेप्ट को कॉपी पेस्ट करके नो डिटेंशन वाली को हाथ जला चुके हैं अपने। लेट्स अंडरस्टैंड, लेट्स अडॉप्ट, लेट्स प्रिपेयर टू अडॉप्ट दैट। विदाउट दैट इट्स नॉट पॉसिबल। कॉन्सेप्ट वाइज आई कंप्लीटली एग्री, बट इफ यू आस्क मी कि कर दो टुडे, नो आई कांट डू इट। आई हैव टू प्रिपेयर माई सेल्फ फॉर दैट।
Yes, how do you intend कि societal mindset कैसे change होगा? How do you think that will happen? It may take some time, but where do you begin?
It will take generations. आपको नीचे उस तरह की, because इसीलिए मैंने बोला ना कि कोविड में हमारे देश के स्कूल सबसे ज्यादा बंद रहे। Why? Because the administrators who were supposed to decide to open the school and take some risk वर द प्रोडक्ट ऑफ दैट माइंडसेट। एजुकेशन तो ठीक है, बच्चे तो घर पे भी पढ़ लेंगे, तो वहां से आता है ना, तो पूरा माइंडसेट सोसाइटी का होने में टाइम लगता है।
ठीक है, we take one last question. Sanjay ji, you wanted to ask a question?
अच्छा, संजय जी।
So my question is basically on the core topic, which was education in states. So, you know, being the education minister for Delhi, which is resource rich, you know, you were able to do a big transformation here. What are the lessons and how do other states emulate this? Because resources for other states, given their expanse, given their population density, given their income levels, you know, it's a lot more challenging than a state like Delhi. And now that you have your own government in Punjab, I'm pretty sure you were given some thought to this process. So what are your recommendations for other states? If they want to emulate this model, how should they go about it, given their resource constraints that they live with?
रिसोर्स कंस्ट्रेंट तो सब में ही होते हैं। 2015 में हम जब सरकार में आए थे तो दिल्ली का बजट होता था 30,000 करोड़ रुपए। हमारे बहुत सारे सपने थे काम करने के, और सारा बजट कहीं ना कहीं सैलरीज और कमिटेड लाइबिलिटीज पे ज्यादा जाता था। प्ले लेवल फील्ड एज फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर आई कैन से विद माय एक्सपीरियंस, 2015 में प्ले लेवल फील्ड 2000 करोड़ का प्ले लेवल फील्ड करने के लिए मुझे पसीने आ गए थे, क्रिएट करने के लिए, जिसमें हमें अपने गवर्नमेंट के कोर एजेंडा को आगे बढ़ाना था। व्हेन वी लुक बैक व्हाट इज द प्रोग्रेस और उस एजेंडा के लिए पैसा कब हो सकता है, तो वी फाउंड कि दिल्ली में जो 30,000 करोड़ का बजट था 2015 में, वो हर साल 1,000 करोड़ रुपए की स्पीड से आगे बढ़ रहा था। हमें लगा ये तो हो गया काम, बट फॉर्चुनेटली थोड़ा प्रोग्रेस हुआ। अगले साल ही 5,000 करोड़ रुपए, कुछ पॉलिसीज हमने चेंज की, कुछ चोरी लीकेजेस बंद की टैक्स कलेक्शन में। उस तो व्हाट स्टेट्स कैन लर्न इज फर्स्ट इज टू हैव ऑनेस्ट गवर्नेंस। उसके बिना पैसा नहीं आएगा, रिसोर्स कंस्ट्रेंट हमेशा रहेगा। एंड व्हेन देयर इज एन ऑनेस्ट गवर्नेंस, इस देश के लोग टैक्स बहुत देते हैं, बहुत देते हैं। एक भिखारी भी अगर बाजार से माचिस या नमक की थैली खरीद के लाता है, वो भी टैक्स दे के लाता है। उस टैक्स की चोरी ना होने दी जाए, ऐसी गवर्नमेंट चाहिए पहले तो, पहला काम। दूसरा, एजुकेशन को प्रायोरिटी देनी पड़ेगी। एजुकेशन को प्रायोरिटी दे बिना होगा नहीं। इट्स ए टफ डिसीजन फॉर अस आल्सो, इट वाज ए टफ डिसीजन, बट बस वी डिसाइडेड। हमारे भी सारे लोग आके कहते थे भाई ये कर दो, ये कर दो, ये कर दो। हमने कहा 25% बजट एजुकेशन पे, हमें ये करना है एजुकेशन पे, इसके लिए ऑलमोस्ट 25% बजट चाहिए। इट हैज टू बी डन। तीसरा, मुझे बहुत जगह से पूछा है, बहुत सारे ऑफिसर्स आते हैं मुझसे, कहते हैं जी क्या करें। और ऐसा नहीं है, हर जगह ऑनेस्ट लोग भी हैं, बहुत अच्छे अच्छे लोग हैं। कई जगह से प्रिंसिपल्स, टीचर्स आते हैं कि क्या करें, हाउ कैन आई टेल माई गवर्नमेंट टू डू। मैंने कहा टेल योर गवर्नमेंट टू डू। फर्स्ट थिंग इज कि मिड डे मील से लेके और बच्चों की यूनिफॉर्म और किताबों में कमीशन खाना बंद कर दें। ये नहीं शुरू करेंगे कैसे होगा। आज मेरे साथ मेरे प्रिंसिपल साहब बैठे हैं, मैं इनको बोलूंगा आप ठीक से पढ़ाओ, वो बोलेंगे मिड डे मील का पैसा तो ईमानदारी से ले आओ पहले। मैं इनको बोलूंगा जी आप अपना काम ईमानदारी से करो, वो बोलेंगे पहले आप अपना काम ईमानदारी से करो। आप मेरे यहाँ किताबें भेजते हो, उसकी क्वालिटी इतनी थर्ड क्लास है, कमीशन में पैसा खा जाते हो। तो नेताओं को, एजुकेशन के नेताओं, चीफ मिनिस्टर्स को इंश्योर करना पड़ेगा, पॉलिटिकल पार्टी के इंश्योर करना पड़ेगा कि ऐसा एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर डिप्लॉय करें जो जिसका इंटरेस्ट बच्चों के पढ़ाने में हो, जिसका इंटरेस्ट मिड डे मील का कमीशन, टीचर्स के ट्रांसफर पोस्टिंग में पैसे खाने का और स्कूल की बिल्डिंग बनाने में कमीशन खाने का ना हो। दैट इज अ कोर, वी हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड दिस।
Thank you so much, Manish ji. It was a really engaging discussion. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. On that beautiful note, we come to the end of day one. Thank you so much, Manish ji, for joining us. And thank you so much, Shrutika, for that session. Pradhan, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. While this was day one, which was held physically at Hayat Regency, day two will be hosted virtually. So I request everyone to join us on www.indiaeducationsummit.com. And before I say bye to you, we would like to thank our presenting partner Google, as well as Intel and Salesforce, co-powered by partner. So don't forget to join us tomorrow. Thank you.
Talia. She's building the future. A future that's where languages are not spoken through words but gestures. Where artificial intelligence gives voice to everyone who can't hear or speak. And what started off as a simple idea grew